Chapter 21 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Liberals of Percycross. Yes, Ontario Moggs was appalled, delighted, exalted, and nearly frightened out of his wits by an invitation, conveyed to him by certain eager spirits of the town, to come down and stand on the real Radical interest for the borough of Percycross. The thing was not suggested to him till a day or two after Sir Thomas had been sounded, and he was then informed that not an hour was to be lost. The communication was made in the little back parlour of the Cheshire Cheese, and Moggs was expected to give an answer then and there. He stood with his hand on his brow for 5 minutes, and then asked that special question which should always come first on such occasions. Would it cost any money? Well, yes. The eager spirits of Percycross thought that it would cost something. They were forced to admit that Percycross was not one of those well-arranged boroughs in which the expenses of an election are all defrayed by the public spirit of the citizens. It soon became clear that the deputation had waited upon Moggs, not only because Moggs was a good Radical, but because also Moggs was supposed to be a Radical with a command of money. Ontario frowned and expressed an opinion that all elections should be made absolutely free to the candidates. "And everybody ought to go to Evan, Mr. Moggs," said the leading member of the deputation, "but everybody don't, 'cause things ain't as they ought to be." There was no answer to be made to this. Ontario could only strike his forehead and think. It was clear to him that he could not give an affirmative answer that night, and he therefore, with some difficulty, arranged an adjournment of the meeting till the following afternoon at 2 p.m. "We must go down by the 4:45 express to morrow," said the leading member of the deputation, who even by that arrangement would subject himself to the loss of 2 days' wages, for he was a foreman in the establishment of Mr. Spicer, the mustard maker, and whose allowance for expenses would not admit of his sleeping away from home a second night. Ontario departed, promising to be ready with his answer by 2 p.m. on the following day. How bright with jewels was the crown now held before his eyes, and yet how unapproachable, how far beyond his grasp! To be a member of Parliament, to speak in that august assembly, instead of wasting his eloquence on the beery souls of those who frequented the Cheshire Cheese. To be somebody in the land at his early age, something so infinitely superior to a maker of boots. A member of Parliament was by law an esquire, and therefore a gentleman. Ralph Newton was not a member of Parliament, not half so great a fellow as a member of Parliament. Surely, if he were to go to Polly Neefit as a member of Parliament, Polly would reject him no longer. And to what might it not lead? He had visions before his eyes of very beautiful moments in his future life, in which, standing as it were on some well-chosen rostrum in that great house, he would make the burning thoughts of his mind, the soaring aspirations of his heart, audible to all the people. How had Cobden begun his career, and Bright? Had it not been in this way? Why should not he be as great, greater than either, greater, because in these coming days a man of the people would be able to wield a power more extensive than the people had earned for themselves in former days? And then, as he walked alone through the streets, he took to making speeches, some such speeches as he would make when he stood up in his place in the House of Commons as the member for Percycross. The honourable member for Percycross! There was something ravishing in the sound. Would not that sound be pleasant to the ears of Polly Neefit? But then, was not the thing as distant as it was glorious? How could he be member for Percycross, seeing that in all matters he was subject to his father? His father hated the very name of the Cheshire Cheese, and was, in every turn and feeling of his life, diametrically opposed to his son's sentiments. He would, nevertheless, go to his father and demand assistance. If, on such an occasion as this, his father should give him a stone when he asked for bread, he and his father must be two. "If when such a prospect as this is held out to his son he cannot see it," said Ontario, "then he can see nothing." But yet he was sure that his father wouldn't see it. To his extreme astonishment, Mr. Moggs senior did see it. It was some time before Mr. Moggs senior clearly understood the proposition which was made to him, but when he did, he became alive to the honour, and perhaps profit, of having a member of his firm in Parliament. Of politics, in the abstract, Mr. Moggs senior knew very little, nor indeed did he care much. In matters referring to trade he was a Conservative because he was a master. He liked to be able to manage his people, and to pay 5 shillings 3d. instead of 5 shillings 8d. for the making of a pair of boots. He hated the Cheshire Cheese because his son went there, and because his son entertained strange and injurious ideas which were propagated at that low place. But if the Cheshire Cheese would send his son to Parliament, Mr. Moggs did not know but what the Cheshire Cheese might be very well. At any rate, he undertook to pay the bills if Ontario, his son, were brought forward as a candidate for the borough. He lost his head so completely in the glory of the thing that it never occurred to him to ask what might be the probable amount of the expenditure. "There ain't no father in all London as 'd do more for his son than I would, if only I see'd there was something in it," said Moggs senior, with a tear in his eye. Moggs junior was profuse in gratitude, profuse in obedience, profuse in love. Oh heavens, what a golden crown was there now within his grasp! All this occurred between the father and son early in the morning at Shepherd's Bush, whither the son had gone out to the father after a night of feverish longing and ambition. They went into town together on the top of the omnibus, and Ontario felt that he was being carried heavenwards. What a heaven had he before him, even in that fortnight's canvass which it would be his glory to undertake! What truths he would tell to the people! How he would lead them with him by political revelations that should be almost divine! How he would extract from them bursts of rapturous applause! To explain to them that labour is the salt of the earth, that would be his mission. And then how sweet to teach them the value, the inestimable value of the political privilege lately accorded to them, or, as Ontario would put it, lately wrested on their behalf from the hands of an aristocracy which was more timid even than it was selfish. How sweet to explain this, and then to instruct them afterwards that it was their duty now, having got this great boon for themselves, to see at once that it should be extended to those below them. Let the first work of household suffrage be a demand for manhood suffrage. This had been enunciated by Ontario Moggs with great effect at the Cheshire Cheese, and now, as the result of such enunciation, he was going down to Percycross to stand as a candidate for the borough. He was almost drunk with delight as he sat upon the knife board of the Shepherd's Bush omnibus, thinking of it all. He too went down to Percycross, making a preliminary journey, as had done Sir Thomas Underwood, timing his arrival there a day or two after the departure of the lawyer. Alas, he also met much to disappoint him, even at that early period of the contest. The people whom he was taken to see were not millionaires and tradesmen in a large way of business, but leading young men of warm political temperaments. This man was a president of a mechanics' institute. that secretary to an amalgamation of unions for general improvement, and a third chairman of the Young Men's Reform Association. They were delighted to see him, and were very civil, but he soon found that they were much more anxious to teach him than they were to receive his political lessons. When he began, as unfortunately he did very early in his dealings with them, to open out his own views, he soon found that they had views also to open out. He was to represent them, that is to say, become the mouthpiece of their ideas. He had been selected because he was supposed to have some command of money. Of course he would have to address the people in the Mechanics' Hall, but the chairman of the Young Men's Reform Association was very anxious to tell him what to say on that occasion. "I am accustomed to addressing people," said Ontario Moggs, with a considerable accession of dignity. He had the satisfaction of addressing the people, and the people received him kindly. But he thought he observed that the applause was greater when the secretary of the Amalgamation of Improvement Unions spoke, and he was sure that the enthusiasm for the young men's chairman mounted much higher than had done any ardour on his own behalf. And he was astonished to find that these young men were just as fluent as himself. He did indeed think that they did not go quite so deep into the matter as he did, that they had not thought out great questions so thoroughly, but they had a way of saying things which would have told even at the Cheshire Cheese. The result of all this was that at the end of 3 days, though he was no doubt candidate for the borough of Percycross, and in that capacity a great man in Percycross, he did not seem to himself to be so great as he had been when he had made the journey down from London. There was a certain feeling that he was a cat's paw, brought there for certain objects which were not his objects, because they wanted money, and some one who would be fool enough to fight a losing battle. He did not reap all that meed of personal admiration for his eloquence which he expected. And then, during these 3 days, there arose another question, the discussion of which embarrassed him not a little. Mr. Westmacott was in the town, and there was a question whether he and Mr. Westmacott were to join forces. It was understood that Mr. Westmacott and Mr. Westmacott's leading friends objected to this, but the chairman of the young men and the presidents and the secretaries on the Radical side put their heads together and declared that if Mr. Westmacott were proud, they would run their horse alone. They would vote for Moggs, and for Moggs only. Or else, as it was whispered, they would come to terms with Mr. Griffenbottom, and see that Sir Thomas was sent back to London. The chairman and the presidents and the secretaries were powerful enough to get the better of Mr. Westmacott, and large placards were printed, setting forward the joint names of Westmacott and Moggs. The 2 Liberal candidates were to employ the same agent, and were to canvass together. This was all very well, was the very thing which Moggs should have desired, but it was all arranged without any consultation with him, and he felt that the objection which had been raised was personal to himself. Worse than all, when he was brought face to face with Mr. Westmacott, he had not a word to say for himself. He tried it and failed. Mr. Westmacott had been a member of Parliament, and was a gentleman. Ontario, for aught he himself knew, might have called upon Mr. Westmacott for the amount of Mr. Westmacott's little bill. He caught himself calling Mr. Westmacott "Sir," and almost wished that he could bite out his own tongue. He felt that he was a nobody in the interview, and that the chairman, the secretaries, and the presidents were regretting their bargain, and saying among themselves that they had done very badly in bringing down Ontario Moggs as a candidate for their borough. There were moments before he left Percycross in which he was almost tempted to resign. But he left the town the accepted candidate of his special friends, and was assured, with many parting grasps of the hand on the platform, that he would certainly be brought in at the top of the poll. Another little incident should be mentioned. He had been asked by the electioneering agent for a small trifle of some £100 towards the expenses, and this, by the generosity of his father, he had been able to give. "We shall be able to get along now like a house on fire," said the agent, as he pocketed the cheque. Up to that moment there may have been doubts upon the agent's mind. As he went back to London he acknowledged to himself that he had failed hitherto. He had failed in making that impression at Percycross which would have been becoming to him as the future member of Parliament for the borough. But he gallantly resolved that he would do better in the future. He would speak in such a way that the men of Percycross should listen to him and admire. He would make occasion for himself. He thought that he could do better than Mr. Westmacott, put more stuff in what he had got to say. And whatever might happen to him he would hold up his head. Why should he not be as good a man as Westmacott? It was the man that was needed, not the outside trappings. Then he asked himself a question whether, as trappings themselves were so trivial, a man was necessarily mean who dealt in trappings. He did not remember to have heard of a bootmaker in Parliament, but there should be a bootmaker in Parliament soon, and thus he plucked up his courage. On his journey down to Percycross he had thought that immediately on his return to London he would go across to Hendon and take advantage of his standing as a candidate for the borough. But as he returned he resolved that he would wait till the election was over. He would go to Polly with all his honours on his head. End of chapter 21. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 22 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ralph Newton's decision. Ontario Moggs was at Percycross when Ralph Newton was making his formal offer to Polly Neefit. Ralph, when he had made his offer, returned to London with mixed feelings. He had certainly been oppressed at times by the conviction that he must make the offer even though it went against the grain with him to do so, and at these moments he had not failed to remind himself that he was about to make himself miserable for life, because he had been weak enough to take pecuniary assistance in the hour of his temporary necessities from the hands of Polly's father. Now he had made his offer. It had not been accepted, and he was still free. He could see his way out of that dilemma without dishonour, but then that dilemma became very much smaller to his sight when it was surmounted, as is the nature with all dilemmas, and the other dilemma, which would have been remedied had Polly accepted him, again loomed very large. And as he looked back at the matrimonial dilemma which he had escaped, and at Polly standing before him, comely, healthy, and honest, such a pleasant armful and so womanly withal, so pleasant a girl, if only she was not to be judged and sentenced by others beside himself, he almost thought that that dilemma was one which he could have borne without complaint. But Polly's suggestion that they should allow a year to run round in order that they might learn to know each other was one which he could not entertain. He had but 3 days in which to give an answer to his uncle, and up to this time 2 alternatives had been open to him: the sale of his reversion and independence, or Polly and the future lordship of Newton. He had thought that there was nothing but to choose. It had not occurred to him that Polly would raise any objection. He had felt neither fear nor hope in that direction. It followed as a consequence now that the lordship must go. He would not, however, make up his mind that it should go till the last moment. On the following morning he was thinking that he might as well go to the shop in Conduit Street, feeling that he could encounter Neefit without any qualms of conscience when Mr. Neefit came to him. This was certainly a better arrangement. It was easier to talk of his own affairs, sitting at ease in his own arm-chair, than to carry on the discussion among the various sporting garments which adorned Mr. Neefit's little back room, subject to interruption from customers, and possibly within the hearing of Mr. Waddle and Herr Bawwah. Neefit, seated at the end of the sofa in Ralph's comfortable room, looking out of his saucer eyes with all his energy, was, in a certain degree, degrading, but was not quite so degrading as Neefit at his own barn door in Conduit Street. "I was just coming to you," he said, as he made the breeches maker welcome. "Well, yes, but I thought I'd catch you here, Captain. Them men of mine has such long ears. That German who lets on that he doesn't understand only just a word or two of English hears everything through a 12-inch brick wall. Polly told me as you'd been with her." "I suppose so, Mr. Neefit." "Oh, she ain't one as 'd keep anything from me. She's open and straightforward anyways." "So I found her." "Now look here, Captain. I've just one word to say about her. Stick to her." Ralph was well aware that he must explain the exact circumstances in which he stood to the man who was to have been his father-in-law, but hardly knew how to begin his explanation. "She ain't nowise again you," continued Mr. Neefit. "She owned as much when I put her through her facings. I did put her through her facings pretty tightly. 'What is it that you want, miss?' said I. 'Do you want to have a husband, or do you want to be an old maid?' They don't like that word, old maid, not as used against themselves, don't any young woman." "Polly will never be an old maid," said Ralph. "She owned as she didn't want that. 'I suppose I'll have to take some of 'em some day,' she said." Lord, how pretty she did look as she said it, just laughing and crying, smiling and pouting all at once. "She ain't a bad one to look at, Captain." "Indeed she is not." "Nor yet to go. Do you stick to her. Them's my words. Do you want to have that ugly bootmaker?" said I. "He ain't ugly," said she. "Do you want to have him, miss?" said I. "No, I don't," said she. "Well," said I. "But I do know him," said Polly, "and I don't know Mr. Newton no more than Adam." Them were her very words, Captain. Do you stick to her, Captain. I'll tell you what. Let's all go down to Margate together for a week. That was Mr. Neefit's plan of action. Then Ralph got up from his easy-chair and began his explanation. He couldn't very well go down to Margate, delightful as it would be to sit upon the sands with Polly. He was so situated that he must at once decide as to the sale of his property at Newton. Mr. Neefit put his hands in his pockets, and sat perfectly silent, listening to his young friend's explanation. If Polly would have accepted him at once, Ralph went on to explain, everything would have been straight. But as she would not do so, he must take his uncle's offer. He had no other means of extricating himself from his embarrassments. "Why, Mr. Neefit, I could not look you in the face unless I were prepared to pay you your money," he said. "Drat that," replied Neefit, and then again he listened. Ralph went on. He could not go on long in his present condition. His bill for £500 to Mr. Horsball of the Moonbeam was coming round. He literally had not £20 in his possession to carry on the war. His uncle's offer would be withdrawn if it were not accepted the day after to-morrow. Nobody else would give half so much. The thing must be done, and then, why then he would have nothing to offer to Polly worthy of her acceptance. Bother! said Mr. Neefit, who had not once taken his eyes off Ralph's face. Ralph said that that might be all very well, but such were the facts. "You ain't that soft that you're going to let him rob you of the estate?" said the breeches maker in a tone of horror. Ralph raised his hands and his eyebrows together. Yes, that was what he intended to do. "There shan't be anything of the kind," said the breeches maker. "What? £7,000 a year, ain't it? All in land, ain't it? And it must be your own, let 'em do what they will, mustn't it?" He paused a moment, and Ralph nodded his head. "What you have to do is to get a wife and a son before any of 'em can say Jack Robinson. Lord bless you! Just spit at 'em if they talks of buying it. Suppose the old gent was to go off all along of apoplexy the next day, how'd you feel then? Like cutting your throat, wouldn't you, Captain? Why, my uncle's life is very good. He ain't got no receipt against kingdom come, I dare say." Ralph was surprised by his tradesman's eloquence and wit. "You have a chick of your own, and then you'll know as it'll be yours some way or other. If I'd the chance, I'd sooner beg, borrow, starve, or die before I'd sell it, let alone working, Captain." There was satire, too, as well as eloquence, in the breeches maker. "No, you must run your chance somehow." "I don't see my way," said Ralph. "You have got something, Captain, something of your own?" "Well, just enough to pay my debts if all were sold, and buy myself a rope to hang myself." "I'll pay your debts, Captain." "I couldn't hear of it, Mr. Neefit." "As for not hearing of it, that's bother. You do hear of it now, and how much more do you want to keep you? You shall have what you want. You meant honest along o' Polly yesterday, and you mean honest now." Ralph winced, but he did not deny what Neefit said, nor aught that was implied in the saying. "We'll bring you and Polly together, and I tell you she'll come round." Ralph shook his head. "Anyway, you shall have the money. There now. We'll have a bit of a paper, and if this marriage don't come off, there'll be the money to come back, and 5% when the old gent dies." "But I might die first." "We'll insure your life, Captain. Only we must be upon the square." "Oh yes," said Ralph. "I'd rather almost lose it all than think such a chance should be missed. £7,000 a year, and all in land, when one knows how hard it is to get, to think of selling it." Ralph made no positive promise, but when Mr. Neefit left him, there was, so at least thought Mr. Neefit, an implied understanding that the Captain would at once put an end to this transaction between him and his uncle. And yet Ralph didn't feel quite certain. The breeches maker had been generous, very generous, and very trusting. But he hated the man's generosity and confidence. The breeches maker had got such a hold of him that he seemed to have lost all power of thinking and acting for himself. And then such a man as he was, with his staring round eyes and heavy face and dirty hands and ugly bald head. There is a baldness that is handsome and noble, and a baldness that is peculiarly mean and despicable. Neefit's baldness was certainly of the latter order. Now Moggs senior, who was grey and not bald, was not bad looking, at a little distance. His face, when closely inspected, was poor and greedy, but the general effect at a passing glance was not contemptible. Moggs might have been a banker, or an officer in the commissariat, or a clerk in the Treasury. A son-in-law would have had hopes of Moggs, but nothing of the kind was possible with Neefit. One would be forced to explain that he was a respectable tradesman in Conduit Street, in order that he might not be taken for a dealer in potatoes from Whitechapel. He was hopeless, and yet he had taken upon himself the absolute management of all Ralph Newton's affairs. Ralph was very unhappy, and in his misery he went to Sir Thomas's chambers. This was about 4 o'clock in the day, at which hour Sir Thomas was almost always in his rooms. But Stemm, with much difficulty, succeeded in making him believe that the lawyer was not at home. Stemm at this time was much disturbed by his master's terrible resolution to try the world again, to stand for a seat in Parliament, and to put himself once more in the way of work and possible promotion. Stemm had condemned the project, but nevertheless took glory in it. What if his master should become anything great and magnificent? Stemm had often groaned in silence, had groaned unconsciously, that his master should be nothing. He loved his master thoroughly, loving no one else in the whole world, and sympathized with him acutely. Still he had condemned the project. "There's so many of them, Sir Thomas, as is only wanting to put their fingers into somebody's eyes." "No doubt, Stemm, no doubt," said Sir Thomas, "and as well into mine as another's." "That's it, Sir Thomas." "But I'll just run down and see, Stemm." And so it had been settled. Stemm, who had always hated Ralph Newton, and who now regarded his master's time as more precious than ever, would hardly give any answer at all to Ralph's inquiries. His master might be at home at Fulham. Probably he was. Where should a gentleman so likely be as at home? That is, when he wasn't in chambers. "Anyway, he's not here," said Stemm, bobbing his head and holding the door ready to close it. Ralph was convinced, then dined at his club, and afterwards went down to Fulham. He had heard nothing from Stemm or elsewhere of the intended candidature. Sir Thomas was not at Fulham, nor did the girls know aught of his whereabouts. But the great story was soon told. Papa was going to stand for Percycross. "We are so glad," said Mary Bonner, bursting out into enthusiasm. "We walk about the garden making speeches to the electors all day. Oh dear, I do wish we could do something." "Glad is no word," said Clarissa. "But if he loses it?" "The very trying for it is good," said Patience. "It is just the proper thing for papa." "I shall feel so proud when uncle is in Parliament again," said Mary Bonner. "A woman's pride is always vicarious, but still it is pride." Ralph also was surprised, so much surprised that for a few minutes his own affairs were turned out of his head. He too had thought that Sir Thomas would never again do anything in the world, unless that book should be written of which he had so often heard hints, though never yet with any accuracy its name or subject. Sir Thomas, he was told, had been at Percycross, but was not supposed to be there now. "Of course he was in his chambers," said Clarissa. "Old Stemm does know how to tell lies so well." It was, however, acknowledged that, having on his hands a piece of business so very weighty, Sir Thomas might be almost anywhere without any fault on his part. A gentleman in the throes of an election for Parliament could not be expected to be at home. Even Patience did not feel called upon to regret his absence. Before he went back to town, Ralph found himself alone with Mary for a few minutes. "Mr. Newton," she said, "why don't you stand for Parliament?" "I have not the means." "You have great prospects. I should have thought you were just the man who ought to make it the work of your life to get into Parliament." Ralph began to ask himself what had been the work of his life. "They say that to be of real use a man ought to begin young." "Nobody ought to go into the House without money," said Ralph. "That means, I suppose, that men shouldn't go in who want their time to earn their bread. But you haven't to do that. If I were a man such as you are, I would always try to be something. I am sure Parliament was meant for men having estates such as you will have." "When I've got it, I'll think about Parliament, Miss Bonner." "Perhaps it will be too late then. Don't you know that song of Excelsior, Mr. Newton? You ought to learn to sing it." Yes, he was learning to sing it after a fine fashion, borrowing his tradesman's money and promising to marry his tradesman's daughter. He was half inclined to be angry with this interference from Mary Bonner, and yet he liked her for it. Could it be that she herself felt an interest in what concerned him? "Ah me," he said to himself, "how much better would it have been to have learned something, to have fitted myself for some high work, and to have been able to choose some such woman as this for my wife." And all that had been sacrificed to horses at the Moonbeam, and little dinners with Captain Fooks and Lieutenant Cox. Every now and again during his life Phoebus had touched his trembling ears, and had given him to know that to sport with the tangles of Neæra's hair was not satisfactory as the work of a man's life. But alas, the god had intervened but to little purpose. The horses at the Moonbeam, which had been 2, became 4, and then 6, and now he was pledged to marry Polly Neefit, if only he could induce Polly Neefit to have him. It was too late in the day for him to think now of Parliament and Mary Bonner. And then, before he left them, poor Clary whispered a word into his ear, a cousinly, brotherly word, such as their circumstances authorized her to make. "Is it settled about the property, Ralph?" For she too had heard that this question of a sale was going forward. "Not quite, Clary." "You won't sell it, will you?" "I don't think I shall." "Oh, don't. Pray don't. Anything will be better than that. It is so good to wait." She was thinking only of Ralph and of his interests, but she could not forget the lesson which she was daily teaching to herself. "If I can help it, I shall not sell it." "Papa will help you, will he not? If I were you, they should drag me in pieces before I would think of parting with my birthright, and such a birthright." It had occurred to her once that Ralph might feel that, after what had passed between them one night on the lawn, he was bound not to wait, that it was his duty so to settle his affairs that he might at once go to her father and say, "Though I shall never be Mr. Newton of Newton, I have still such and such means of supporting your daughter." Ah, if he would only be open with her and tell her everything, he would soon know how unnecessary it was to make a sacrifice for her. He pressed her hand as he left her, and said a word that was a word of comfort. "Clary, I cannot speak with certainty, but I do not think that it will be sold." "I am so glad," she said. "Oh, Ralph, never, never part with it." And then she blushed as she thought of what she had said. Could it be that he would think that she was speaking for her own sake, because she looked forward to reigning some day as mistress of Newton Priory? Ah, no; Ralph would never misinterpret her thoughts in a manner so unmanly as that. The day came, and it was absolutely necessary that the answer should be given. Neefit came to prompt him again, and seemed to sit on the sofa with more feeling of being at home than he had displayed before. He brought his cheque book with him, and laid it rather ostentatiously upon the table. He had good news, too, from Polly. If Mr. Newton would come down to Margate, she would be ever so glad. That was the message as given by Mr. Neefit, but the reader will probably doubt that it came exactly in those words from Polly's lips. Ralph was angry and shook his head in wrath. "Well, Captain, how is it to be?" asked Mr. Neefit. "I shall let my uncle know that I intend to keep my property," said Ralph, with as much dignity as he knew how to assume. The breeches maker jumped up and crowed, actually crowed, as might have crowed a cock. It was an art that he had learned in his youth. "That's my lad of wax," he said, slapping Ralph on the shoulder. "And now tell us how much it's to be," said he, opening the cheque book. But Ralph declined to take money at the present moment, endeavouring to awe the breeches maker back into sobriety by his manner. Neefit did put up his cheque book, but was not awed back into perfect sobriety. "Come to me when you want it, and you shall have it, Captain. Don't let that chap as 'as the 'orses be any way disagreeable. You tell him he can have it all when he wants it, and he can be blowed if he can't. We'll see it through, Captain. And now, Captain, when'll you come out and see Polly?" Ralph would give no definite answer to this on account of business, but was induced at last to send his love to Miss Neefit. "That man will drive me into a lunatic asylum at last," he said to himself, as he threw himself into his arm-chair when Neefit had departed. Nevertheless, he wrote his letter to his uncle's lawyer, Mr. Carey, as follows: Club, 20 September, 186 . Dear Sir, after mature consideration I have resolved upon declining the offer made to me by my uncle respecting the Newton property. Faithfully yours, Ralph Newton. Richard Carey, Esquire. It was very short, but it seemed to him to contain all that there was to be said. He might indeed have expressed regret that so much trouble had been occasioned, but the trouble had been taken not for his sake, and he was not bound to denude himself of his property because his uncle had taken trouble. When the letter was put into the Squire's hands in Mr. Carey's private room, the Squire was nearly mad with rage. In spite of all that his son had told him, in disregard of all his own solicitor's cautions, in the teeth of his nephew Gregory's certainty, he had felt sure that the thing would be done. The young man was penniless and must sell, and he could sell nowhere else with circumstances so favourable. And now the young man wrote a letter as though he were declining to deal about a horse. "It's some sham, some falsehood," said the Squire. "Some low attorney is putting him up to thinking that he can get more out of me." "It's possible," said Mr. Carey, "but there's nothing more to be done." The Squire, when last in London, had asserted most positively that he would not increase his bid. "But he's penniless," said the Squire. "There are those about him that will put him in the way of raising money," said the lawyer. "And so the property will go to the hammer, and I can do nothing to help it." Mr. Carey did not tell his client that a gentleman had no right to complain because he could not deal with effects which were not his own, but that was the line which his thoughts took. The Squire walked about the room, lashing himself in his rage. He could not bear to be beaten. How much more would do it, he said at last. It would be terribly bitter to him to be made to give way, to be driven to increase the price. But even that would be less bitter than failure. "I should say nothing, just at present, if I were you," said Mr. Carey. The Squire still walked about the room. "If he raises money on the estate we shall hear of it. And so much of his rights as pass from him we can purchase. It will be more prudent for us to wait." "Would another £5,000 do it at once?" said the Squire. "At any rate, I would not offer it," said Mr. Carey. "Ah, you don't understand. You don't feel what it is that I want. What would you say if a man told you to wait while your hand was on the fire?" "But you are in possession, Mr. Newton." "No, I'm not. I'm not in possession. I'm only a lodger in the place. I can do nothing. I cannot even build a farmhouse for a tenant." "Surely you can, Mr. Gregory." "What! For him? You think that would be one of the delights of possession? Put my money into the ground like seed, in order that the fruit may be gathered by him? I'm not a good enough Christian, Mr. Carey, to take much delight in that. I'll tell you what it is, Mr. Carey. The place is a hell upon earth to me, till I can call it my own." At last he left his lawyer and went back to Newton Priory, having given instructions that the transaction should be reopened between the two lawyers, and that additional money, to the extent of £5,000, should by degrees be offered. End of chapter 22. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 23 of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I'll be a hypocrite if you choose. There could hardly be a more unhappy man than was the squire on his journey home. He had buoyed himself up with hope till he had felt certain that he would return to Newton Priory its real and permanent owner, no longer a lodger in the place, as he had called himself to the lawyer, but able to look upon every tree as his own, with power to cut down every oak upon the property, though, as he knew very well, he would rather spill blood from his veins than cut down one of them. But in that case he would preserve the oaks, preserve them by his own decision, because they were his own, and because he could give them to his own son. His son should cut them down if he pleased, and then the power of putting up would be quite as sweet to him as the power of pulling down. What pleasure would he have in making every deficient house upon the estate efficient, when he knew that the stones as he laid them would not become the property of his enemy? He was a man who had never spent his full income. The property had been in his hands now for some 15 years, and he had already amassed a considerable sum of money, a sum which would have enabled him to buy out his nephew altogether, without selling an acre, presuming the price already fixed to have been sufficient. He had determined to sell something, knowing that he could not do as he would do with the remainder if his hands were empty. He had settled it all in his mind, how Ralph, his Ralph, must marry and have a separate income. There would be no doubt about his Ralph's marriage when once it should be known that his Ralph was the heir to Newton. The bar sinister would matter but little then, would be clean forgotten. His mind had been full of all this as he had come up to London. It had all been settled. He had decided upon ignoring altogether those cautions which his son and nephew and lawyer had croaked into his ears. This legitimate heir was a ruined spendthrift, who had no alternative but to raise money, no ambition but to spend money, no pursuit but to waste money. His temperament was so sanguine that when he entered Mr. Carey's office he had hardly doubted. Now everything had been upset, and he was cast down from triumph into an abyss of despondency by 2 lines from this wretched, meaningless, poor-spirited spendthrift. "I believe he'd take a pleasure in seeing the property going to the dogs merely to spite me," said the squire to his son as soon as he reached home, having probably forgotten his former idea that his nephew was determined, with the pertinacity of a patient, far-sighted Jew money-lender, to wring from him the last possible shilling. Ralph, who was not the heir, was of his nature so just that he could not hear an accusation which he did not believe to be true without protesting against it. The squire had called the heir a spiritless spendthrift, and a malicious evildoer, intent upon ruining the estate, and a grasping Jew, all in the same breath. "I think you are hard upon him, sir," said the son to the father. "Of course you think so. At any rate you'll say so," said the Squire. "One would suppose I was thinking only of myself to hear you talk." "I know what you are thinking of," said Ralph, slowly, "and I know how much I owe you." "I sometimes think that you ought to curse me," said the Squire. After this, at this moment, with such words ringing in his ears, Ralph found it to be impossible to expostulate with his father. He could only take his father's arm and whisper a soft feminine word or two. He would be as happy as the day was long if only he could see his father happy. "I can never be happy till I have placed you where you would have been," said the Squire. "The gods are just, and our pleasant vices make instruments to scourge us." He did not quote the line to himself, but the purport of it hung heavy on him. And yet he thought it hard that because he had money in his pocket he could not altogether make himself free of the scourge. On the following morning he was less vituperative and less unreasonable, but he was still intent upon the subject. After breakfast he got his son into his own room, the room in which he did his magistrate's work, and added up his accounts, and kept his spuds and spurs, and seriously discussed the whole matter. What would it be wise that they should do next? "You don't mean to tell me that you don't wish me to buy it?" said the Squire. No, Ralph would not say that. If it were in the market to be bought, and if the money were forthcoming, of course such a purchase would be expedient. "The money is forthcoming," said the Squire. "We can make it up one way or another. What matter if we did sell Brownriggs? What matter if we sold Brownriggs and Twining as well?" Ralph quite acceded to this. As far as buying and selling were concerned, he would have acceded to anything that would have made his father happy. "I won't say a word against this fellow, since you are so fond of him," continued the Squire. Ralph, though his father paused, made no reply to the intended sarcasm. "But you must allow that he had a reason for writing such a letter as he did." "Of course he had a reason," said Ralph. "Well, we'll say that he wants to keep it." "That's not unnatural." "Not at all. Everybody likes to keep what he's got, and to get as much as he can. That's nature. But a man can't eat his cake and have it. He's been slow to learn that, no doubt, but I suppose he has learned it. He wouldn't have gone to Sir Thomas Underwood in the way he did, crying to be helped, if he hadn't learned it. Remember, Ralph, I didn't go to him first. He came to me. You always forget that. What was the meaning then of Sir Thomas writing to me in that pitiful way, asking me to do something for him, and he who had, I don't know how much, something like £800 a year, I take it, the day he came of age? Of course he has been imprudent." "He cannot eat his cake and have it. He wants to eat it, and I want to have it. I am sure it may be managed. I suppose you mean to go up and see him?" "See Ralph?" "Why not? You are not afraid of him?" The son smiled, but made no answer. "You might find out from him what it is really he wants, and what he will really do. Those attorneys don't understand. Carey isn't a bad fellow, and as for honesty, I'd trust him with anything. I've known him and his father all my life, and in any ordinary piece of business there is no one whose opinion I would take so soon. But he talks of my waiting, telling me that the thing will come round after a few years, as if what one wanted was merely an investment for one's money. It isn't that." "No, sir, it isn't that." "Not that at all. It's the feeling of the thing. Your lawyer may be the best man in the world to lay out your money in a speculation, but he doesn't dare to buy contentment for you. He doesn't see it, and one hardly dares to try and make him see it. I'd give half of it all to have the other half, but I cannot tell him that. I'd give one half so long as that fellow wasn't to be the owner of the place. We'll have no opposition, Newton, in the place." The squire's son was of course willing enough to go up to London. He would see the heir at any rate, and endeavour to learn what were the wishes of the heir. "You may say what money you like," said the squire. "I hardly care what I pay, so long as it is possible to pay it. Go up to £10,000 more, if that will do it." "I don't think I can bargain," said the son. "But he can," said the father. "At any rate, you can find out whether he will name a price. I'd go myself, but I know I should quarrel with him." Ralph prepared himself for the journey, and as a matter of course took the parson into his confidence, not telling the parson anything of the absolute sum named, but explaining that it was his purpose to become acquainted with the heir, and if possible to learn his views. "You'll find Ralph a very different fellow from what my uncle thinks him," said the parson. "I shall be much mistaken if he does not tell you quite openly what he intends. He is careless about money, but he never was greedy." And then they got to other matters. "You will of course see the girls at Fulham," said the parson. "Yes, I shall manage to get down there." The story of Gregory's passion for Clarissa was well known to the other. Gregory, who would not for worlds have spoken of such a matter among his general acquaintance, who could not have brought himself to mention it in the presence of two hearers, had told it all to the one companion who was nearest and dearest to him. "I wish I were going with you," said the parson. "Why not come with me, then?" "And yet I don't wish it. If I were in London, I doubt whether I would go there. There could be no use in it." "It is one of those things," said Ralph, "in which a man should never despair as long as there is a possibility." "Ah, yes; people say so. I don't believe in that kind of perseverance myself; at any rate, not with her. She knows her own mind as well as I know mine. I think I promised her that I would trouble her no more." "Promises like that are mere pie crusts," said Ralph. "Give her my love; that's all. And don't do that unless you are alone with her. I shall live it down some day, no doubt. But to tell the truth, I have made up my mind not to marry. I'm half inclined to think that a clergyman shouldn't marry. There are some things which our ancestors understood pretty well, although we think they were such fools. I should like to see the new cousin, certainly." Ralph said nothing more about the new cousin, and was perhaps hardly aware how greatly the idea of again seeing the new cousin had enhanced the pleasure of his journey to London. About a week after this he started, having devoted nearly all the afternoon before he went to the packing of a large basket of ferns, to each root or small bundle of which was appended a long name in Latin, as an offering to Patience Underwood. And yet he did not care very much for Patience Underwood. It was just the end of September, the last day of September, when he reached London. Ralph the heir was out of town, and the servant at his lodging professed she did not know where he was. She thought it probable that he was at Mr. Orsball's of the Moonbeam, Barnfield, a looking after his 'orses. She suggested this, not from any knowledge in her possession, but because Ralph was always believed to go to the Moonbeam when he left town. He would, however, be back next week. His namesake, therefore, did not consider that it would be expedient for him to follow the heir down to the Moonbeam. But the Underwood girls would certainly be at Fulham, and he started at once with his ferns for Popham Villa. He found them at home, and, singular to say, he found Sir Thomas there also. On the very next morning Sir Thomas was to start for Percycross, to commence the actual work of his canvass. The canvass was to occupy a fortnight, and on Monday the 16th the candidates were to be nominated. Tuesday the 17th was the day of the election. The whole household was so full of the subject that at first there was hardly room for the ferns. "Oh, Mr. Newton, we are so much obliged to you. Papa is going to stand for Percycross." That, or nearly that, was the form in which the ferns were received. Newton was quite contented. An excuse for entering the house was what he had wanted, and his excuse was deemed ample. Sir Thomas, who was disposed to be very civil to the stranger, had not much to say about his own prospects. To a certain degree he was ashamed of Percycross, and had said very little about it, even to Stemm, since his personal acquaintance had been made with Messrs. Spiveycomb, Pile, and Pabsby. But the girls were not ashamed of Percycross. To them as yet Percycross was the noblest of all British boroughs. Had not the Conservatives of Percycross chosen their father to be the representative out of all British subjects? Sir Thomas had tried, but had tried quite in vain, to make them understand the real fashion of the selection. If Percycross would only send him to Parliament, Percycross should be divine. "What do you think?" said Clary. "There's a man of the name of I wish you'd guess the name of this man who is going to stand against papa, Mr. Newton." "The name won't make much difference," said Sir Thomas. "Ontario Moggs," said Clary. "Do you think it possible, Mr. Newton, that Percycross, the town where one of the Percys set up a cross in the time of the Crusaders, didn't he, papa?" "I shall not consider myself bound to learn all that unless they elect me," said Sir Thomas. "But I don't think that there were Percys in the days of the Crusaders." "At any rate, the proper name is Percy St. Cross," said Clary. "Could such a borough choose Ontario Moggs to be one of its members, Mr. Newton?" "I do like the name," said Mary Bonner. "Perhaps papa and Ontario Moggs may be the two members," said Clary, laughing. "Only if so, you must bring him down here, papa. Only he's a shoemaker." "That makes no difference in these days," said Sir Thomas. The ferns were at last unpacked, and the three girls were profuse in their thanks. Who does not know how large a space a basket of ferns will cover when it is unpacked, and how large the treasure looms? "They'll cover the rocks on the other side," said Mary. It seemed to Newton that Mary Bonner was more at home than she had been when he had seen her before, spoke more freely of what concerned the house, and was beginning to become one of the family. But still she was, as it were, overshadowed by Clarissa. In appearance, indeed, she was the queen among the three, but in active social life she did not compete with Clary. Patience stood as a statue on a pedestal, by no means unobserved and ignored, beautiful in form but colourless. Newton, as he looked at the three, wondered that a man so quiet and gentle as the young parson should have chosen such a love as Clary Underwood. He remained half the day at the villa, dining there at the invitation of Sir Thomas. "My last dinner," said Sir Thomas, "unless I am lucky enough to be rejected. Men when they are canvassing never dine, and not often after they're elected." The guest had not much opportunity of ingratiating himself specially with the beauty, but the beauty did so far ingratiate herself with him, unconsciously on her part, that he half resolved that should his father be successful in his present enterprise, he would ask Mary Bonner to be the queen of Newton Priory. His father had often urged him to marry, never suggesting that any other quality beyond good looks would be required in his son's wife. He had never spoken of money or birth or name. "I have an idea," he had said, laughing, "that you'll marry a fright some day. I own I should like to have a pretty woman about the house. One doesn't expect much from a woman, but she's bound to be pretty." This woman was at any rate pretty. Pretty, indeed! Was it possible that any woman should be framed more lovely than this one? But he must bide his time. He would not ask any girl to marry him till he should know what position he could ask her to fill. But though he spoke little to Mary, he treated her as men do treat women whom they desire to be allowed to love. There was a tone in his voice, a worship in his eye, and a flush upon his face, and a hesitation in his manner, which told the story, at any rate, to one of the party there. "He didn't come to bring you the ferns," said Clarissa to Patience. "He brought them for all of us," said Patience. "Young men don't go about with ferns for the sake of the ferns," said Clary. "They were merely an excuse to come and see Mary." "Why shouldn't he come and see Mary?" "He has my leave, Patty. I think it would be excellent. Isn't it odd that there should be two Ralph Newtons? One would be Mrs. Newton, and the other Mrs. Ralph." "Clarissa, Clarissa," said Patience, almost in a tone of agony. "I'll be a hypocrite if you choose, Patty," said Clarissa, "or I'll be true. But you can't have me both at once." Patience said nothing further then. The lesson of self-restraint which she had desired to teach was very hard of teaching. There was just a word spoken between Sir Thomas and Newton about the property. "I intend to see Ralph Newton if I can find him," said Ralph, who was not the heir. "I don't think he is far from town," said Sir Thomas. "My father thinks that we might come to an understanding." "Perhaps so," said Sir Thomas. "I have no strong anxiety on the subject myself," said Newton. "But my father thinks that if he does wish to sell his reversion—" "He doesn't wish it. How can a man wish it?" "Under the circumstances it may be desirable." "You had better see him, and I think he will tell you," said Sir Thomas. "You must understand that a man thinks much of such a position. Pray come to us again. We shall always be glad to see you when you are in town." CHAPTer XXIV. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter XXIV. Of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. This recording is in the public domain. I find I must. Ralph the heir had, after all, gone to Margate. Mr. Neefit had got such a hold upon him that he had no help for it. He found himself forced to go to Margate. When he was asked the second and third time, with all the energy of Mr. Neefit's eloquence, he was unable to resist. What reason could he give that he should not go to Margate, seeing that it was a thing quite understood that he was to endeavour to persuade Polly to be his wife? Neefit came to him 2 mornings running, catching him each morning just as he was smoking his cigar after breakfast, and was very eloquent. He already owed Mr. Neefit over £500, and the debt on the first of these mornings was made up to £1,000, a receipt being given for the shop debt on one side, and a bond for the whole money, with 5 per cent. Interest, being taken in return for it. "You'd better pay off what little things you owes, Captain," said the generous breeches maker, "and then, when the time comes, we'll settle with the gent about the 'orses." Neefit played his game very well. He said not a word about selling the horses, or as to any restriction on his young "captain's" amusements. If you pull at your fish too hard you only break your line. Neefit had a very fine fish on his hook, and he meant to land it. Not a word was said about Margate on that occasion, till the little pecuniary transaction was completed. Then the captain was informed that the Neefit family would certainly spend the next week at that marine paradise, and that Polly expected the captain's company. "Them's the places," said Neefit, "where a girl grows soft as butter." This he said when the door handle was in his hand, so that the captain, had no chance of answering him. Then he came again the next morning, and returned to the subject as though the captain had already consented. There was a near approach to anger on one side, and determined opposition on the other during this interview, but it ended in acquiescence on the captain's side. Then Mr. Neefit was once more as gracious as possible. The graciousness of such men in acknowledging their own inferiority is sometimes wonderful. "You needn't be seen about with me, you know," said Mr. Neefit. This was said after Ralph had positively declared that he would not go actually with the Neefits and occupy the same apartments. "It would be altogether wrong, for Polly's sake," said Ralph, looking very wise and very moral. To this view Neefit assented, not being quite sure how far the captain might be correct in his ideas of morality. "They've been and fixed young Newton for Polly," said Mr. Waddle that morning to his friend Heir, when he was told to mark off Ralph's account in the books as settled. "Dashed if they 'aven't," the German grunted. "Old Neefit's a playing a 'igh game, ain't he?" Such was the most undeserved nickname by which this excellent tradesman was known in his own establishment. "I don't see nothing about 'igh," said the German. "'E ain't got no money. I call it low." Waddle endeavoured to explain the circumstances, but failed. "De peoples should be de peoples, and de nobles should be de nobles," said Herr Bawwah, a doctrine which was again unintelligible to Mr. Waddle. Ralph, having overcome an intense desire to throw over his engagement, to sell his horses, and to start for Jerusalem, did go down to Margate. He put himself up at an hotel there, ate his dinner, lighted a cigar, and went down upon the sands. It was growing dusk, and he thought that he should be alone, or at least uninterrupted, in a crowd. The crowd was there, and nobody in the place would know him, except the Neefits. He had not been on the sands 2 minutes before he encountered Mr. Neefit and his daughter. The breeches maker talked loud, and was extremely happy. Polly smiled, and was very pretty. In 2 minutes Neefit saw, or pretended to see, a friend, and Ralph was left with his lady love. There never was so good-natured a father. "You'll bring her home to tea, Captain," said the father, as he walked off. On that occasion Ralph abstained from all direct love-making, and Polly, when she found that it was to be so, made herself very pleasant. "The idea of your being at Margate, Mr. Newton," said Polly. "Why not I as well as another?" "Oh, I don't know. Brighton, or some of those French places, or anywhere all about the world, would be more likely for you, I should think." "Margate seems to be very jolly." "Oh, I like it. But then we are not swells, you know. Have you heard the news? Ontario Moggs is going to stand to be Member of Parliament for Percycross." "My rival!" That was the only word he uttered approaching to the subject of love. "I don't know anything about that, Mr. Newton, but it's true." "Why, Sir Thomas Underwood is going to stand." "I don't know anything about anybody else, but Ontario Moggs is going to stand. I do so hope he'll get in. They say he speaks quite beautiful. Did you ever hear him?" "I never heard him." "Ah, you may laugh, but a bootmaker can make a speech sometimes as well as a peer of Parliament. Father says that old Mr. Moggs has given him ever so much money to do it. When a man is in Parliament, Mr. Newton, doesn't that make him a gentleman?" "No." "What then?" "Nothing on earth can make a man a gentleman. You don't understand Latin, Polly?" "No. I hope that isn't necessary for a young woman." "By no means. But a poet is born and can't be made."
I'm not talking of poets. Ontario Moggs is a poet. But I know what you mean. There is something better even than to be a gentleman."
"One may be an angel, as you are, Polly."
"Oh, me! I'm not thinking of myself. I'm thinking of Ontario Moggs going into Parliament. But then he is so clever."
Ralph was not minded to be cut out by Moggs junior, after coming all the way to Margate after his lady love. The thing was to be done, and he would do it, but not to night. Then he took Polly home, and ate prawns with Mr. and Mrs. Neefit. On the next day they all went out together in a boat. The week was nearly over, and Ralph had renewed his suit more than once, when the breeches maker proceeded to put him through his facings.
"She's a coming round, ain't she, Captain?" said Mr. Neefit.
By this time Ralph hated the sight of Neefit so thoroughly that he was hardly able to repress the feeling. Indeed, he did not repress it. Whether Neefit did not see it, or, seeing it, chose to ignore the matter, cannot be said. He was, at any rate, as courteous as ever. Mrs. Neefit, overcome partly by her husband's authority, and partly induced to believe that as Ontario Moggs was going into Parliament he was no longer to be regarded as a possible husband, had yielded, and was most polite to the lover. When he came in of an evening she always gave him a double allowance of prawns, and hoped that the tea was to his liking. But she said very little more than this, standing somewhat in awe of him. Polly had been changeable, consenting to walk with him every day, but always staving the matter off when he asked her whether she thought that she yet knew him well enough to be his wife.
"Oh, not half well enough," she would say. "And then, perhaps, you know, I'm not over fond of the half that I do know."
And so it was up to the last evening, when the father put him through his facings. In respect of the Captain's behaviour to Polly, the father had no just ground of complaint, for Ralph had done his best. Indeed, Ralph was fond enough of Polly. And it was hard for a man to be much with her without becoming fond of her.
"She's a coming round, ain't she, Captain?" said Mr. Neefit.
"I can't say that she is," said Ralph, turning upon his heel near the end of the pier.
"You don't stick to her fast enough, Captain." This was not to be borne.
"I'll tell you what it is, Mr. Neefit," said Ralph. "You'd better let me alone, or else I shall be off."
"You'd only have to come back, Captain, you know," said Neefit. "Not as I want to interfere. You're on the square. I see that. As long as you're on the square, there ain't nothing I won't do. I ain't a blaming you. Only stick to her."
"Damn it all," said Ralph, turning round again in the other direction. But there was Neefit still confronting him.
"Only stick to her, Captain, and we'll pull through. I'll put her through her facings to night. She's thinking of that awkward lout of a fellow just because he's standing to be a Parliament gent." This did not improve matters, and Ralph absolutely ran away, and escaped to his hotel. He would try again in the morning, would still make her his wife if she would have him, and then swore a solemn oath that in such case he would never see his father-in-law again. Polly was not at all averse to giving him opportunities. They were together on the sands on the next morning, and he then asked her very seriously whether she did not think that there had been enough of this, that they might make up their minds to love each other, and be married, as it were, out of hand. Her father and mother wished it, and what was there against it? "You cannot doubt that I am in earnest now, Polly," he said. "I know you are in earnest well enough," she answered.
"And you do not doubt that I love you?"
"I doubt very much whether you love father," said Polly. She spoke this so sharp and quickly that he had no reply ready. "If you and I were to be married, where should we live? I should want to have father and mother with me. You'd mean that, I suppose." The girl had read his thoughts, and he hadn't a word to say for himself. "The truth is, you despise father, Mr. Newton." "No, indeed." "Yes, you do. I can see it, and perhaps it's all right that you should. I'm not saying. Of course he's not like you and your people. How should he be? Only I'm thinking, like should marry like."
"Polly, you're fit for any position in which a man could place you."
"No, I'm not. I'm not fit for any place as father wouldn't be fit for too. I'd make a better hand at it than father, I dare say, because I'm younger. But I won't go anywhere where folk is to be ashamed of father. I'd like to be a lady well enough, but it'd go against the very grain of my heart if I had a house and he wasn't to be made welcome to the best of everything."
"Polly, you're an angel."
"I'm a young woman who knows who's been good to me. He's to give me pretty nigh everything. You wouldn't be taking me if it weren't for that. And then, after all, I'm to turn my back on him because he ain't like your people. Now, never, Mr. Newton." "You're well enough, Mr. Newton, more than good enough for me, no doubt, but I won't do it. I'd cut my heart out if I was turning my back upon father."
She had spoken out with a vengeance, and Ralph didn't know that there was any more to be said. He couldn't bring himself to assure her that Mr. Neefit would be a welcome guest in his house. At this moment the breeches maker was so personally distasteful to him that he had not force enough in him to tell a lie upon the matter. They were now at the entrance of the pier at which their ways would separate.
"Good bye, Mr. Newton," said she. "There had better be an end of it, hadn't there?"
"Good bye, Polly," he said, pressing her hand as he left her. Polly walked up home with a quick step, with a tear in her eye, and with grave thoughts in her heart. It would have been very nice. She could have loved him, and she felt the attraction, and the softness, and the sweet-smelling delicateness of gentle associations. It would have been very nice. But she could not sever herself from her father. She could understand that he must be distasteful to such a man as Ralph Newton. She would not blame Ralph, but the fact that it was so shut for her the door of that Elysium. She knew that she could not be happy were she to be taken to such a mode of life as would force her to accuse herself of ingratitude to her father. And so Ralph went back to town without again seeing the breeches maker. The first thing he found in his lodgings was a note from his namesake. "Dear Sir, I am up in town, and am very anxious to see you in respect of the arrangements which have been proposed respecting the property. Will you fix a meeting as soon as you are back? Yours always, Ralph Newton, Charing Cross Hotel, 2nd October, 186 . Of course he would see his namesake. Why not? And why not take his uncle's money, and pay off Neefit, and have done with it? Neefit must be paid off, let the money come from where it would. He called at the hotel, and not finding his cousin, left a note asking him to breakfast on the following morning. And then he spent the remainder of that day in renewed doubt. He was so sick of Neefit, whose manner of eating shrimps had been a great offence added to other offences. And yet one of his great sorrows was that he should lose Polly. Polly in her way was perfect, and he felt almost sure now that Polly loved him. Girls had no right to cling to their fathers after marriage. There was Scripture warranty against it, and yet the manner in which she had spoken of her father had greatly added to his admiration. The two Ralphs breakfasted together, not having met each other since they were children, and having even then scarcely known each other. Ralph the heir had been brought up a boy at the parsonage of Newton Peele, but the other Ralph had never been taken to Newton till after his grandfather's death. The late parson had died within 12 months of his father, a wretched year, during which the squire and the parson had always squabbled, and then Ralph, who was the heir, had been transferred to the guardianship of Sir Thomas Underwood. It was only during the holidays of that one year that the two Ralphs had been together. The "dear sir" will probably be understood by the discerning reader. The squire's son had never allowed himself to call even Gregory his cousin. Ralph the heir, in writing back, had addressed him as "dear Ralph." The squire's son thought that that was very well, but chose that any such term of familiarity should come first from him who was in truth a Newton. He felt his condition, though he was accustomed to make so light of it to his father. The two young men shook hands together cordially, and were soon at work upon their eggs and kidneys. They immediately began about Gregory and the parsonage and the church and the big house. The heir to the property, though he had not been at Newton for 14 years, remembered well its slopes and lawns and knolls and little valleys. He asked after this tree and that, of this old man and that old woman, of the game and the river fishery, and the fox coverts and the otters, of which 3 or 4 were reputed to be left when he was there. Otters, it seems, were gone, but the foxes were there in plenty. "My father would be half mad if they drew the place blank," said the squire's son. "Does my uncle hunt much?" "Every Monday and Saturday, and very often on the Wednesday." "And you?" "I call myself a 3-day man, but I often make a 4th. Garth must be very far off if he don't see me. I don't do much with any other pack." "Does my uncle ride?" "Yes, he goes pretty well. He says he don't. If he gets well away, I think he rides as hard as ever he did. He don't like a stern chase." "No more do I," said Ralph the heir, "but I'm often driven to make it. What can a fellow do? An old chap turns round and goes home, and doesn't feel ashamed of himself, but we can't do that. That's the time when one ruins his horses." Then he told all about the Moonbeam, and the B&B, and his own stud. The morning was half gone, and not a word had been said about business. The squire's son felt that it was so, and rushed at the subject all in a hurry. "I told you what I have come up to town about." "Oh yes, I understand." "I suppose I may speak plainly," said the squire's son. "Why not?" said Ralph the heir. "Well, I don't know. Of course it's best. You wrote to Carey, you know." "Yes, I wrote the very moment I had made up my mind." "You had made up your mind then?" Ralph had certainly made up his mind when he wrote the letter of which they were speaking, but he was by no means sure but that his mind was not made up now in another direction. Since he had become so closely intimate with Mr. Neefit, and since Polly had so clearly explained to him her ideas as to paternal duty, his mind had veered round many points. "Yes," said he, "I had made up my mind." "I don't suppose that it can be of any use for you and me to be bargaining together," said the other Ralph. "Not in the least." "Of course it's a great thing to be heir to Newton. It's a nice property and all that. Only my father thought—" "He thought that I wanted money," said Ralph the heir. "Just that." "So I do. God knows I do. I would tell you everything. I would indeed. As to screwing a hard bargain, I'm the last man in London who would do it. I thought that your father might be willing to buy half the property." "He won't do that. You see, the great thing is the house and the park. We should both want that, shouldn't we? Of course it must be yours, and I don't know how I feel in asking you whether you want to sell it." "You needn't mind that, Ralph." "If you don't think the sum the lawyers and those chaps fixed is enough—" Then Ralph the heir, interrupting him, rose from his chair and spoke out. "My uncle has never understood me, and never will. He thinks hardly of me, and if he chooses to do so, I can't help it.
He hasn't seen me for 14 years, and of course he is entitled to think what he pleases. If he would have seen me, the whole thing might have been easier." "Don't let us go back to that, Ralph," said the Squire's son. "I don't want to go back to anything. When it comes to a fellow's parting with such prospects as mine, it does come very hard upon him. Of course, it's my own fault. I might have got along well enough, only I haven't. I am hard up for money, very hard up, and yet, if you were in my place, you wouldn't like to part with it." "Perhaps not," said the Squire's son, not knowing what to say. "As to bargaining and asking so much more, and all the rest of that, it's out of the question. Somebody fixed a price, and I suppose he knew what he was at." "That was a minimum price." "I understand. It was all fair, I don't doubt. It didn't seem a great deal, but your father might live for 30 years." "I hope he will," said the Squire's son. "As for standing off for more money, I never dreamed of such a thing. If your father thinks that, he has wronged me. But I believe he always does wrong me. And about the building, and the trees, and the leases, and the house, he might do just as he pleased for me. I have never said a word, and never shall. I must say I sometimes think he has been hard upon me. In 14 years he has never asked me to set my foot upon the estate, that I might see the place which one day must be mine." This was an accusation which the Squire's son found it very difficult to answer. It could not be answered without a reference to his own birth, and it was almost impossible that he should explain his father's feelings on the subject. "If this were settled, we should be glad that you would come," he said. "Yes," said Ralph the heir. "Yes, if I consented to give up everything that is mine by right. Do you think that a fellow can bring himself to abandon all that so easily? It's like tearing a fellow's heart out of him. If I'll do that, my uncle will let me come and see what it is that I have lost. That which would induce him to welcome me would make it impossible that I should go there. It may be that I shall sell it. I suppose I shall. But I will never look at it afterwards." As it came to this point, the tears were streaming down his cheeks, and the eyes of the other Ralph were not dry. "I wish it could be made pleasant for us all," said the Squire's son. The wish was well enough, but the expression of it was hardly needed, because it must be so general. "But all this is rot and nonsense," said Ralph the heir, brushing the tears away from his eyes, "and I am only making an ass of myself. Your father wants to know whether I will sell the reversion to Newton Priory. I will. I find I must. I don't know whether I wouldn't sooner cut my throat, but unless I cut my throat I must sell it. I had a means of escape, but that has gone by. When I wrote that letter there was a means of escape. Now there's none." "Ralph," said the other. "Well, speak on. I've about said all I've got to say. Only don't think I want to ballyrag about the money. That's right enough, no doubt. If there's more to come, the people that have to look to it will say so. I'm not going to be a Jew about it." "Ralph, I wouldn't do anything in a hurry. I won't take your answer in a hurry like this." "It's no good, my dear fellow. I must do it. I must have £5,000 at once." "You can get that from an insurance office." "And then I should have nothing to live on. I must do it. I have no way out of it, except cutting my throat." The Squire's son paused a moment, thinking. "I was told by my father," said he, "to offer you more money." "If it's worth more, the people will say so," said Ralph the heir, impetuously. "I do not want to sell it for more than it's worth. Ask them to settle it immediately. There are people I must pay money to at once." And so the Squire's son had done the Squire's errand. When he reported his success to Mr. Carey, that gentleman asked him whether he had the heir's consent in writing. At this the successful buyer was almost disposed to be angry.
But Mr. Carey softened him by an acknowledgment that he had done more than could have been expected. "I'll see his lawyer to morrow," said Mr. Carey, "and then, unless he changes his mind again, we'll soon have it settled." After that the triumphant negotiator sent a telegram home to his father. "It's settled, and the purchase is made." CHAPter 24. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 25 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Griffenbottom. On Monday, the 16th of October, Sir Thomas Underwood went down to Percycross, and the first information given him was that Mr. Westmacott and Ontario Moggs had arrived on the Saturday and were already at work. Mr. Griffenbottom was expected early on the Tuesday. "They've stolen a march on us, then," said Sir Thomas to Mr. Trigger. "Give 'em rope enough and they'll hang themselves," replied the managing agent. "There was Moggs spouting to them on his own hook on Saturday night, and Westmacott's chaps are ready to eat him, and he wanted to be doing it yesterday, Sunday, only some of them got a hold of him and wouldn't let him loose. Moggs is a great card for us, Sir Thomas. There's nothing like one of them spouting fellows to overset the coach." "Mr. Westmacott is fond of that too," said Sir Thomas. "He understands. He's used to it. He does it in the proper place. Westmacott wasn't a bad member for the place. Wasn't perhaps quite free enough with his money. But Westmacott was very decent." Sir Thomas could not help feeling that Trigger spoke of it as though he wished that the two old members might be returned. Ah, well, had it been possible, Mr. Trigger would have wished it. Mr. Trigger understood the borough, knew well the rocks before them, and would have wished it, although he had been so imperative with Mr. Griffenbottom as to the second Conservative candidate. And now Mr. Griffenbottom had sent them a man who would throw all the fat in the fire by talking of purity of election. "And Moggs has been making a fool of himself in another direction," said Trigger, thinking that no opportunity for giving a valuable hint should be lost. "He's been telling the working men already that they'll be scoundrels and knaves if they take so much as a glass of beer without paying for it." "Scoundrel is a strong word," said Sir Thomas, "but I like him for that. Percycross won't like him. Men would rather have all that left to their own feelings. They who want beer or money certainly won't thank him, and they who don't want it don't like to be suspected. Every one will take it as addressed to his neighbour, and not to himself." "We are very fond of our neighbours here, Sir Thomas, and that kind of thing won't go down." This was on the evening of the candidate's arrival, and the conversation was going on absolutely while Sir Thomas was eating his dinner. He had asked Mr. Trigger to join him, and Mr. Trigger had faintly alleged that he had dined at 3. But he soon so far changed his mind as to be able to express an opinion that he could pick a bit, and he did pick a bit. After which he drank the best part of a bottle of port, having assured Sir Thomas that the port at the Percy Standard was a sort of wine that one didn't get every day. And as he drank his port, he continued to pour in lessons of wisdom. Sir Thomas employed his mind the while in wondering when Mr. Trigger would go away, and forecasting whether Mr. Trigger would desire to drink port wine at the Percy Standard every evening during the process of canvassing. About 9 o'clock the waiter announced that a few gentlemen below desired to see Sir Thomas. "Our friends," said Mr. Trigger. "Just put chairs and bring a couple of bottles of port, John. I'm glad they're come, Sir Thomas, because it shows that they mean to take to you." Up they were shown, Messrs. Spiveycomb, Spicer, Pile, Roodylands, the bootmaker who has not yet been named, Pabsby, and 7 or 8 others. Sir Thomas shook hands with them all. He observed that Mr. Trigger was specially cordial in his treatment of Spicer, the mustard maker, as to whose defection he had been so fearful, in consequence of certain power which Mr. Westmacott might have in the wholesale disposal of mustard. "I hope you find yourself better," said Mr. Pile, opening the conversation. Sir Thomas assured his new friend that he was pretty well. "'Cause you seemed rather down on your luck when you was here before," said Mr. Pile. "No need for that," said Spicer, the man of mustard. "Is there, Trigger?" Trigger sat a little apart, with one bottle of port wine at his elbow, and took no part in the conversation. He was aware that his opportunities were so great that the outside supporters ought to have their time. "Any objection to this, Sir Thomas?" he said, taking a cigar case out of his pocket. Sir Thomas, who hated tobacco, of course gave permission. Trigger rang the bell, ordered cigars for the party, and then sat apart with his port wine. In 10 minutes Sir Thomas hardly knew where he was, so dense was the cloud of smoke. "Sir Thomas," began Mr. Pabsby, "if I could only clearly see my way—" "You'll see it clear enough before nomination day," said Mr. Pile. "Anyways, after election," said a Conservative grocer. Both these gentlemen belonged to the Established Church, and delighted in snubbing Mr. Pabsby. Indeed, Mr. Pabsby had no business at this meeting, and so he had been told very plainly by one or two, as he had joined them in the street. He explained, however, that his friend Sir Thomas had come to him the very first person in Percycross, and he carried his point in joining the party. But he was a mild man, and when he was interrupted he merely bided another opportunity. "I hope, Sir Thomas, your mind is made up to do something for our trade," said Mr. Roodylands. "What's the matter with your trade?" said Spiveycomb, the paper maker. "Well, we ain't got no jobs in it, that's the matter," said Mr. Pile. "As for jobs, what's the odds?" said a big and burly loud-mouthed tanner. "All on us likes a good thing when it comes in our way. Stow that, and don't let's be told about jobs. Sir Thomas, here's your health, and I wish you at the top of the poll, that is, next to Mr. Griffenbottom." Then they all drank to Sir Thomas's health, Mr. Pabsby filling himself a bumper for the occasion. It was 11 before they went away, at which time Mr. Pabsby had 3 times got as far as a declaration of his wish to see things clearly. Further than this he could not get, but still he went away in perfect good humour. He would have another opportunity, as he took occasion to whisper when he shook hands with the candidate. Trigger stayed even yet for half an hour. "Don't waste your time on that fellow Pabsby," he said. "No, I won't," said Sir Thomas. "And be very civil to old Pile." "He doesn't seem disposed to return the compliment," said Sir Thomas. "But he doesn't want your interest in the borough," said Trigger, with the air of a man who had great truths to teach. "In electioneering, Sir Thomas, it's mostly the same as in other matters. Nothing's to be had for nothing. If you were a retail seller of boots from Manchester, old Pile would be civil enough to you. You may snub Spicer as much as you please, because he'll expect to get something out of you." "He'll be very much deceived," said Sir Thomas. "I'm not too sure of that," said Trigger. "Spicer knows what he's about pretty well." Then at last Mr. Trigger went, assuring Sir Thomas most enthusiastically that he would be with him before 9 the next morning. Many distressing thoughts took possession of Sir Thomas as he lay in bed. He had made up his mind that he would in no way break the law, and he didn't know whether he had not broken it already by giving these people tobacco and wine. And yet it would have been impossible for him to have refused Mr. Trigger permission to order the supply. Even for the sake of the seat, even for the sake of his reputation, which was so much dearer to him than the seat, He could not have bidden guests who had come to him in his own room to go elsewhere if they required wine. It was a thing not to be done. And yet, for all he knew, Mr. Trigger might continue to order food and wine and beer and tobacco to be supplied ad libitum, and whenever he chose. How was he to put an end to it, otherwise than by throwing up the game and going back to London? That now would be gross ill usage to the Conservatives of Percycross, who by such a step would be left in the lurch without a candidate. And then was it to be expected that he should live for a week with Mr. Trigger, with no other relief than that which would be afforded by Messrs. Pile, Spiveycomb, and Company? Everything about him was reeking of tobacco. And then, when he sat down to breakfast at 9 o'clock, there would be Mr. Trigger. The next morning he was out of bed at 7, and ordered his breakfast at 8 sharp. He would steal a march on Trigger. He went out into the sitting-room, and there was Trigger, already seated in the arm-chair, studying the list of the voters of Percycross. Heavens, what a man! "I thought I'd look in early, and they told me you were coming out, or I'd have just stepped into your room." Into his very bedroom! Sir Thomas shuddered as he heard the proposition. "We've got a telegram from Griffenbottom," continued Trigger, "and he won't be here till noon. We can't begin till he comes." "Ah, then I can just write a few letters," said Sir Thomas. "I wouldn't mind letters now if I was you. If you don't mind, we'll go and look up the parsons. There are 4 or 5 of 'em, and they like to be seen, not in the way of canvassing. They're all right, of course, and there's 2 of 'em won't leave a stone unturned in the outside hamlets. But they like to be seen, and their wives like it." Whereupon Mr. Trigger ordered breakfast, and ate it. Sir Thomas reminded himself that a fortnight was, after all, but a short duration of time. He might live through a fortnight, probably, and then, when Mr. Griffenbottom came, it would be shared between 2. At noon he returned to the Percy Standard, very tired, there to await the coming of Mr. Griffenbottom. Mr. Griffenbottom didn't come till 3, and then bustled up into the sitting-room, which Sir Thomas had thought was his own, as though all Percycross belonged to him. During the last 3 hours supporters had been in and out continually, and Mr. Pabsby had made an ineffectual attempt or 2 to catch Sir Thomas alone. Trigger had been going up and down between the Standard and the station. Various men, friends and supporters of Griffenbottom and Underwood, had been brought to him. Who were paid agents, who were wealthy townsmen, who were canvassers and messengers, he did not know. There were bottles on the sideboard the whole time. Sir Thomas, in a speculative manner, endeavouring to realize to himself the individuality of this and that stranger, could only conceive that they who helped themselves were wealthy townsmen, and that they who waited till they were asked by others were paid canvassers and agents. But he knew nothing, and could only wish himself back in Southampton Buildings. At last Mr. Griffenbottom, followed by a cloud of supporters, bustled into the room. Trigger at once introduced the 2 candidates. "Very glad to meet you," said Griffenbottom. "So we're going to fight this little battle together. I remember you in the House, you know, and I dare say you remember me. I'm used to this kind of thing. I suppose you ain't. Well, Trigger, how are things looking? I suppose we'd better begin down Pump Lane. I know my way about the place, Honeywood, as well as if I was in my own bedroom. And so I ought, Trigger." "I suppose you've seen the inside of pretty nearly every house in Percycross," said Trigger. "There's some I don't want to see the inside of any more, I can tell you that. How are these new householders going to vote?" "Betwixt and between, Mr. Griffenbottom." "I never thought we should find much difference. It don't matter what rent a man pays, but what he does. I could tell you how 19 out of 20 men here would vote, if you'd tell me what they did, and who they were. What's to be done about talking to 'em?" To-morrow night we're to be in the town hall, Mr. Griffenbottom, and Thursday an open-air meeting with a balcony in the market-place." "All right. Come along. Are you good at spinning yarns to them, Honeywood?" "I don't like it, if you mean that," said Sir Thomas. "It's better than canvassing, by George. Anything is better than that. Come along. We may get Pump Lane and Petticoat Yard and those back alleys done before dinner. You've got cards, of course, Trigger?" And the old accustomed electioneer led the way out to his work. Mr. Griffenbottom was a heavy, hale man, over 60, somewhat inclined to be corpulent, with a red face and a look of assured impudence about him which nothing could quell or diminish. The kind of life which he had led was one to which impudence was essentially necessary. He had done nothing for the world to justify him in assuming the airs of a great man, but still he could assume them, and many believed in him. He could boast neither birth, nor talent, nor wit, nor indeed wealth in the ordinary sense of the word. Though he had worked hard all his life at the business to which he belonged, he was a poorer man now than he had been 30 years ago. It had all gone in procuring him a seat in Parliament, and he had so much sense that he never complained. He had known what it was that he wanted, and what it was that he must pay for. He had paid for it, and had got it, and was, in his fashion, contented. If he could only have continued to have it without paying for it again, how great would have been the blessing! But he was a man who knew that such blessings were not to be expected. After the first feeling of disgust was over on the receipt of Trigger's letter, he put his collar to the work again, and was prepared to draw his purse, intending, of course, that the new candidate should bear as much as possible of this drain. He knew well that there was a prospect before him of abject misery, for life without Parliament would be such to him. There would be no salt left for him in the earth if he was ousted, and yet no man could say why he should have cared to sit in Parliament. He rarely spoke, and when he did, no one listened to him. He was anxious for no political measures. He was a favourite with no section of a party. He spent all his evenings at the House, but it can hardly be imagined that those evenings were pleasantly spent. But he rubbed his shoulders against the shoulders of great men, and occasionally stood upon their staircases. At any rate, such as was the life, it was his life, and he had no time left to choose another. He considered himself on this occasion pretty nearly sure to be elected. He knew the borough, and was sure. But then there was that accursed system of petitioning, which, according to his ideas, was un-English, ungentlemanlike, and unpatriotic. A stand-up fight, and if you're licked, take it. That was his idea of what an election should be. Sir Thomas, who only just remembered the appearance of the man in the House, at once took an extravagant dislike to him. It was abominable to him to be called Underwood by a man who did not know him. It was nauseous to him to be forced into close relations with a man who seemed to him to be rough and ill-mannered, and judging from what he saw, he gave his colleague credit for no good qualities. Now, Mr. Griffenbottom had good qualities. He was possessed of pluck. He was in the main good-natured, and though he could resent an offence with ferocity, he could forgive an offence with ease. Hit 'em hard, and then have an end of it. That was Mr. Griffenbottom's mode of dealing with the offenders and the offences with which he came in contact. In every house they entered Griffenbottom was at home, and Sir Thomas was a stranger of whom the inmates had barely heard the name. Griffenbottom was very good at canvassing the poorer classes. He said not a word to them about politics, but asked them all whether they didn't dislike that fellow Gladstone, who was one thing one day and another thing another day. "By God, nobody knows what he is," swore Mr. Griffenbottom over and over again. The women mostly said that they didn't know, but they liked the blue. "Blues always was gallanter nor the yellow," said one of them. They who expressed an opinion at all hoped that their husbands would vote for him as 'd do the most for 'em. "The big loaf, that's what we want," said one mother of many children, taking Sir Thomas by the hand. There were some who took advantage of the occasion to pour out their tales of daily griefs into the ears of their visitors. To these Griffenbottom was rather short and hard. "What we want, my dear, is your husband's vote and interest. We'll hear all the rest another time." Sir Thomas would have lingered and listened, but Griffenbottom knew that 1,400 voters had to be visited in 10 days, and work as they would, they could not see 140 a day. Trigger explained it all to Sir Thomas. "You can't work above 7 hours, and you can't do 20 an hour. And much of the ground you must do twice over. If you stay to talk to them, you might as well be in London. Mr. Griffenbottom understands it so well, you'd better keep your eye on him." There could be no object in the world on which Sir Thomas was less desirous of keeping his eye. The men, who were much more difficult to find than the women, had generally less to say for themselves. Most of them understood at once what was wanted, and promised; for it must be understood that on this their first day the Conservative brigade was moving among its firm friends. In Petticoat Yard lived papermakers in the employment of Mr. Spiveycomb, and in Pump Lane the majority of the inhabitants were employed by Mr. Spicer, of the mustard works. The manufactories of both these men were visited, and there the voters were booked much quicker than at the rate of 20 an hour. Here and there a man would hold some peculiar opinion of his own. The Permissive Bill was asked for by an energetic teetotaler, and others, even in these Tory quarters, suggested the ballot. But they all, or nearly all of them, promised their votes. Now and again some sturdy fellow, seeming to be half ashamed of himself in opposing all those around him, would say shortly that he meant to vote for Moggs, and pass on. "You do you?" Sir Thomas heard Mr. Spicer say to one such man. "Yes, I does," said the man. Sir Thomas heard no more, but he felt how perilous was the position on which a candidate stood under the present law. As regarded Sir Thomas himself, he felt as the evening was coming on that he had hardly done his share of the work. Mr. Griffenbottom had canvassed, and he had walked behind. Every now and then he had attempted a little conversation, but in that he had been immediately pulled up by the conscientious and energetic Mr. Trigger. As for asking for votes, he hardly knew, when he had been carried back into the main street through a labyrinth of alleys at the back of Petticoat Yard, whether he had asked any man for his vote or not. With the booking of the votes he had, of course, nothing to do. There were 3 men with books, 3 other men to open the doors and show the way, and make suggestions on the expediency of going hither or thither. Sir Thomas would always have been last in the procession had there not been one silent, civil person whose duty it seemed to be to bring up the rear. If ever Sir Thomas lingered behind to speak to a poor woman, there was this silent, civil person lingering too. The influence of the silent, civil person was so strong that Sir Thomas could not linger much. As they came into the main street they encountered the opposition party, Mr. Westmacott, Ontario Moggs, and their supporters. "I'll introduce you," said Mr. Griffenbottom to his colleague. "Come along, it's the thing to do." And they went in the middle of the way. Poor Ontario was hanging behind, but holding up his head gallantly, and endeavouring to look as though he were equal to the occasion. Griffenbottom and Westmacott shook hands cordially, and complained with mutual sighs that household suffrage had made the work a deal harder than ever. "And I'm only a week up from the gout," said Griffenbottom. Then Sir Thomas and Westmacott were introduced, and at last Ontario was brought forward. He bowed and attempted to make a little speech, but nobody in one army or in the other seemed to care much for poor Ontario. He knew that it was so, but that mattered little to him. If he were destined to represent Percycross in Parliament, it must be by the free votes and unbiassed political aspirations of the honest working men of the borough. So remembering, he stood aloof, stuck his hand into his breast, and held up his head something higher than before. Though the candidates had thus greeted each other at this chance meeting, the other parties in the contending armies had exhibited no courtesies. The weariness of Sir Thomas when this first day's canvass was over was so great that he was tempted to go to bed and ask for a bowl of gruel. Nothing kept him from doing so but amazement at the courage and endurance of Mr. Griffenbottom. "We could get at a few of those chaps who are at the works if we went out at 8, said Griffenbottom. Trigger suggested that Mr. Griffenbottom would be very tired. Trigger himself was perhaps tired. "Oh, tired!" said Griffenbottom. "A man has to be tired at this work." Sir Thomas perceived that Griffenbottom was at least 10 years his senior, and that he was still almost lame from the gout. "You'll be ready, Underwood?" said Griffenbottom. Sir Thomas felt himself bound to undertake whatever might be thought necessary. "If we were at it day and night, it wouldn't be too much," said Griffenbottom, as he prepared to amuse himself with one of the poll books till dinner should be on the table. "Didn't we see Jacob Pucky?" asked the energetic candidate, observing that the man's name wasn't marked. "To be sure we did. I was speaking to him myself. He was one of those who didn't know till the day came. We know what that means, eh, Honeywood?" Sir Thomas wasn't quite sure that he did know, but he presumed that it meant something dishonest. Again Mr. Trigger dined with them, and as soon as ever their dinner was swallowed they were out again at their work, Sir Thomas being dragged from door to door while Griffenbottom asked for the votes. And this was to last yet for 10 days more. End of Chapter 25. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 26 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Moggs, Purity, and the Rights of Labour. Mr. Trigger had hinted that Ontario Moggs would be a thorn in the flesh of Mr. Westmacott's supporters at Percycross, and he had been right. Ontario was timid, hesitating, and not unfrequently browbeaten in the social part of his work at the election. Though he made great struggles, he could neither talk, nor walk, nor eat, nor sit as though he were the equal of his colleague. But when they came to politics and political management, there was no holding him. He would make speeches when speeches were not held to be desirable by his committee, and he was loud upon topics as to which it was thought that no allusion whatever should have been made. To talk about the ballot had from the first been conceded to Moggs. Mr. Westmacott was, indeed, opposed to the ballot, but it had been a matter of course that the candidate of the people should support that measure. The ballot would have been a safety valve, but Moggs was so cross-grained, ill-conditioned, and uncontrollable, that he would not let the ballot suffice him. The ballot was almost nothing to him. Strikes and bribery were his great subjects. The beauty of the one and the ugliness of the other. The right of the labourer to combine with his brother labourers, to make his own terms for his labour, was the great lesson he taught. The suicidal iniquity of the labourer in selling that political power which he should use to protect his labour was the source of his burning indignation. That labour was the salt of the earth he told the men of Percycross very often, and he told them as often that manliness and courage were necessary to make that salt productive. Gradually the men of Percycross, some said that they were only the boys of Percycross, clustered round him and learned to like to listen to him. They came to understand something of the character of the man who was almost too shamefaced to speak to them while he was being dragged round their homes on his canvas, but whom nothing could repress when he was on his legs with a crowd before him. It was in vain that the managing agent told him that he would not get a vote by his spouting and shouting. On such occasions he hardly answered a word to the managing agent, but the spouting and shouting went on just the same, and was certainly popular among the bootmakers and tanners. Mr. Westmacott was asked to interfere, and did so once in some mild fashion, but Ontario replied that, having been called to this sphere of action, he could only do his duty according to his own lights. The young men's presidents and secretaries and chairmen were for a while somewhat frightened, having been assured by the managing men of the Liberal Committee that the election would be lost by the furious insanity of their candidate. But they decided upon supporting Moggs, having found that they would be deposed from their seats if they discarded him. At last, when the futile efforts to control Moggs had been maintained with patience for something over a week, when it still wanted 4 or 5 days to the election, an actual split was made in the Liberal camp. Moggs was turned adrift by the Westmacottian faction. Bills were placarded about the town, explaining the cruel necessity for such action, and describing Moggs as a revolutionary firebrand. And now there were 3 parties in the town. Mr. Trigger rejoiced over this greatly with Mr. Griffenbottom. "If they haven't been and cut their throats now, it is a wonder," he said over and over again. Even Sir Thomas caught something of the feeling of triumph, and began almost to hope that he might be successful. Nevertheless, the number of men who could not quite make up their minds as to what duty required of them till the day of the election was considerable, and Mr. Pile triumphantly whispered into Mr. Trigger's ear his conviction that, after all, things weren't going to be changed at Percycross quite so easily as some people supposed. When Moggs was utterly discarded by the respectable leaders of the Liberal party in the borough, turned out of the Liberal inn at which were the headquarters of the party, and refused the rights of participating in the Liberal breakfasts and dinners which were there provided, Moggs felt himself to be a triumphant martyr. His portmanteau and hat-box were carried by an admiring throng down to the Cordwainers' Arms, a house not, indeed, of the highest repute in the town, and here a separate committee was formed. Mr. Westmacott did his best to avert the secession, but his supporters were inexorable. The Liberal tradesmen of Percycross would have nothing to do with a candidate who declared that, inasmuch as a man's mind was more worthy than a man's money, labour was more worthy than capital, and that, therefore, the men should dominate and rule their masters. This was a doctrine necessarily abominable to every master tradesman. The men were to decide how many hours they would work, what recreation they would have, in what fashion and at what rate they would be paid, and what proportion of the profit should be allowed to the members and masters and creators of the firm. That was the doctrine that Moggs was preaching. The tradesmen of Percycross, whether Liberal or Conservative, did not understand much in the world of politics, but they did understand that such a doctrine as that, if carried out, would take them to a very Gehenna of revolutionary desolation. And so Moggs was banished from the Northern Star, the inn at which Mr. Westmacott was living, and was forced to set up his Radical staff at the Cordwainers' Arms. In one respect he certainly gained much by this persecution. The record of his election doings would have been confined to the columns of the Percycross Herald, had he carried on his candidature after the usual fashion. But as it was now, his doings were blazoned in the London newspapers. The Daily News reported him, and gave him an article all to himself, and even the Times condescended to make an example of him, and to bring him up as evidence that revolutionary doctrines were distasteful to the electors of the country generally. The fame of Ontario Moggs certainly became more familiar to the ears of the world at large than it would have done had he continued to run in a pair with Mr. Westmacott. And that was everything to him. Polly Neefit must hear of him, now that his name had become a household word in the London newspapers. And in another respect he gained much. All personal canvassing was now at an end for him. There could be no use in his going about from house to house asking for votes. Indeed, he had discovered that to do so was a thing iniquitous in itself, a demoralizing practice tending to falsehood, intimidation, and corruption, a thing to be denounced. And he denounced it. Let the men of Percycross hear him, question him in public, learn from his spoken words what were his political principles, and then vote for him if they pleased. He would condescend to ask a vote as a favour from no man. It was for them rather to ask him to bestow upon them the gift of his time and such ability as he possessed. He took a very high tone indeed in his speeches, and was saved the labour of parading the streets. During these days he looked down from an immeasurable height on the truckling, mean, sordid doings of Griffenbottom, Underwood, and Westmacott. A huge board had been hoisted up over the somewhat low frontage of the Cordwainers' Arms, and on this was painted in letters 2 feet high a legend which it delighted him to read: Moggs, Purity, and the Rights of Labour. Ah, if that could only be understood, there was enough in it to bring back an age of gold to suffering humanity. No other reform would be needed. In that short legend everything necessary for man was contained. Mr. Pile and Mr. Trigger stood together one evening looking at the legend from a distance. Moggs and Purity, said Mr. Pile, in that tone of disgust and with that peculiar action which had become common to him in speaking of this election. He hasn't a ghost of a chance, said Mr. Trigger, who was always looking straight at the main point, nor yet has Westmacott. There's worse than Westmacott, said Mr. Pile. But what can we do? said Trigger. Purity, Purity, said the old man. It makes me that sick that I wish there weren't such a thing as a member of Parliament. Purity and pickpockets is about the same. When I'm amongst 'em I buttons up my breeches pockets. But what can we do? asked Mr. Trigger again, in a voice of woe. Mr. Trigger quite sympathized with his older friend, but being a younger man he knew that these innovations must be endured. Then Mr. Pile made a speech of such length that he had never been known to make the like of before, so that Mr. Trigger felt that things had become very serious, and that, not impossibly, Mr. Pile might be so affected by this election as never again to hold up his head in Percycross. Purity, Purity, he repeated. They're a going on that way, Trigger, that the country soon won't be fit for a man to live in. And what's the meaning of it all? It's just this, that folks wants what they wants without paying for it. I hate purity, I do. I hate the very smell of it. It stinks. When I see the chaps as come here and talk of purity, I know they means that nothing ain't to be as it used to be. Nobody is to trust no one. There ain't to be nothing warm, nor friendly, nor comfortable any more. This Sir Thomas you've brought down is just as bad as that shoemaking chap. Worse, if anything. I know what's a-going on inside him. I can see it. If a man takes a glass of wine out of his bottle, he's a-asking himself if that ain't bribery and corruption. He's got a handle to his name and money, I suppose, and comes down here without knowing a chick or a child. Why isn't a poor man, as can't hardly live, to have his 3 half-crowns or 15 shillings, as things may go, for voting for a stranger such as him? I'll tell you what it is, Trigger, I've done with it. Things have come to that in the borough that I'll meddle and make no more." Mr. Trigger, as he listened to this eloquence, could only sigh and shake his head. "I did think it would last my time," added Mr. Pile, almost weeping. Moggs would steal out of the house in the early morning, look up at the big bright red letters, and rejoice in his very heart of hearts. He had not lived in vain when his name had been joined, in the public view of men, with words so glorious, purity and the rights of labour. "It contains just everything," said Moggs to himself, as he sat down to his modest lonely breakfast. After that, sitting with his hands clasped upon his brow, disdaining the use of pen and paper for such work, he composed his speech for the evening, a speech framed with the purpose of proving to his hearers that purity and the rights of labour combined would make them as angels upon the earth. As for himself, Moggs, he explained in his speech, analyzing the big board which adorned the house, it mattered little whether they did or did not return him. But let them be always persistent in returning on every possible occasion purity and the rights of labour, and then all other good things would follow to them. He enjoyed at any rate that supreme delight which a man feels when he thoroughly believes his own doctrine. But the days were very long with him. When the evening came, when his friends were relieved from their toil and could assemble here and there through the borough to hear him preach to them, he was happy enough. He had certainly achieved so much that they preferred him now to their own presidents and chairmen. There was an enthusiasm for Moggs among the labouring men of Percycross, and he was always happy while he was addressing them. But the hours in the morning were long and sometimes melancholy. Though all the town was busy with these electioneering doings, there was nothing for him to do. His rivals canvassed, consulted, roamed through the town, as he could see, filching votes from him. But he, too noble for such work as that, sat there alone in the little upstairs parlour of the Cordwainers' Arms, thinking of his speech for the evening, thinking too of Polly Neefit. And then of a sudden it occurred to him that it would be good to write a letter to Polly from Percycross. Surely the fact that he was waging this grand battle would have some effect upon her heart. So he wrote the following letter, which reached Polly about a week after her return home from Margate. Cordwainers' Arms Inn, Percycross, 14 October, 186 . My dear Polly, I hope you won't be angry with me for writing to you. I am here in the midst of the turmoil of a contested election, and I cannot refrain from writing to tell you about it. Out of a full heart, they say, the mouth speaks, and out of a very full heart I am speaking to you with my pen. The honourable prospect of having a seat in the British House of Parliament, which I regard as the highest dignity that a Briton can enjoy, is very much to me, and fills my mind, and my heart, and my soul. But it all is not so much to me as your love. If only I could win that seat! If I could sit there in your heart and be chosen by you, not for a short 7 years, but for life, I should be prouder and happier of that honour than of any other. It ought not perhaps to be so, but it is. I have to speak here to the people very often, but I never open my mouth without thinking that if I had you to hear me, I could speak with more energy and spirit. If I could gain your love and the seat for this borough together, I should have done more than emperor or conqueror or high priest ever accomplished. I don't know whether you understand much about elections. When I first came here I was joined with a gentleman who was one of the old members. But now I stand alone, because he does not comprehend or sympathize with the advanced doctrines which it is my mission to preach to the people. Purity and the rights of labour, those are my watchwords. But there are many here who hate the very name of purity, and who know nothing of the rights of labour. Labor, dear Polly, is the salt of the earth, and I hope that some day I may have the privilege of teaching you that it is so. For myself, I do not see why ladies should not understand politics as well as men, and I think that they ought to vote. I hope you think that women ought to have the franchise. We are to be nominated on Monday, and the elections will take place on Tuesday. I shall be nominated and seconded by 2 electors who are working men. I would sooner have their support than that of the greatest magnate in the land. But your support would be better for me than anything else in the world. People here, as a rule, are very lukewarm about the ballot, and they seemed to know very little about strikes till I came among them. Without combination and mutual support, the working people must be ground to powder. If I am sent to Parliament, I shall feel it to be my duty to insist upon this doctrine in season and out of season, whenever I can make my voice heard. But oh, Polly, if I could do it with you for my wife, my voice would be so much louder. Pray give my best respects to your father and mother. I am afraid I have not your father's good wishes, but perhaps if he saw me filling the honourable position of Member of Parliament for Percycross, he might relent. If you would condescend to write me one word in reply, I should be prouder of that than of anything. I suppose I shall be here till Wednesday morning. If you would say but one kind word to me, I think that it would help me on the great day. I am and ever shall be your most affectionate admirer, Ontario Moggs. Polly received this on the Monday, the day of the nomination, and though she did answer it at once, Ontario did not get her reply till the contest was over, and that great day had done its best and its worst for him. But Polly's letter shall be given here. To a well-bred young lady, living in good society, the mixture of politics and love which had filled Ontario's epistle might perhaps have been unacceptable. But Polly thought that the letter was a good letter, and was proud of being so noticed by a young man who was standing for Parliament. She sympathized with his enthusiasm, and thought that she would like to be taught by him that labour was the salt of the earth, if only he were not so awkward and long, and if his hands were habitually a little cleaner. She could not, however, take upon herself to give him any hope in that direction, and therefore confined her answer to the parliamentary prospects of the hour. "Dear Mr. Moggs," she wrote, "I was very much pleased when I heard that you were going to stand for a Member of Parliament, and I wish with all my heart that you may be successful. I shall think it a very great honour indeed to know a Member of Parliament, as I have known you for nearly all my life. I am sure you will do a great deal of good, and prevent the people from being wicked. As for ladies voting, I don't think I should like that myself, though if I had 20 votes I would give them to you, because I have known you so long. Father and mother send their respects, and hope you will be successful. Yours truly, Maryanne Neefit, Alexandra Cottage, Monday." When Moggs received this letter he was, not unnaturally, in a state of great agitation in reference to the contest through which he had just passed, but still he thought very much of it, and put it in his breast where it would lie near his heart. Ah, if only one word of warmth had been allowed to escape from the writer, how happy could he have been! "Yes," he said scornfully, "because she has known me all her life." Nevertheless, the paper which her hand had pressed, and the letters which her fingers had formed, were placed close to his heart. Chapter 26. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 27 of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moonbeam. Ralph the Heir had given his answer, and the thing was settled. He had abandoned his property for ever, and was to be put into immediate possession of a large sum of money, of a sum so large that it would seem at once to make him a rich man. He knew, however, that if he should spend this money he would be a pauper for life, and he knew also how great was his facility for spending. There might, however, be at least 1,000 a year for him and for his heirs after him, and surely it ought to be easy for him to live upon 1,000 a year. As he thought of this, he tried to make the best of it. He had at any rate rescued himself out of the hands of Neefit, who had become intolerable to him. As for Polly, she had refused him twice. Polly was a very sweet girl, but he could not make it a matter of regret to himself that he should have lost Polly. Had Polly been all alone in the world, she would have been well enough, but Polly with Papa and Mamma Neefit must have been a mistake. It was well for him, at any rate, that he was out of that trouble. As regards the Neefits, it would be simply necessary that he should pay the breeches maker the money that he owed them, and go no more either to Conduit Street or to Hendon. And then what else should he do, or leave undone? In what other direction should he be active or inactive? He was well aware that hitherto he had utterly wasted his life. Born with glorious prospects, he had now so dissipated them that there was nothing left for him but a quiet and very unambitious mode of life. Of means he had sufficient, if only he could keep that sufficiency. But he knew himself, he feared that he knew himself too well to trust himself to keep that which he had, unless he altogether changed his manner of living. To be a hybrid at the Moonbeam for life, half hero and half dupe among grooms and stable keepers, was not satisfactory to him. He could see and could appreciate better things, and could long for them, but he could not attain to anything better unless he were to alter altogether his mode of life. Would it not be well for him to get a wife? He was rid of Polly, who had been an incubus to him, and now he could choose for himself. He wrote to his brother Gregory, telling his brother what he had done. The writing of letters was ever a trouble to him, and on this occasion he told his tidings in a line or two. Dear Greg, I have accepted my uncle's offer. It was better so. When I wrote to you before, things were different. I need not tell you that my heart is sore for the old place. Had I stuck to it, however, I should have beggared you and disgraced myself. Yours affectionately, R.N. That was all. What more was to be said, which in the saying could be serviceable to any one? The dear old place! He would never see it again. Nothing on earth should induce him to go there, now that it could under no circumstances be his own. It would still belong to a Newton, and he would try and take comfort in that. He might at any rate have done worse with it. He might have squandered his interest among the Jews, and so have treated his inheritance that it must have been sold among strangers. He was very low in spirits for 2 or 3 days, thinking of all this. He had been with his lawyer, and his lawyer had told him that it must yet be some weeks before the sale would be perfected. Now that it is done, the sooner the better, said Ralph. The lawyer told him that if he absolutely wanted ready money for his present needs, he could have it, but that otherwise it would be better for him to wait patiently, say for a month. He was not absolutely in want of money, having still funds which had been supplied to him by the breeches maker, but he could not remain in town. Were he to remain in town, Neefit would be upon him, and in truth, though he was quite clear in his conscience in regard to Polly, he did not wish to have to explain personally to Mr. Neefit that he had sold his interest in Newton Priory. The moment the money was in his hands he would pay Mr. Neefit, and then? Why, then he thought that he would be entitled to have Mr. Neefit told that he was not at home, should Mr. Neefit trouble him again. He would marry and live somewhere very quietly, perhaps take a small farm and keep one hunter. His means would be sufficient for that, even with a wife and family. Yes, that would be the kind of life most suited for him. He would make a great change. He would be simple in his habits, domestic and extravagant in nothing. To hunt once a week from his own little country house would be delightful. Who should be the mistress of that home? That of all questions was now the most important. The reader may remember a certain trifling incident which took place some 3 or 4 months since on the lawn at Popham Villa. It was an incident which Clary Underwood had certainly never forgotten. It is hardly too much to say that she thought of it every hour. She thought of it as a great sin, but as a sin which had been forgiven, and though a grievous sin, as strong evidence of that which was not sinful, and which if true would be so full of joy. Clary had never forgotten this incident, but Ralph had forgotten it nearly altogether. That he had accompanied the incident by any assurance of his love, by any mention of love intended to mean anything, he was altogether unaware. He would have been ready to swear that he had never so committed himself. Little tender passages, of course, there had been. Such are common, so he thought, when young ladies and young gentlemen know each other well and are fond of each other's company. But that he owed himself to Clarissa Underwood, and that he would sin grievously against her should he give himself to another, he had no idea. It merely occurred to him that there might be some slight preparatory embarrassment were he to offer his hand to Mary Bonner. Yet he thought that of all the girls in the world Mary Bonner was the one to whom he would best like to offer it. It might indeed be possible for him to marry some young woman with money, but in his present frame of mind he was opposed to any such effort. Hitherto things with him had been all worldly, empty, useless, and at the same time distasteful. He was to have married Polly Neefit for her money, and he had been wretched ever since he had entertained the idea. Love and a cottage were, he knew, things incompatible. But the love and the cottage implied in those words were synonymous with absolute poverty. Love with £30,000, even though it should have a cottage joined with it, need not be a poverty-stricken love. He was sick of the world such as he had made it for himself, and he would see if he could not do something better. He would first get Mary Bonner, and then he would get the farm. He was so much delighted with the scheme which he thus made for himself, that he went to his club and dined there pleasantly, allowing himself a bottle of champagne, as a sort of reward for having made up his mind to so much virtue. He met a friend or two, and spent a pleasant evening, and as he walked home to his lodgings in the evening, was quite in love with his prospects. It was well for him to have rid himself of the burden of an inheritance which might perhaps not have been his for the next 25 years. As he undressed himself he considered whether it would be well for him at once to throw himself at Mary Bonner's feet. There were 2 reasons for not doing this quite immediately. He had been told by his lawyer that he ought to wait for some form of assent or agreement from the Squire before he took any important step as consequent upon the new arrangement in regard to the property. And then Sir Thomas was still among the electors at Percycross. He wished to do everything that was proper, and would wait for the return of Sir Thomas. But he must do something at once. To remain in his lodgings and at his club was not in accord with that better path in life which he had chalked out for himself. Of course he must go down to the Moonbeam. He had 4 horses there, and must sell at least 3 of them. 1 hunter he intended to allow himself. There were Bragg, Banker, Buff, and Brewer, and he thought that he would keep Bragg. Bragg was only 6 years old, and might last him for the next 7 years. In the meantime he could see a little cub hunting, and live at the Moonbeam for a week, at any rate as cheaply as he could in London. So he went down to the Moonbeam and put himself under the charge of Mr. Horsball. And here he found himself in luck. Lieutenant Cox was there, and with the lieutenant a certain Fred Pepper, who hunted habitually with the B&B. Lieutenant Cox had soon told his little tale. He had sold out, and had promised his family that he would go to Australia. But he intended to take one more winter out of himself, as he phrased it. He had made a bargain to that effect with his governor. His debts had been paid, his commission had been sold, and he was to be shipped for Queensland. But he was to have one more winter with the B&B. An open, good-humoured, shrewd youth was Lieutenant Cox, who suffered nothing from false shame, and was intelligent enough to know that life at the rate of £1,200 a year, with £400 to spend, must come to an end. Fred Pepper was a young man of about 45, who had hunted with the B&B, and lived at the Moonbeam from a time beyond which the memory of Mr. Horsball's present customers went not. He was the father of the Moonbeam, Mr. Horsball himself having come there since the days in which Fred Pepper first became familiar with its loose boxes. No one knew how he lived or how he got his horses. He had, however, a very pretty knack of selling them, and certainly paid Mr. Horsball regularly. He was wont to vanish in April, and would always turn up again in October. Some people called him the Dormouse. He was good-humoured, good-looking after a horsey fashion, clever, agreeable, and quite willing to submit himself to any nickname that could be found for him. He liked a rubber of whist, and was supposed to make something out of bets with bad players. He rode very carefully, and was altogether averse to ostentation and bluster in the field. But he could make a horse do anything when he wanted to sell him, and could on an occasion give a lead as well as any man. Everybody liked him, and various things were constantly said in his praise. He was never known to borrow a sovereign. He had been known to lend a horse. He did not drink. He was a very safe man in the field. He did not lie outrageously in selling his horses. He did not cheat at cards. As long as he had a drop of drink left in his flask, he would share it with any friend. He never boasted. He was much given to chaff, but his chaff was good-humoured. He was generous with his cigars. Such were his virtues. That he had no adequate means of his own, and that he never earned a penny, that he lived chiefly by gambling, that he had no pursuit in life but pleasure, that he never went inside a church, that he never gave away a shilling, that he was of no use to any human being, and that no one could believe a word he said of himself, these were specks upon his character. Taken as a whole, Fred Pepper was certainly very popular with the gentlemen and ladies of the B&B. Ralph Newton, when he dropped down upon the Moonbeam, was made loudly welcome. Mr. Horsball, whose bill for £500 had been honoured at its first day of maturity, not a little, perhaps, to his own surprise, treated Ralph almost as a hero. When Ralph made some reference to the remainder of the money due, Mr. Horsball expressed himself as quite shocked at the allusion. He had really had the greatest regret in asking Mr. Newton for his note of hand, and would not have done it had not an unforeseen circumstance called upon him suddenly to make up a few thousands. He had felt very much obliged to Mr. Newton for his prompt kindness. There needn't be a word about the remainder, and if Mr. Newton wanted something specially good for the next season, as of course he would, Mr. Horsball had just the horse that would suit him. "You'll about want a couple more, Mr. Newton," said Mr. Horsball. Then Ralph told something of his plans to this master of the studs, something, but not much. He said nothing of the sale of his property, and nothing quite definite as to that one horse with which his hunting was to be done for the future. "I'm going to turn over a new leaf, Horsball," he said. "Not going to be spliced, Squire?" "Well, I can't say that I am, but I won't say that I ain't. but I'm certainly going to make a change which will take me away from your fatherly care." "I'm sorry for that, Squire. We think we've always taken great care of you here." "The very best in the world, but a man must settle down in the world some day, you know. I want a nice bit of land, 150 acres or something of that sort." "To purchase, Squire?" "I don't care whether I buy it or take it on lease, but it mustn't be in this county. I am too well known here, and should always want to be out when I ought to be looking after the stock." "You'll take the season out of yourself first, at any rate," said Mr. Horsball. Ralph shook his head, but Mr. Horsball felt nearly sure of his customer for the ensuing winter. It is not easy for a man to part with 4 horses, 7 or 8 saddles, an establishment of bridles, horse sheets, spurs, rollers, and bandages, a pet groom, a room full of top boots, and leather breeches beyond the power of counting. This is a wealth which it is easy to increase, but of which it is very difficult to get quit. "I think I shall sell," said Ralph. "We'll talk about that in April," said Mr. Horsball. He went out cub hunting 3 or 4 times, and spent the intermediate days playing dummy whist with Fred Pepper and Cox, who was no longer a lieutenant. Ralph felt that this was not the sort of beginning for his better life which would have been most appropriate. But then he hardly had an opportunity of beginning that better life quite at once. He must wait till something more definite had been done about the property, and above all things till Sir Thomas should be back from canvassing. He did, however, so far begin his better life as to declare that the points at whist must be low, shilling points, with half a crown on the rubber. "Quite enough for this kind of thing," said Fred Pepper. "We only want just something to do." And Ralph, when at the end of the week he had lost only a matter of £15, congratulated himself on having begun his better life. Cox and Fred Pepper, who divided the trifle between them, laughed at the bagatelle. But before he left the Moonbeam things had assumed a shape which, when looked at all round, was not altogether pleasant to him. Before he had been 3 days at the place he received a letter from his lawyer, telling him that his uncle had given his formal assent to the purchase, and had offered to pay the stipulated sum as soon as Ralph would be willing to receive it. As to any further sum that might be forthcoming, a valuer should be agreed upon at once. The actual deed of sale and transfer would be ready by the middle of November, and the lawyer advised Ralph to postpone his acceptance of the money till that deed should have been executed. It was evident from the letter that there was no need on his part to hurry back to town. This letter he found waiting for him on his return one day from hunting. There had been a pretty run, very fast with a kill, as there will sometimes be in cub hunting in October, though as a rule of all sports cub hunting is the sorriest. Ralph had ridden his favourite horse, Brag, and Mr. Pepper had taken out, just to try him, a little animal of his that he had bought, as he said, quite at haphazard. He knew nothing about him, and was rather afraid that he had been done. But the little horse seemed to have a dash of pace about him, and in the evening there was some talk of the animal. Fred Pepper thought that the little horse was faster than Brag. Fred Pepper never praised his own horses loudly, and when Brag's merits were chanted, said that perhaps Ralph was right. Would Ralph throw his leg over the little horse on Friday and try him? On the Friday Ralph did throw his leg over the little horse, and there was another burst. Ralph was obliged to confess, as they came home together in the afternoon, that he had never been better carried. "I can see what he is now," said Fred Pepper. "He is one of those little horses that one don't get every day. He's up to a stone over my weight, too." Now Ralph and Fred Pepper each rode 13 stone and a half. On that day they dined together, and there was much talk as to the future prospects of the men. Not that Fred Pepper ever said anything of his future prospects. No one ever presumed him to have a prospect, or suggested to him to look for one. But Cox had been very communicative and confidential, and Ralph had been prompt to say something of himself. Fred Pepper, though he had no future of his own, could be pleasantly interested about the future of another, and had quite agreed with Ralph that he ought to settle himself. The only difficulty was in deciding the when. Cox intended to settle himself too, but Cox was quite clear as to the wisdom of taking another season out of himself. He was prepared to prove that it would be sheer waste of time and money not to do so. "Here I am," said Cox, "and a fellow always saves money by staying where he is." There was a sparkle of truth in this, which Ralph Newton found himself unable to deny. "You'll never have another chance," said Pepper. "That's another thing," said Cox. "Of course I shan't. I've turned it round every side, and I know what I'm about. As for horses, I believe they sell better in April than they do in October. Men know what they are then." Fred Pepper would not exactly back this opinion, but he ventured to suggest that there was not so much difference as some men supposed. "If you are to jump into the cold water," said Ralph, "you'd better take the plunge at once." "I'd sooner do it in summer than winter," said Fred Pepper. "Of course," said Cox, "if you must give up hunting, do it at the end of the season, not at the beginning. There's a time for all things. Ring the bell, Dormouse, and we'll have another bottle of claret before we go to dummy." "If I stay here for the winter," said Ralph, "I should want another horse, though I might perhaps get through with 4. "Of course you might," said Pepper, who never spoilt his own market by pressing. "I'd rather give up altogether than do it in a scratch way," said Ralph. "I've got into a fashion of having a second horse, and I like it." "It's the greatest luxury in the world," said Cox. "I've never tried it," said Pepper. "I'm only too happy to get one." It was admitted by all men that Fred Pepper had the art of riding his horses without tiring them. They played their rubber of whist, and had a little hot whisky and water. On this evening Mr. Horsball was admitted to their company, and made a 4th, but he wouldn't bet. Shilling points, he said, were quite as much as he could afford. Through the whole evening they went on talking of the next season, of the absolute folly of giving up one thing before another was begun, and of the merits of Fred Pepper's little horse. "A clever little animal, Mr. Pepper," said the great man. "A very clever little animal, but I wish you wouldn't bring so many clever 'uns down here, Mr. Pepper." "Why not, Horsball?" asked Cox. "Because he interferes with my trade," said Mr. Horsball, laughing. It was supposed, nevertheless, that Mr. Horsball and Mr. Pepper quite understood each other. Before the evening was over a price had been fixed, and Ralph had bought the little horse for £130. Why shouldn't he take another winter out of himself? He could not marry Mary Bonner and get into a farm all in a day, nor yet all in a month. He would go to work honestly with the view of settling himself, but let him be as honest about it as he might, his winter's hunting would not interfere with him. So at last he assured himself. And then he had another argument strong in his favour. He might hunt all the winter, and yet have this £30,000, nay, more than £30,000 at the end of it. In fact, imprudent and foolish as had been his hunting in all previous winters, there would not even be any imprudence in this winter's hunting. Fortified by all these unanswerable arguments, he did buy Fred Pepper's little horse. On the next morning, the morning of the day on which he was to return to town, the arguments did not seem to be so irresistible, and he almost regretted what he had done. It was not that he would be ruined by another 6 months' fling at life. Situated as he now was, so much might be allowed to him almost without injury. But then how can a man trust in his own resolutions before he has begun to keep them? when at the very moment of beginning he throws them to the winds for the present, postponing everything for another hour. He knew as well as any one could tell him that he was proving himself to be unfit for that new life which he was proposing to himself. When one man is wise and another foolish, the foolish man knows generally as well as does the wise man in what lies wisdom and in what folly. And the temptation often is very slight. Ralph Newton had hardly wished to buy Mr. Pepper's little horse. The balance of desire during the whole evening had lain altogether on the other side. But there had come a moment in which he had yielded, and that moment governed all the other minutes. We may almost say that a man is only as strong as his weakest moment. But he returned to London very strong in his purpose. He would keep his establishment at the Moonbeam for this winter. He had it all laid out and planned in his mind. He would at once pay Mr. Horsball the balance of the old debt, and count on the value of his horses to defray the expense of the coming season. And he would, without a week's delay, make his offer to Mary Bonner. A dim idea of some feeling of disappointment on Clary's part did cross his brain, a feeling which seemed to threaten some slight discomfort to himself as resulting from want of sympathy on her part. But he must assume sufficient courage to brave this. That he would in any degree be an evildoer toward Clary, that did not occur to him. Nor did it occur to him at all probable that Mary Bonner would refuse his offer. In these days men never expect to be refused. It has gone forth among young men as a doctrine worthy of perfect faith that young ladies are all wanting to get married, looking out for lovers with an absorbing anxiety, and that few can dare to refuse any man who is justified in proposing to them. End of chapter 27. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 28 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The new heir counts his chickens. The squire was almost lost in joy when he received his son's letter, telling him that Ralph the heir had consented to sell everything. The one great wish of his life was to be accomplished at last. The property was to be his own, so that he might do what he liked with it, so that he might leave it entire to his own son, so that for the remainder of his life he might enjoy it in that community with his son which had always appeared to him to be the very summit of human bliss. From the sweet things which he had seen he had been hitherto cut off by the record of his own fault, and had spent the greater part of his life in the endurance of a bitter punishment. He had been torn to pieces, too, in contemplating the modes of escape from the position in which his father's very natural will had placed him. He might, of course, have married, and at least have expected and have hoped for children, but in that there would have been misery. His son was the one human being that was dear to him above all others, and by such a marriage he would have ruined his son. Early in life, comparatively early, he had made up his mind that he would not do that, that he would save his money and make a property for the boy he loved. But then it had come home to him as a fact that he could be happy in preparing no other home for his son than this old family house of his, with all its acres, woods, and homesteads. The acres, woods, and homesteads gave to him no delight, feeling as he did every hour of his life that they were not his own for purposes of a real usufruct. Then by degrees he had heard of his nephew's follies, and the idea had come upon him that he might buy his nephew out. Ralph, his own Ralph, had told him that the idea was cruel, but he could not see the cruelty. "What a bad man loses, a good man will get," he said, "and surely it must be better for all those who are to live by the property that a good man should be the master of it." He would not interfere, Nor would he have any power of interfering till others would interfere were he to keep aloof. The doings would be the doings of that spendthrift Heir, and none of his. When Ralph would tell him that he was cruel, he would turn away in wrath, but hiding his wrath because he loved his son. But now everything was set right, and his son had had the doing of it. He was nearly mad with joy throughout that day, as he thought of the great thing which he had accomplished. He was alone in the house, for his son was still in London, and during the last few months guests had been unfrequent at the Priory. But he did not wish to have anybody with him now. He went out roaming through the park, and realizing to himself the fact that now at length the very trees were his own. He gazed at one farmhouse after another, not seeking the tenants, hardly speaking to them if he met them, but with his brain full of plans of what should be done. He saw Gregory for a moment, but only nodded at him, smiling, and passed on. He was not in a humour just at present to tell his happiness to any one. He walked all round Darvell's premises, the desolate half-ruined house of Brumby's, telling himself that very shortly it should be desolate and half-ruined no longer. Then he crossed into the lane, and stood with his eyes fixed upon Brownriggs, Walker's farm, the pearl of all the farms in those parts, the land with which he thought he could have parted so easily when the question before him was that of becoming in truth the owner of any portion of the estate. But now every acre was 10 times dearer to him than it had been then. He would never part with Brownriggs. He would even save Ingram's farm in Twining, if it might possibly be saved. He had not known before how dear to him could be every bank, every tree, every sod. Yes, now in very truth he was lord and master of the property which had belonged to his father and his father's fathers before him. He would borrow money and save it during his lifetime. He would do anything rather than part with an acre of it, now that the acres were his own, to leave behind him to his son. On the following day Ralph arrived. We must no longer call him Ralph who was not the heir. He would be heir to everything from the day that the contract was completed. The Squire, though he longed to see the young man as he had never longed before, would not go to the station to meet the welcome one. His irrepressible joy was too great to be exhibited before strangers. He remained at home in his own room, desiring that Mr. Ralph might come to him there. He would not even show himself in the hall. And yet when Ralph entered the room he was very calm. There was a bright light in his eyes, but at first he spoke hardly a word. "So you've managed that little job," he said as he took his son's hand. "I managed nothing, sir," said Ralph, smiling. "Didn't you? I thought you had managed a good deal. Is it done, anyway?" "Yes, sir, it's done. At least I suppose so." Ralph, after sending his telegram, had of course written to his father, giving him full particulars of the manner in which the arrangement had been made. "You don't mean that there is any doubt?" said the Squire, with almost an anxious tone. "Not at all, as far as I know. The lawyers seem to think that it is all right. Ralph is quite in earnest." "He must be in earnest," said the Squire. "He has behaved uncommon well," said the namesake; "so well that I think you owe him much. We were quite mistaken in supposing that he wanted to drive a sharp bargain." He himself had never so supposed, but he found this to be the best way of speaking of that matter to his father. "I will forgive him everything now," said the Squire, "and will do anything that I can to help him." Ralph said many things in praise of his namesake. He still almost regretted what had been done. At any rate he could see the pity of it. It was that other Ralph who should have been looked to as the future proprietor of Newton Priory, and not he, who was hardly entitled to call himself a Newton. It would have been more consistent with the English order of things that it should be so. And then there was so much to say in favour of this young man who had lost it all, and so little to say against him. And it almost seemed to him for whose sake the purchase was being made, that advantage, an unscrupulous if not an unfair advantage, was being taken of the purchaser. He could not say all this to his father, but he spoke of Ralph in such a way as to make his father understand what he thought. "He is such a pleasant fellow," said Ralph, who was now the heir. "Let us have him down here as soon as the thing is settled." "Ah, I don't think he'll come now. Of course he's wretched enough about it. It is not wonderful that he should have hesitated at parting with it." "Perhaps not," said the Squire, who was willing to forgive past sins. "But of course there was no help for it." "That was what he didn't feel so sure about when he declined your first offer. It was not that he objected to the price. As to the price, he says that of course he can say nothing about it. When I told him that you were willing to raise your offer, he declared that he would take nothing in that fashion. If those who understood the matter said that more was coming to him, he supposed that he would get it. According to my ideas he behaved very well, sir." In this there was something that almost amounted to an accusation against the Squire, at least so the Squire felt it, and the feeling for the moment robbed him of something of his triumph. According to his own views there was no need for pity. It was plain that to his son the whole affair was pitiful. But he could not scold his son, at any rate not now. "I feel this, Ralph," he said, "that from this moment everybody connected with the property, every tenant on it, and every labourer, will be better off than they were a month ago. I may have been to blame. I say nothing about that. But I do say that in all cases it is well that a property should go to the natural heir of the life tenant. Of course it has been my fault," he added after a pause, "but I do feel now that I have in a great measure remedied the evil which I did." The tone now had become too serious to admit of further argument. Ralph, feeling that this was so, pressed his father's hand and then left him. "Gregory is coming across to dinner," said the Squire, as Ralph was closing the door behind him. At that time Gregory had received no intimation of what had been done in London, his brother's note not reaching him till the following morning. Ralph met him before the Squire came down, and the news was soon told. "It is all settled," said Ralph, with a sigh. "Well?" "Your brother has agreed to sell." "No!" "I have almost more pain than pleasure in it myself, because I know it will make you unhappy." "He was so confident when he wrote to me." "Yes; but he explained all that. He had hoped then that he could have saved it. But the manner of saving it would have been worse than the loss. He will tell you everything, no doubt. No man could have behaved better." As it happened, there was still some little space of time before the Squire joined them, a period perhaps of 5 minutes. But the parson spoke hardly a word. The news which he now heard confounded him. He had been quite sure that his brother had been in earnest, and that his uncle would fail. And then, though he loved the one Ralph nearly as well as he did the other, though he must have known that Ralph the base born was in all respects a better man than his own brother, more of a man than the legitimate heir, still to his feelings that legitimacy was everything. He too was a Newton of Newton, but it may be truly said of him that there was nothing selfish in his feelings. To be the younger brother of Newton, and parson of the parish which bore the same name as themselves, was sufficient for his ambition. But things would be terribly astray now that the right heir was extruded. Ralph, this Ralph whom he loved so well, could not be the right Newton to own the property. The world would not so regard him. The tenants would not so think of him. The county would not so repute him. To the thinking of Parson Gregory a great misfortune had been consummated. As soon as he had realized it he was silent and could speak no more. Nor did Ralph say a word. Not to triumph in what had been done on his behalf, or at least not to seem to triumph. That was the lesson which he had taught himself. He fully sympathized with Gregory, and therefore he stood silent and sad by his side. That there must have been some triumph in his heart it is impossible not to imagine. It could not be but that he should be alive to the glory of being the undoubted heir to Newton Priory, and he understood well that his birth would interfere but little now with his position. Should he choose to marry, as he would choose, it would of course be necessary that he should explain his birth. But it was not likely, he thought, that he should seek a wife among those who would reject him with all his other advantages, because he had no just title to his father's name. That he should take joy in what had been done on his behalf was only natural. But as he stood with Gregory, waiting for his father to come to them, he showed no sign of joy. At last the Squire came. There certainly was triumph in his eye, but he did not speak triumphantly. It was impossible that some word should not be spoken between them as to the disposition of the property. "I suppose Ralph has told you," he said, "what he has done up in London?" "Yes, he has told me," said Gregory. "I hope there will now be an end of all family ill feeling among us," said the uncle. "Your brother shall be as welcome at the old place as I trust you have always found yourself. If he likes to bring his horses here, we shall be delighted." The parson muttered something as to the kindness with which he had ever been treated, but what he said was said with an ill grace. He was almost heartbroken, and thoroughly wished himself back in his own solitude. The Squire saw it all, and did not press him to talk, said not a word more of his purchase, and tried to create some little interest about parish matters, asked after the new building in the chancel, and was gracious about this old man and that young woman. But Gregory could not recover himself, could not recall his old interests, or so far act a part as to make it seem that he was not thinking of the misfortune which had fallen upon the family. In every look of his eyes and every tone of his voice he was telling the son that he was a bastard, and the father that he was destroying the inheritance of the family. But yet they bore with him, and endeavoured to win him back to pleasantness. Soon after the cloth was taken away he took his leave. He had work to do at home, he said, and must go. The uncle went out with him into the hall, leaving Ralph alone in the parlour. "It will be for the best in the long run," said the Squire, with his hand on his nephew's shoulder. "Perhaps it may, sir. I am not pretending to say. Good night." As he walked home across the park, through the old trees which he had known since he was an infant, he told himself that it could not be for the best that the property should be sent adrift out of the proper line. The only thing to be desired now was that neither he nor his brother should have a child, and that there should no longer be a proper line. The Squire's joy was too deep and well founded to be in any way damped by poor Gregory's ill humour, and was too closely present to him for him to be capable of restraining it. Why should he restrain himself before his son? "I am sorry for Greg," he said, "because he has old-fashioned ideas. But of course it will be for the best. His brother would have squandered every acre of it." To this Ralph made no answer. It might probably have been as his father said. It was perhaps best for all who lived in and by the estate that he should be the heir. And gradually the feeling of exultation in his own position was growing upon him. It was natural that it should do so. He knew himself to be capable of filling with credit and with advantage to all around him the great place which was now assigned to him. And it was impossible that he should not be exultant. and he owed it to his father to show him that he appreciated all that had been done for him. "I think he ought to have the £35,000 at least," said the Squire. "Certainly," said Ralph. "I think so. As for the bulk sum, I have already written to Carey about that. No time ought to be lost. There is no knowing what might happen. He might die." "He doesn't look like dying, sir." "He might break his neck out hunting. There is no knowing. At any rate, there should be no delay. From what I am told, I don't think that, with the timber and all, they'll make it come to another £5,000. But he shall have that. As he has behaved well, I'll show him that I can behave well too. I've half a mind to go up to London and stay till it's all through." "You'd only worry yourself." "I should worry myself, no doubt. And do you know, I love the place so much better than I did, that I can hardly bear to tear myself away from it. The first mark of my handiwork, now that I can work, shall be put upon Darvell's farm. I'll have the old place about his ears before I am a day older." "You'll not get it through before winter." "Yes, I will. If it costs me an extra £50, I shan't begrudge it. It shall be a sort of memorial building, a farmhouse of thanksgiving. I'll make it as snug a place as there is about the property. It has made me wretched for these 2 years. I hope that all that kind of wretchedness will be over now." "Thank God, yes. I was looking at Brownriggs to day, and Ingram's. I don't think we'll sell either. I have a plan, and I think we can pull through without it. It is so much easier to sell than to buy." "You'd be more comfortable if you sold one of them." "Of course I must borrow a few thousands. But why not? I doubt whether at this moment there's a property in all Hampshire so free as this. I have always lived on less than the income, and I can continue to do so easier than before. You are provided for now, old fellow." "Yes, indeed. And why should you pinch yourself?" "I shan't be pinched. I haven't got a score of women about me, as you'll have before long. There's nothing in the world like having a wife. I am quite sure of that. But if you want to save money, the way to do it is not to have a nursery. You'll marry, of course, now?" "I suppose I shall, some day." "The sooner the better. Take my word for it." "Perhaps you'd alter your opinion if I came upon you before Christmas for your sanction." "No, by Jove, that I shouldn't. I should be delighted. You don't mean to say you've got anybody in your eye? There's only one thing I ask, Ralph. Open out and out confidence." "You shall have it, sir." "There is somebody, then?" "Well, no; there isn't anybody. It would be impudence in me to say there was." "Then I know there is." Upon this encouragement Ralph told his father that on his 2 last visits to London he had seen a girl whom he thought that he would like to ask to be his wife. He had been at Fulham on 3 or 4 occasions. It was so he put it, but his visits had in truth been only 3, and he thought that this niece of Sir Thomas Underwood possessed every charm that a woman need possess, except money, said Ralph. "She has no fortune, if you care about that." "I don't care about money," said the Squire. "It is for the man to have that, at any rate for one so circumstanced as you." The end of all this was that Ralph was authorised to please himself. If he really felt that he liked Miss Bonner well enough, he might ask her to be his wife to morrow. "The difficulty is to get at her," said Ralph. "Ask the uncle for his permission. That's the manliest and the fittest way to do it. Tell him everything. Take my word for it, he won't turn his face against you. As for me, nothing on earth would make me so happy as to see your children. If there were a dozen, I would not think them one too many. But mark you this, Ralph, it will be easier for us, for you and me, if I live, and for you without me if I go, to make all things clear and square and free while the bairns are little, than when they have to go to school and college, or perhaps want to get married." "Ain't we counting our chickens before they are hatched?" said Ralph, laughing. When they parted for the night, which they did not do till after the Squire had slept for an hour on his chair, there was one other speech made, a speech which Ralph was likely to remember in the latest day of his life. His father had taken his candlestick in his right hand, and had laid his left upon his son's collar. "Ralph," said he, "for the first time in my life I can look you in the face and not feel a pang of remorse. You will understand it when you have a son of your own. Good night, my boy." Then he hurried off without waiting to hear a word, if there was any word that Ralph could have spoken. On the next morning they were both out early at Darvell's farm, surrounded by bricklayers and carpenters, and before the week was over the work was in progress. Poor Darvell, half elated and half troubled, knew but little of the cause of this new vehemence. Something, we suppose, he did know, for the news was soon spread over the estate that the Squire had bought out Mr. Ralph, and that this other Mr. Ralph was now to be Mr. Ralph the heir. That the old butler should not be told, the butler who had lived in the house when the present Squire was a boy, was out of the question. And though the communication had been made in confidence, the confidence was not hermetical. The Squire, after all, was glad that it should be so. The thing had to be made known, and why not after this fashion? Among the labourers and poor there was no doubt as to the joy felt. That other Mr. Ralph, who had always been up in town, was unknown to them, and this Mr. Ralph had ever been popular with them all. With the tenants the feeling was, perhaps, more doubtful. "I wish you joy, Mr. Newton, with all my heart," said Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker, who was the richest and most intelligent among them. "The Squire has worked for you like a man, and I hope it will come to good." "I will do my best," said Ralph. "I am sure you will. There'll be a feeling, you know. You mustn't be angry at that." "I understand," said Ralph. "You won't be vexed with me for just saying so." Ralph promised that he would not be vexed, but he thought very much of what Mr. Walker had said to him. After all, such a property as Newton does not in England belong altogether to the owner of it. Those who live upon it and are closely concerned in it with reference to all that they have in the world, have a part property in it. They make it what it is, and will not make it what it should be, unless in their hearts they are proud of it. "You know he can't be the real Squire," said one old farmer to Mr. Walker. "They may hugger-mugger it this way and that, but this Mr. Ralph can't be like other young gentlemen." Nevertheless, the Squire himself was very happy. These things were not said to him, and he had been successful. He took an interest in all things keener than he had felt for years past. One day he was in the stables with his son, and spoke about the hunting for the coming season. He had an Irish horse of which he was proud, an old hunter that had carried him for the last 7 years, and of which he had very often declared that under no consideration would he part with it. "Dear old fellow," he said, putting his hand on the animal's neck, "you shall work for your bread one other winter, and then you shall give over for the rest of your life." "I never saw him look better," said Ralph. "He's like his master, not quite so young as he was once. He never made a mistake yet that I know of." Ralph, when he saw how full of joy was his father, could not but rejoice also that the thing so ardently desired had been at last accomplished. CHAPTER XXIX. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 29 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Election. The day of the nomination at Percycross came at last, and it was manifest to everybody that there was a very unpleasant feeling in the town. It was not only that party was arrayed against party. That would have been a state of things not held to be undesirable, and at any rate would have been natural. But at present things were so divided that there was no saying which were the existing parties. Moggs was separated from Westmacott quite as absolutely as was Westmacott from the two Conservative candidates. The old Liberals of the borough were full of ridicule for poor Moggs, of whom all absurd stories were told by them both publicly and privately. But still he was there, the darling of the workmen. It was indeed asserted by the members of Mr. Westmacott's committee that Moggs' popularity would secure for him but very few votes. A great proportion of the working men of Percycross were free men of the borough, old voters who were on the register by right of their birth and family connection in the place, independent of householdership and rates, and quite accustomed to the old ways of manipulation. The younger of these men might be seduced into listening to Moggs. The excitement was pleasant to them, but they were too well trained to be led astray on the day of election. Moggs would give them no beer, and they had always been accustomed to their 3 half-crowns a head in consideration for the day's work. Not a dozen freemen of the borough would vote for Moggs. So said Mr. Kirkham, Mr. Westmacott's managing man, and no man knew the borough quite so well as did Mr. Kirkham. "They'll fight for him at the hustings," said Mr. Kirkham, "but they'll take their beer and their money, and they'll vote for us in Griffenbottom." This might be true enough as regarded the freemen, the men who had been, as it were, educated to political life. But there was much doubt as to the new voters. There were about 1,000 of these in the borough, and it had certainly not been the intention of either party that these men should have the half-crowns. It was from these men and their leaders, the secretaries and chairmen and presidents, that had come the cry for a second Liberal candidate, and the consequent necessity of putting forward 2 Conservatives. They were equally odious to the supporters of Westmacott and of Griffenbottom. "They must have the half-crowns," Trigger had said to old Pile, the bootmaker. Pile thought that every working man was entitled to the 3 half-crowns, and said as much very clearly. "I suppose old Griff ain't going to turn hunks at this time o' day," said Mr. Pile. But the difficulties were endless, and were much better understood by Mr. Trigger than by Mr. Pile. The manner of conveying the half-crowns to the 324 freemen who would take them, and vote honestly afterwards for Griffenbottom and Underwood, was perfectly well understood. But among that godless, riotous, ungoverned, and ungovernable set of new householders, there was no knowing how to act. They would take the money and then vote wrong. They would take the money and then split. The freemen were known. 324 would take Griffenbottom's beer and half-crowns. 272 would be equally complacent with Mr. Westmacott. But of these householders nothing was known. They could not be handled. Some 30 or 40 of them would probably have the turning of the election at the last hour, must then be paid at their own prices, and after that would not be safe. Mr. Trigger, in his disgust, declared that things had got into so vile a form that he didn't care if he never had anything to do with an election in Percycross again. And then there was almost as much ill feeling between the old-fashioned Griffenbottomites and the Underwooders as there was between Westmacott's Liberals and Moggs' Radicals. The 2 gentlemen themselves still ate their breakfasts and dinners together, and still paraded the streets of Percycross in each other's company. But Sir Thomas had made himself very odious even to Mr. Griffenbottom himself. He was always protesting against beer which he did see, and bribery which he did not see but did suspect. He swore that he would pay not a shilling, as to which the cause of the expenditure was not explained to him. Griffenbottom snarled at him, and expressed an opinion that Sir Thomas would of course do the same as any other gentleman. Mr. Trigger, with much dignity in his mien as he spoke, declared that the discussion of any such matter at the present moment was indecorous. Mr. Pile was for sending Sir Thomas back to town, and very strongly advocated that measure. Mr. Spicer, as to whom there was a story abroad in the borough in respect of a large order for mustard, supposed to have reached him from New York through Liverpool by the influence of Sir Thomas Underwood, thought that the borough should return the two Conservative candidates. Sir Thomas might be a little indiscreet, but upon the whole his principles did him honour. So thought Mr. Spicer, who perhaps believed that the order for the mustard was coming. We need hardly say that the story, at any rate, in so far as it regarded Sir Thomas Underwood, was altogether untrue. "Yes, principles," said Mr. Pile. "I think we all know Sam Spicer's principles. All for hisself, and nothing for a poor man. That's Sam Spicer." Of Mr. Pile it must be acknowledged that he was not a pure-minded politician. He loved bribery in his very heart, but it is equally true that he did not want to be bribed himself. It was the old-fashioned privilege of a poor man to receive some small consideration for his vote in Percycross, and Mr. Pile could not endure to think that the poor man should be robbed of his little comforts. In the meantime Sir Thomas himself was in a state of great misery. From hour to hour he was fluctuating between a desire to run away from the accursed borough and the shame of taking such a step. The desire for the seat which had brought him to Percycross had almost died out amid the misery of his position. Among all the men of his party with whom he was associating, there was not one whom he did not dislike, and by whom he was not snubbed and contradicted. Griffenbottom, who went through his canvass under circumstances of coming gout and colchicum, with a courage and pertinacity that were heroic, was painfully cross to every one who was not a voter. "What's the use of all that damned nonsense now?" he said to Sir Thomas the evening before the nomination day. There were half a dozen leading Conservatives in the room, and Sir Thomas was making a final protest against bribery. He rose from his chair when so addressed, and left the room. Never in his life before had he been so insulted. Trigger followed him to his bedroom, knowing well that a quarrel at this moment would be absolutely suicidal. "It's the gout, Sir Thomas," said Mr. Trigger. "Do remember what he's going through." This was so true that Sir Thomas returned to the room. It was almost impossible not to forgive anything in a man who was suffering agonies, but could still wheedle a voter. There were 3 Conservative doctors with Mr. Griffenbottom, each of them twice daily, and there was an opinion prevalent through the borough that the gout would be in his stomach before the election was over. Sir Thomas did return to the room, and sat himself down without saying a word. "Sir Thomas," said Mr. Griffenbottom, "a man with the gout is always allowed a little liberty." "I admit the claim," said Sir Thomas, bowing. "And believe me, I know this game better than you do. It's of no use saying these things. No man should ever foul his own nest. Give me a little drop more brandy, Trigger, and then I'll get myself to bed." When he was gone they all sang Griffenbottom's praises. In staunch pluck, good humour, and manly fighting, no man was his superior. "Give and take, the English bulldog all over. I do like old Griffenbottom," said Spiveycomb, the paper maker. On the day of nomination Griffenbottom was carried up on the hustings. This carrying did him good in the borough, but it should be acknowledged on his behalf that he did his best to walk. In the extreme agony of his attack he had to make his speech, and he made it. The hustings stood in the market square, and straight in front of the wooden erection, standing at right angles to it, was a stout rail dividing the space for the distance of 50 or 60 yards, so that the supporters of one set of candidates might congregate on one side, and the supporters of the other candidates on the other side. In this way would the weaker part, whichever might be the weaker, be protected from the violence of the stronger. On the present occasion it seemed that the friends of Mr. Westmacott congregated with the Conservatives. Moggs's allies alone filled one side of the partition. There were a great many speeches made that day from the hustings, 13 in all. First the Mayor, and then the 4 proposers and 4 seconders of the candidates. During these performances, though there was so much noise from the crowd below that not one word could be heard, there was no violence. When old Griffenbottom got up, supporting himself by an arm round one of the posts, he was loudly cheered from both sides. His personal popularity in the borough was undoubted, and his gout made him almost a demigod. Nobody heard a word that he said, but then he had no desire to be heard. To be seen standing up there, a martyr to the gout, but still shouting for Percycross, was enough for his purpose. Sir Thomas encountered a very different reception. He was received with yells, apparently from the whole crowd. What he said was of no matter, as not a word was audible, but he did continue to inveigh against bribery. Before he had ceased, a huge stone was thrown at him and hit him heavily on the arm. He continued speaking, however, and did not himself know till afterwards that his arm was broken between the shoulder and the elbow. Mr. Westmacott was very short and good-humoured. He intended to be funny about poor Moggs, and perhaps was funny, but his fun was of no avail. The Moggite crowd had determined that no men should be heard till their own candidate should open his mouth. At last Ontario's turn had come. At first the roar from the crowd was so great that it seemed that it was to be with him as it had been with the others. But by degrees, though there was still a roar, as of the sea, Moggs's words became audible. The voices of assent and dissent are very different, even though they be equally loud. Men desirous of interrupting do interrupt, but cheers, though they be continuous and loud as thunder, are compatible with the hearing. Moggs by this time, too, had learned to pitch his voice for an out-of-door multitude. He preached his sermon, his old sermon, about the rights of labour and the salt of the earth, the tyranny of capital and the majesty of the workman, with an enthusiasm that made him for the moment supremely happy. He was certainly the hero of the tour in Percycross, and he allowed himself to believe, just for that hour, that he was about to become the hero of a new doctrine throughout England. He spoke for over half an hour, while poor Griffenbottom, seated in a chair that had been brought to him, was suffering almost the pains of hell. During this speech Sir Thomas, who had also suffered greatly, but had at first endeavoured to conceal that he was suffering, discovered the extent of his misfortune, and allowed himself to be taken out from the hustings to his inn. There was an effort made to induce Mr. Griffenbottom to retire at the same time, but Mr. Griffenbottom, not quite understanding the extent of his colleague's misfortune, and thinking that it became him to remain and to endure, was obdurate, and would not be moved. He did not care for stones or threats, did not care even for the gout. That was his place till after the show of hands, and there he would remain. The populace, seeing this commotion on the hustings, began to fear that there was an intention to stop the oratory of their popular candidate, and called loudly upon Moggs to go on. Moggs did go on, and was happy. At last there came the show of hands. It was declared to be in favour of Moggs and Westmacott. That it was very much in favour of Moggs by 5 to 1, there was no doubt. Among the other candidates there was not perhaps much to choose. A poll was of course demanded for the two Conservatives, and then the Mayor, complimenting the people on their good behaviour, in spite of poor Sir Thomas's broken arm, begged them to go away. That was all very well. Of course they would go away, but not till they had driven their enemies from the field. In half a minute the dividing rail, the rail that had divided the blue from the yellow, was down, and all those who had dared to show themselves there as supporters of Griffenbottom and Underwood were driven ignominiously from the market-place. They fled at all corners, and in a few seconds not a streak of blue ribbon was to be seen in the square. "They'll elect that fellow Moggs to morrow," said Mr. Westmacott to Kirkham. "Not a bit of it," said Kirkham. "I could spot all the ringleaders in the row. 9 or 10 of them are Griffenbottom's old men. They take his money regularly, get something nearly every year, join the Rads at the nomination, and vote for the squire at the poll. The chaps who hollow and throw stones always vote to others' side up." Mr. Griffenbottom kept his seat till he could be carried home in safety through the town, and was then put to bed. The 3 Conservative doctors, who had all been setting Sir Thomas's arm, sat in consultation upon their old friend, and it was acknowledged on every side that Mr. Griffenbottom was very ill indeed. All manner of rumours went through the town that night. Some believed that both Griffenbottom and Sir Thomas were dead, and that the Mayor had now no choice but to declare Moggs and Westmacott elected. Then there arose a suspicion that the polls would be kept open on the morrow on behalf of 2 defunct candidates, so that a further election on behalf of the Conservative party might be insured. Men swore that they would break into the bedrooms of the Standard Inn in order that they might satisfy themselves whether the 2 gentlemen were alive or dead. And so the town was in a hubbub. On that evening Moggs was called upon again to address his friends at the Mechanics' Institute, and to listen to the speeches of all the presidents and secretaries and chairmen. But by 10 o'clock he was alone in his bedroom at the Cordwainers' Arms. Downstairs men were shouting, drinking, singing, shouting in his honour, though not drinking at his expense. He was alone in his little comfortless room, but felt it to be impossible that he should lie down and rest. His heart was swelling with the emotions of the day, and his mind was full of his coming triumph. It was black night, and there was a soft drizzling rain, but it was absolutely necessary for his condition that he should go out. It seemed to him that his very bosom would burst if he confined himself in that narrow space. His thoughts were too big for so small a closet. He crept downstairs and out through the narrow passage into the night. Then, by the light of the solitary lamp that stood before the door of the public house, he could still see those glorious words, "Moggs, purity, and the rights of labour," noble words, which had sufficed to bind to him the whole population of that generous-hearted borough. Purity and the rights of labour! Might it not be that with that cry, well cried, he might move the very world? As he walked the streets of the town he felt a great love for the borough grow within his bosom. What would he not owe to the dear place which had first recognized his worth, and had enabled him thus early in life to seize hold of those ploughshares which it would be his destiny to hold for all his coming years? He had before him a career such as had graced the lives of the men whom he had most loved and admired, of men who had dared to be independent, patriotic, and philanthropical through all the temptations of political life. Would he be too vain if he thought to rival a Hume or a Cobden? Conceit, he said to himself, will seek to justify itself, Who can rise but those who believe their wings strong enough for soaring? There might be shipwreck, of course, but he believed that he now saw his way. As to the difficulty of speaking in public, that he had altogether overcome. Some further education as to facts, historical and political, might be necessary. That he acknowledged to himself. But he would not spare himself in his efforts to acquire such education. He went pacing through the damp, muddy, dark streets, making speeches that were deliciously eloquent to his own ears. That night he was certainly the happiest man in Percycross, never doubting his success on the morrow, not questioning that. Had not the whole town greeted him with loudest acclamation as their chosen member? He was deliciously happy, while poor Sir Thomas was suffering the double pain of his broken arm and his disappointed hopes, and Griffenbottom was lying in his bed with a doctor on one side and a nurse on the other, hardly able to restrain himself from cursing all the world in his agony. At a little after 11 a tall man, buttoned up to his chin in an old greatcoat, called at the Percy Standard, and asked after the health of Mr. Griffenbottom and Sir Thomas. "They ain't neither of them very well, then," replied the waiter. "Will you say that Mr. Moggs called to inquire, with his compliments?" said the tall man. The respect shown to him was immediately visible. Even the waiter at the Percy Standard acknowledged that for that day Mr. Moggs must be treated as a great man in Percycross. After that Moggs walked home and crept into bed, but it may be doubted whether he slept a wink that night. And then there came the real day, the day of the election. It was a foul, rainy, muddy, sloppy morning, without a glimmer of sun, with that thick, pervading, melancholy atmosphere which forces for the time upon imaginative men a conviction that nothing is worth anything. Griffenbottom was in bed in one room at the Percy Standard, and Underwood in the next. The three Conservative doctors, moving from one chamber to another, watching each other closely, and hardly leaving the hotel, had a good time of it. Mr. Trigger had already remarked that in one respect the breaking of Sir Thomas's arm was lucky, because now there would be no difficulty as to paying the doctors out of the common fund. Every half hour the state of the poll was brought to them. Early in the morning Moggs had been in the ascendant. At 9:30 the numbers were as follows: Moggs 193, Westmacott 172, Griffenbottom 162, Underwood 147. At 10 and at 10:30 Moggs was equally in advance, but Westmacott had somewhat receded. At noon the numbers were considerably altered, and were as follows: Griffenbottom 892, Moggs 777, Westmacott 752, Underwood 678. These at least were the numbers as they came from the Conservative books. Westmacott was placed nearer to Moggs by his own tellers. For Moggs no special books were kept. He was content to abide by the official counting. Griffenbottom was consulted privately by Trigger and Mr. Spiveycomb as to what steps should be taken in this emergency. It was suggested in a whisper that Underwood should be thrown over altogether. There would be no beating Moggs, so thought Mr. Spiveycomb, and unless an effort were made it might be possible that Westmacott would creep up. Trigger, in his heart, considered that it would be impossible to get enough men at 3½ crowns apiece to bring Sir Thomas up to a winning condition. But Griffenbottom, now that the fight was forward, was unwilling to give way a foot. "We haven't polled half the voters," said he. "More than half what we shall poll," answered Trigger. "They always hang back," growled Griffenbottom. "Fight it out. I don't believe they'll ever elect a shoemaker here." The order was given, and it was fought out. Moggs, early in the morning, had been radiant with triumph when he saw his name at the head of the lists displayed from the two inimical committee rooms. As he walked the streets with a chairman on one side of him and a president on the other, it seemed as though his feet almost disdained to touch the mud. These were 2 happy hours, during which he did not allow himself to doubt of his triumph. When the presidents and the chairman spoke to him he could hardly answer them, so rapt was he in contemplation of his coming greatness. His very soul was full of his seat in Parliament. But when Griffenbottom approached him on the lists, and then passed him, there came a shadow upon his brow. He still felt sure of his election, but he would lose that grand place at the top of the poll to which he had taught himself to look so proudly. Soon after noon a cruel speech was made to him. "We've about pumped our side dry," said a secretary of the Young Men's Association. "Do you mean we've polled all our friends?" asked Moggs. "Pretty nearly, Mr. Moggs. You see our men have nothing to wait for, and they came up early." Then Ontario's heart sank within him, and he began to think of the shop in Bond Street. The work of that afternoon in Percycross proved how correct Mr. Griffenbottom had been in his judgment. He kept his place at the top of the poll. It was soon evident that that could not be shaken. Then Westmacott passed by Moggs, and in the next half hour Sir Thomas did so also. This was at 2, when Ontario betook himself to the privacy of his bedroom at the Cordwainers Arms. His pluck left him altogether, and he found himself unable to face the town as a losing candidate. Then for 2 hours there was a terrible struggle between Westmacott and Underwood, during which things were done in the desperation of the moment, as to which it might be so difficult to give an account, should any subsequent account be required. We all know how hard it is to sacrifice the power of winning, when during the heat of the contest the power of winning is within our reach. At 4 o'clock the state of the poll was as follows: Griffenbottom 1402, Underwood 1007, Westmacott 984, Moggs 821. When the chairman and presidents waited upon Moggs, telling him of the final result, and informing him that he must come to the hustings and make a speech, they endeavoured to console him by an assurance that he and he alone had fought the fight fairly. "They'll both be unseated, you know, as sure as eggs," said the president. "It can't be otherwise. They've been busy up in a little room in Petticoat Court all the afternoon, and the men have been getting as much as 15 shillings a head." Moggs was not consoled, but he did make his speech. It was poor and vapid, but still there was just enough of manhood left in him for that. As soon as his speech had been spoken he escaped up to London by the night mail train. Westmacott also spoke, but announcement was made on behalf of the members of the borough that they were, both of them, in their beds. End of Chapter 29. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 30. Of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Miss Mary is in luck. The election took place on a Tuesday the 17th of October. On the following day one of the members received a visit in his bedroom at the Percy Standard, which was very pleasant to him. His daughter Patience had come down to nurse Sir Thomas and take him back to Fulham. Sir Thomas had refused to allow any message to be sent home on the day on which the accident had occurred. On the following morning he had telegraphed to say that his arm had been broken, but that he was doing very well, and on the Wednesday Patience was with him. In spite of the broken arm it was a pleasant meeting. For the last fortnight Sir Thomas had not only not seen a human being with whom he could sympathize, but had been constrained to associate with people who were detestable to him. His horror of Griffenbottom, his disgust at Trigger, his fear of Mr. Pabsby's explanations, and his inability to cope with Messrs. Spicer and Roodylands when they spoke of mustard and boots, had been almost too much for him. The partial seclusion occasioned by his broken arm had been a godsend to him. In such a state he was prepared to feel that his daughter's presence was an angel's visit, and even to him his success had something of the pleasure of a triumph. Of course he was pleased to have won the seat, and though whispers of threats as to a petition had already reached him, he was able in these, the first hours of his membership, to throw his fears on that head behind him. The man must be of a most cold temperament who, under such circumstances, cannot allow himself some short enjoyment of his new toy. It was his at least for the time, and he probably told himself that threatened folk lived long. That Patience should take glory in the victory was a matter of course. "Dear papa," she said, "if you can only get your arm well again." "I don't suppose there is any cause for fear as to that." "But a broken arm is a great misfortune," said Patience. "Well, yes, one can't deny that, and 3 Percycross doctors are 3 more misfortunes. I must get home as soon as I can." "You mustn't be rash, papa, even to escape from Percycross. But oh, papa, we are so happy and so proud. It is such an excellent thing that you should be in Parliament again." "I don't know that, my dear." "We feel it so, Clary and I, and so does Mary. I can't tell you the sort of anxiety we were in all day yesterday. First we got the telegram about your arm, and then Stemm came down at 8 and told us that you were returned. Stemm was quite humane on the occasion." "Poor Stemm! I don't know what he'll have to do." "It won't matter to him, papa, will it? And then he told me another piece of news." "What is it?" "You won't like it, papa. We didn't like it at all." "What is it, my dear?" "Stemm says that Ralph has sold all the Newton Priory estate to his uncle." "It is the best thing he could do." "Really, papa?" "I think so. He must have done that, or made some disreputable marriage." "I don't think he would have done that," said Patience. "But he was going to do it. He had half engaged himself to some tailor's daughter. Indeed, up to the moment of your telling me this, I thought he would marry her." "Poor Clary!" So Patience said to herself as she heard this. He had got himself into such a mess that the best thing he could do was to sell his interest to his uncle. The estate will go to a better fellow, though out of the proper line. Then Patience told her father that she had brought a letter for him, which had been given to her that morning by Stemm, who had met her at the station. "I think," she said, "that it comes from some of the Newton family, because of the crest and the Basingstoke postmark." Then the letter was brought, and as it concerns much the thread of our story, it shall be given to the reader. Newton Priory, October 17th, 186 . My dear Sir Thomas Underwood, I write to you with the sanction, or rather at the instigation, of my father, to ask your permission to become a suitor to your niece, Miss Bonner. You will probably have heard, or at least will hear, that my father has made arrangements with his nephew Ralph, by which the reversion of the Newton property will belong to my father. It is his intention to leave the estate to me, and he permits me to tell you that he will consent to any such settlement in the case of my marriage as would have been usual had I been his legitimate heir. I think it best to be frank about this, as I should not have ventured to propose such a marriage either to you or to Miss Bonner, had not my father's solicitude succeeded in placing me in circumstances which may perhaps be regarded as in part compensating for the great misfortune of my birth. It may probably be right that I should add that I have said no word on this subject to Miss Bonner. I have hitherto felt myself constrained by the circumstances to which I have alluded from acting as other men may act. Should you be unwilling to concede that the advantages of fortune, which have now fallen in my way, justify me in proposing to myself such a marriage, I hope that you will at least excuse my application to yourself. Very faithfully yours, Ralph Newton. Sir Thomas read the letter twice before he spoke a word to his daughter. Then, after pausing with it for a moment in his hand, he threw it to her across the bed. "Miss Mary is in luck," he said, "in very great luck. It is a magnificent property, and as far as I can see, one of the finest young fellows I ever met. You understand about his birth?" "Yes," said Patience, almost in a whisper. "It might be a hindrance to him in some circumstances, but not here. It is nothing here. Did you know of this?" "No, indeed." "Nor Mary?" "It will be quite a surprise to her. I am sure it will." "You think, then, that there has been nothing said, not a word about it?" "I am sure there has not, papa. Clarissa had some joke with Mary, quite as a joke." "Then there has been a joke?" "It meant nothing. As for Mr. Newton, he could not have dreamed of anything of the kind. We all liked him." "So did I. The property will be much better with him than with the other. Mary is a very lucky girl. That is all I can say. As for the letter, it is the best letter I ever read in my life." There was some delay before Sir Thomas could write an answer to young Newton. It was, indeed, his left arm that had suffered, but even with so much of power abstracted, writing is not an easy task. And this was a letter the answering of which could not be deputed to any secretary. On the third day after its receipt, Sir Thomas did manage, with much difficulty, to get a reply written. "Dear Mr. Newton, I have had my left arm broken in the election here. Hence the delay. I can have no objection. Your letter does you infinite honour. I presume you know that my niece has no fortune. Yours most sincerely, Thomas Underwood." "What a pity it is," said Sir Thomas, "that a man can't have a broken arm in answering all letters. I should have had to write ever so much had I been well, and yet I could not have said a word more that would have been of any use." Sir Thomas was kept an entire week at the Percycross Standard after his election was over, before the 3 doctors and the innkeeper, between them, would allow him to be moved. During this time there was very much discussion between the father and daughter as to Mary's prospects, and a word or two was said inadvertently which almost opened the father's eyes as to the state of his younger daughter's affections. It is sometimes impossible to prevent the betrayal of a confidence when the line between betrayal and non-betrayal is finely drawn. It was a matter of course that there should be much said about that other Ralph, the one now disinherited and dispossessed, who had so long and so intimately been known to them, and it was almost impossible for Patience not to show the cause of her great grief. It might be, as her father said, that the property would be better in the hands of this other young man, but Patience knew that her sympathies were with the spendthrift, and with the dearly loved sister who loved the spendthrift. Since Clarissa had come to speak so openly of her love, to assert it so loudly, and to protest that nothing could or should shake it, Patience had been unable not to hope that the heir might at last prove himself worthy to be her sister's husband. Then they heard that his inheritance was sold.
"It won't make the slightest difference to me," said Clary, almost triumphantly, as she discussed the matter with Patience the evening before the journey to Percycross. "If he were a beggar it would be the same." To Patience, however, the news of the sale had been a great blow, and now her father told her that this young man had been thinking of marrying another girl, a tailor's daughter, that such a marriage had been almost fixed. Surely it would be better that steps should be taken to wean her sister from such a passion. But yet she did not tell the secret. She only allowed a word to escape her, from which it might be half surmised that Clarissa would be a sufferer. "What difference will it make to Clary?" asked Sir Thomas. "I have sometimes thought that he cared for her," said Patience, cunningly. "He would hardly have been so often at the villa unless there had been something." "There must be nothing of that kind," said Sir Thomas. "He is a spendthrift, and quite unworthy of her. I will not have him at the villa. He must be told so. If you see anything of that kind you must inform me. Do you understand, Patience?" Patience understood well enough, but she knew not what reply to make. She could not tell her sister's secret, and if there were faults in the matter, was it not her father's fault? Why had he not lived with them, so that he might see these things with his own eyes? "There must be nothing of that kind," said Sir Thomas, with a look of anger in his eyes. When the week was over, the innkeeper and the doctors submitting with but a bad grace, the member for Percycross returned to London with his arm bound up in a sling. The town was by this time quite tranquil. The hustings had been taken down, and the artizans of the borough were back at their labours, almost forgetting Moggs and his great doctrines. That there was to be a petition was a matter of course. It was at least a matter of course that there should be threats of a petition. The threat of course reached Sir Thomas's ears, but nothing further was said to him. When he and his daughter went down to the station in the Standard fly, it almost seemed that he was no more to the borough than any other man might be with a broken arm. "I shall not speak of this to Mary," he said on his journey home. "Nor should you, I think, my dear." "Of course not, papa." "He should have the opportunity of changing his mind after receiving my letter, if he so pleases. For her sake, I hope he will not." Patience said nothing further. She loved her cousin Mary, and certainly had felt no dislike for this fortunate young man; but she could not so quickly bring herself to sympathize with interests which seemed to be opposed to those of her sister. CHAPTer 30. Recording by Arnold Danner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 31 of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. This recording is in the public domain. It is all settled. In the last half of this month of October, the Squire of Newton was very pressing on his lawyers up in London to settle the affairs of the property. He was most anxious to make a new will, but could not do so till his nephew had completed the sale, and till the money had been paid. He had expressed a desire to go up to London and remain there till all was done, but against this his son had expostulated, urging that his father could not hasten the work up in London by his presence, but would certainly annoy and flurry everybody in the lawyer's office. Mr. Carey had promised that the thing should be done with as little delay as possible, but Mr. Carey was not a man to be driven. Then again the Squire would be a miserable man up in London, whereas at the Priory he might be so happy among the new works which he had already inaugurated. The son's arguments prevailed, especially that argument as to the pleasure of the Squire's present occupations, and the Squire consented to remain at home. There seemed to be an infinity of things to be done,
and to the Squire himself the world appeared to require more of happy activity than at any previous time of his life. He got up early, and was out about the place before breakfast. He had endless instructions to give to everybody about the estate. The very air of the place was sweeter to him than heretofore. The labourers were less melancholy at their work, the farmers smiled oftener. The women and children were more dear to him. Everything around him had now been gifted with the grace of established ownership. His nephew Gregory, after that last dinner of which mention was made, hardly came near him during the next fortnight. Once or twice the Squire went up to the church during the week days that he might catch the parson, and even called at the parsonage. But Gregory was unhappy, and would not conceal his unhappiness. "I suppose it will wear off," said the Squire to his son. "Of course it will, sir." "It shall not be my fault if it does not. I wonder whether it would have made him happier to see the property parcelled out and sold to the highest bidder after my death." "It is not unnatural if you think of it," said Ralph. "Perhaps not, and God forbid that I should be angry with him because he cannot share my triumph. I feel, however, that I have done my duty, and that nobody has a right to quarrel with me. And then there were the hunters. Every sportsman knows, and the wives and daughters of all sportsmen know, how important a month in the calendar is the month of October. The real campaign begins in November, and even for those who do not personally attend to the earlier work of the kennel, or look after cub hunting, which during the last 10 days of October is apt to take the shape of genuine hunting, October has charms of its own and peculiar duties. It is the busiest month in the year in regard to horses. Is physic needed? In the Squire's stables physic was much eschewed, and the Squire's horses were usually in good condition. But it is needful to know, down to a single line on the form, whether this or that animal wants more exercise, and if so, of what nature. We hold that for hunters, which are worked regularly throughout the season, and which live in loose boxes summer and winter, but little exercise is required except in the months of September and October. Let them have been fed on oats throughout the year, and a good groom will bring them into form in 2 months. Such at least was the order at the Newton stables, and during this autumn, especially during these last days of October, this order was obeyed with infinite alacrity, and with many preparations for coming joys. And there are other cares, less onerous indeed, but still needful. What good sportsman is too proud, or even too much engaged, to inspect his horse's gear, and his own? Only let his horse's gear stand first in his mind. Let him be sure that the fit of a saddle is of more moment than the fit of a pair of breeches, that in riding the length, strength, and nature of the bit will avail more, should at least avail more, than the depth, form, and general arrangement of the flask, that the question of boots, great as it certainly is, should be postponed to the question of shoes, that a man's seat should be guarded by his girths rather than by his spurs, that no run has ever been secured by the brilliancy of the cravat, though many a run has been lost by the insufficiency of the stirrup leather. In the stables and saddle room, and throughout the whole establishment of the house at Newton, all these matters were ever sedulously regarded, but they had never been regarded with more joyful zeal than was given to them during this happy month. There was not a stable boy about the place who did not know and feel that there Mr. Ralph was now to take his place in the hunting field as the heir to Newton Priory. And there were other duties at Newton of which the crowd of riding men knew little or nothing. Were there foxes in the coverts? The Squire had all his life been a staunch preserver, thinking more of a vixen with her young cubs than he would of any lady in the land with her first-born son. During the last spring and summer, however, things had made him uncomfortable, and he had not personally inquired after the well-being of each nursery in the woods, as had been his wont. Ralph, indeed, had been on the alert, and the keepers had not become slack, but there had been a whisper about the place that the master didn't care so much about the foxes as he used to do. They soon found out that he cared enough now. The head keeper opened his eyes very wide when he was told that the Squire would take it as a personal offence if the coverts were ever drawn blank. It was to be understood through the county that at Newton Priory everything now was happy and prosperous. "We'll get up a breakfast and a meet on the lawn before the end of the month," said the Squire to his son. "I hate hunt breakfasts myself, but the farmers like them." From all which the reader will perceive that the Squire was in earnest. Ralph hunted all through the latter days of October, but the Squire himself would not go out till the first regular day of the season. "I like a law, and I like to stick to it," he said. 5 months is enough for the horses in all conscience. At last the happy day arrived, Wednesday, the 2nd of November, and the father and son started together for the meet in a dog cart on 4 wheels with 2 horses. On such occasions the Squire always drove himself, and professed to go no more than 8 miles an hour. The meet was over in the Berkshire county, in the neighbourhood of Swallowfield, about 12 miles distant, and the Squire was in his seat precisely at 9:30. 4 horses had gone on in the charge of 2 grooms, for the Squire had insisted on Ralph riding with the second horse. "If you don't, I won't," he had said, and Ralph of course had yielded. Just at this time there had grown up in the young man's mind a feeling that his father was almost excessive in the exuberance of his joy, that he was displaying too ostensibly to the world at large the triumph which he had effected. But the checking of this elation was almost impossible to the son on whose behalf it was exhibited. Therefore, to Ralph's own regret, the 2 horses had on this morning been sent on to Barford Heath. The Squire was not kept waiting a moment. Ralph lit his cigar and jumped in, and the Squire started in all comfort and joy. The road led them by Darvell's farm, and for a moment the carriage was stopped that a word might be spoken to some workmen. "You'd better have a couple more men, Miles. It won't do to let the frost catch us," said the Squire. Miles touched his hat and assented. "The house will look very well from here," said the Squire, pointing down through a line of trees. Ralph assented cheerily, and yet he thought that his father was spending more money than Darvell's house need to have cost him. They reached Barford Heath a few minutes before 11, and there was a little scene upon the occasion. It was the first recognised meet of the season, and the Squire had not been out before. It was now known to almost every man there that the owner of Newton Priory had at last succeeded in obtaining the reversion of the estate for his own son, and though the matter was one which hardly admitted of open congratulation, still there were words spoken and looks given, and a little additional pressure in the shaking of hands, all of which seemed to mark a triumph. That other Ralph had not been known in the county. This Ralph was very popular, and though of course there was existent some amount of inner unexpressed feeling that the proper line of an old family was being broken, that for the moment was kept in abeyance, and all men's faces wore smiles as they were turned upon the happy Squire. He hardly carried himself with as perfect a moderation as his son would have wished. He was a little loud, not saying much to any one openly about the property, uttering merely a word or two in a low voice in answer to the kind expressions of 1 or 2 specially intimate friends. But in discussing other matters, the appearance of the pack, the prospects of the season, the state of the county, he was not quite like himself. In his ordinary way he was a quiet man, not often heard at much distance, and contented to be noted as Newton of Newton, rather than as a man commanding attention by his conduct before other men. There certainly was a difference to-day, and it was of that kind which wine produces on some who are not habitual drinkers. The gases of his life were in exuberance, and he was as a balloon insufficiently freighted with ballast. His buoyancy, unless checked, might carry him too high among the clouds. All this Ralph saw, and kept himself a little aloof. If there were aught amiss, there was no help for it on his part, and after all, what was amiss was so very little amiss. "We'll draw the small gorses first," said the old master, addressing himself specially to Mr. Newton, "and then we'll go into Barford Wood." "Just so," said the Squire. "The gorses first, by all means. I remember when there was always a fox at Barford Gorse. Come along. I hate to see time wasted. You'll be glad to hear we're full of foxes at Newton. There were 2 litters bred in Bostock Spring, 2, by Jove, in that little place. Dan was his second horseman. I'll ride the young one this morning. You have Paddywhack fresh for me about 1. Paddywhack was the old Irish horse which had carried him so long, and has been mentioned before. There was nothing remarkable in all this. There was no word spoken that might not have been said with a good grace by any old sportsman who knew the men around him, and who had long preserved foxes for their use. But still it was felt that the Squire was a little loud. Ralph, the son on whose behalf all this triumph was felt, was silenter than usual, and trotted along at the rear of a long line of horsemen. One specially intimate friend of his, a man whom he really loved, hung back with the object of congratulating him. "Ralph," said George Morris of Watheby Grove, a place about 4 miles from the Priory, "I must tell you how glad I am of all this." "All right, old fellow." "Come along. You might show out a little to me. Isn't it grand? We shall always have you among us now. Don't tell me you are indifferent." "I think about it enough, God knows, George, but it seems to me that the less said about it the better. My father has behaved nobly to me, and of course I like to feel that I've got a place in the world marked out for me, but—" "But what?" "You understand it all, George. There shouldn't be rejoicing in a family because the heir has lost his inheritance." "I can't look at it in that line." "I can't look at it in any other," said Ralph. "Mind you, I'm not saying that it isn't all right. What has happened to him has come of his own doings. I only mean that we ought to be quiet about it. My father's spirits are so high that he can hardly control them." "By George, I don't wonder at it," said George Morris. There were 3 little bits of gorse about half a mile from Barford Wood, as to which it seemed that expectation did not run high, but from the last of which an old fox broke before the hounds were in it. It was so sudden a thing that the pack was on the scent and away before half a dozen men had seen what had happened. Our Squire had been riding with Cox, the huntsman, who had ventured to say how happy he was that the young Squire was to be the Squire some day. "So am I, Cox, so am I," said the Squire, "and I hope he'll be a friend to you for many a year." "By the holy, there's Dick a hallooing," said Cox, forgetting at once the comparatively unimportant affairs of Newton Priory in the breaking of this unexpected fox. "Golly, if he ain't away, Squire!" The hounds had gone at once to the whip's voice, and were in full cry in less time than it has taken to tell the story of "The Find." Cox was with them, and so was the Squire. There were 2 or 3 others, and one of the whips. The start, indeed, was not much, but the burst was so sharp, and the old fox ran so straight, that it sufficed to enable those who had got the lead to keep it. "Tally ho!" shouted the Squire, as he saw the animal making across a stubble field before the hounds, with only one fence between him and the quarry. "Tally ho!" It was remarked afterwards that the Squire had never been known to halloo to a fox in that way before. "Just like one of the young uns, or a fellow out of the town," said Cox, when expressing his astonishment. But the Squire never rode a run better in his life. He gave a lead to the field, and he kept it. "I wouldn't a spoilt him by putting my nose afore 'is, were it ever so," said Cox afterwards. "He went as straight as a schoolboy at Christmas, and the young horse he rode never made a mistake. Let men say what they will, a young horse will carry a man a brush like that better than an old one. It was very short. They had run their fox, pulled him down, broken him up, and eaten him within half an hour. Jack Graham, who was particular about those things, and who was at any rate near enough to see it all, said that it was exactly 22 minutes and a half. He might be right enough in that, but when he swore that they had gone over 4 miles of ground, he was certainly wrong. They killed within a field of Heckfield Church, and Heckfield Church can't be 4 miles from Barford Gorse. They went as straight as a line, everybody knew. Besides, they couldn't have covered the ground in the time. The pace was good, no doubt, but Jack Graham is always given to exaggeration." The Squire was very proud of his performance, and when Ralph came up was loud in praise of the young horse. "Never was carried so well in my life, never," said he. "I knew he was good, but I didn't know he would jump like that. I wouldn't take a couple of hundred for him." This was still a little loud, but the Squire at this moment had the sense of double triumph within, and was to be forgiven. It was admitted on all sides that he had ridden the run uncommonly well. "Just like a young man, by Jove," said Jack Graham. "Like what sort of a young man?" asked George Harris, who had come up at the heel of the hunt with Ralph. "And where were you, Master Ralph?" said the Squire to his son. "I fancy I just began to know they were running by the time you were killing your fox," said Ralph. "You should have your eyes better about you, my boy, shouldn't he, Cox?" "The young Squire ain't often in the wrong box," said the huntsman. "He wasn't in the right one to day," said the Squire. This was still a little loud. There was too much of that buoyancy which might have come from drink, but which, with the Squire, was the effect of that success for which he had been longing rather than hoping all his life. From Heckfield they trotted back to Barford Wood, the master resolving that he would draw his country in the manner that he proposed himself in the morning. There was some little repining at this, partly because the distance was long, and partly because Barford Woods were too large to be popular. "Hunting is over for the day," said Jack Graham. To this view of the case the Squire, who had now changed his horse, objected greatly. "We shall find in Barford Big Wood as sure as the sun rises," said he. "Yes," said Jack, "and run into the little wood and back to the big wood, and so on, till we hate every foot of the ground. I never knew anything from Barford Woods yet for which a donkey wasn't as good as a horse." The Squire again objected, and told the story of a run from Barford Woods 20 years ago, which had taken them pretty nearly on to Ascot Heath. "Things have changed since that," said Jack Graham. "Very much for the better," said the Squire. Ralph was with him then, and still felt that his father was too loud. Whether he meant that hunting was better now than in the old days 20 years ago, or that things as regarded the Newton estate were better, was not explained, but all who heard him speak imagined that he was alluding to the latter subject. Drawing Barford Woods is a very different thing than drawing Barford Gorses. Anybody may see a fox found at the Gorses who will simply take the trouble to be with the hounds when they go into the covert. But in the wood it becomes a great question with a sportsman whether he will stick to the pack or save his horse and loiter about till he hears that a fox has been found. The latter is certainly the commoner course, and perhaps the wiser, and even when the fox has been found, it may be better for the expectant sportsman to loiter about till he breaks, giving some little attention to the part of the wood in which the work of hunting may be progressing. There are those who systematically stand still or roam about very slowly, others again who ride and cease riding by spurts, just as they become weary or impatient, and others who with dogged perseverance stick always to the track of the hounds. For years past the Squire was to have been found among the former and more prudent set of riders, but on this occasion he went gallantly through the thickest of the underwood, close at the huntsman's heels. "You'll find it rather nasty, Mr. Newton, among them brakes," Cox had said to him, but the Squire had answered that he hadn't got his Sunday face on, and had persevered. They were soon on a fox in Barford Wood, but being on a fox in Barford Wood was very different from finding a fox in Barford Gorse. Out of the gorse a fox must go, but in the big woods he might choose to remain half the day. And then the chances were that he would either beat the hounds at last, or else be eaten in covert. It's a very pretty place to ride about, and smoke, and drink one's friend's sherry. That was Jack Graham's idea of hunting in Barford Woods, and a great deal of that kind of thing was going on to-day. Now and then there was a little excitement, and cries of "Away!" were heard. Men would burst out of the wood here and there, ride about for a few minutes, and then go in again. Cox swore that they had thrice changed their fox, and was beginning to be a little short in his temper. The whip's horses were becoming jaded, and the master had once or twice answered very crossly when questioned. "How the devil do you suppose I'm to know," he had said to a young gentleman who had inquired, "where they were?" But still the Squire kept on zealously, and reminded Ralph that some of the best things of the season were often lost by men becoming slack toward evening. At that time it was nearly 4 o'clock, and Cox was clearly of opinion that he couldn't kill a fox in Barford Woods that day. But still the hounds were hunting. "Darned if they ain't back to the little wood again," said Cox to the Squire. They were at that moment in an extreme corner of an outlying copse, and between them and Barford Little Wood was a narrow strip of meadow over which they had passed half a dozen times that day. Between the copse and the meadow there ran a broad ditch with a hedge, a rotten made-up fence of sticks and bushes, which at the corner had been broken down by the constant passing of horses, till at this hour of the day there was hardly at that spot anything of a fence to be jumped. "We must cross with them again, Cox," said the Squire. At that moment he was nearest to the gap, and close to him were Ralph and George Morris, as well as the huntsman. But Mr. Newton's horse was standing sideways to the hedge, and was not facing the passage. He nevertheless prepared to pass it first, and turned his horse sharply at it. As he did so, some bush or stick caught the animal in the flank, and he, in order to escape the impediment, clambered up the bank sideways, not taking the gap, and then balanced himself to make his jump over the ditch. But he was entangled among the sticks and thorns, and was on broken ground, and jumping short came down into the ditch. The Squire fell heavily headlong on to the field, and the horse, with no further effort of his own, but unable to restrain himself, rolled over his master. It was a place as to which any horseman would say that a child might ride through if on a donkey, without a chance of danger, and yet the 3 men who saw it knew at once that the Squire had had a bad fall. Ralph was first through the gap, and was off his own horse, as the old Irish hunter with a groan collected himself and got upon his legs. In rising the animal was very careful not to strike his late rider with his feet, but it was too evident to Cox that the beast in his attempt to rise had given a terrible squeeze to the prostrate Squire with his saddle. In a moment the 3 men were on their knees, and it was clear that Mr. Newton was insensible.
"I'm afraid he's hurt,"
said Morris. Cox merely shook his head as he gently attempted to raise the squire's shoulder against his own. Ralph, as pale as death, held his father's hand in one of his own, and with the other endeavoured to feel the pulse of the heart. Presently, before any one else came up to them, a few drops of blood came from between the sufferer's lips. Cox again shook his head. "We'd better get him on to a gate, Mr. Ralph, and into a house," said the huntsman. They were quickly surrounded by others, and the gate was soon there, and within 20 minutes a surgeon was standing over our poor old friend. "No, he wasn't dead," the surgeon said, "but—" "What is it?" asked Ralph, impetuously. The surgeon took the master of the hunt aside and whispered into his ear that Mr. Newton was a dead man. His spine had been so injured by the severity of his own fall, and by the weight of the horse rolling on him while he was still doubled up on the ground, that it was impossible that he should ever speak again. So the surgeon said, and Squire Newton never did speak again. He was carried home to the house of a gentleman who lived in those parts, in order that he might be saved the longer journey to the Priory. But the length of the road mattered but little to him. He never spoke again, nor was he sensible for a moment. Ralph remained with him during the night, of course, and so did the surgeon. At 5 o'clock on the following morning his last breath had been drawn, and his life had passed away from him. George Morris also had remained with him, or rather had come back to the house after having ridden home and changed his clothes, and it was by him that the tidings were at last told to the wretched son. "It is all over, Ralph." "I suppose so," said Ralph, hoarsely. "There has never been a doubt," said George, "since we heard of the manner of the accident." "I suppose not," said Ralph. The young man sat silent and composed, and made no expression of his grief. He did not weep, nor did his face even wear that look of woe which is so common to us all when grief comes to us. They two were still in the room in which the body lay, and were standing close together over the fire. Ralph was leaning on his elbow upon the chimney-piece, and from time to time Morris would press his arm. They had been standing together thus for some 20 minutes when Morris asked a question. "The affair of the property had been settled, Ralph?" "Don't talk of that now," said the other, angrily. Then, after a pause, he put up his face and spoke again. "Nothing has been settled," he said. "The estate belongs to my cousin Ralph. He should be informed at once, at once. He should be telegraphed to come to Newton. Would you mind doing it? He should be informed at once." "There is time enough for that," said George Morris. "If you will not, I must," replied Ralph. The telegram was at once sent in duplicate, addressed to that other Ralph, Ralph who was declared by the Squire's son to be once more Ralph the heir, addressed to him both at his lodgings in London and at the Moonbeam. When the messenger had been sent to the nearest railway station with the message, Ralph and his friend started for Newton Priory together. Poor Ralph still wore his boots and breeches and the red coat in which he had ridden on the former fatal day, and in which he had passed the night by the side of his dying father's bed. On their journey homeward they met Gregory, who had heard of the accident, and had at once started to see his uncle. "It is all over," said Ralph. Gregory, who was in his gig, dropped the reins and sat in silence. "It is all done. Let us get on, George. It is horrid to me to be in this coat. Get on quickly. Yes, indeed, everything is done now." He had lost a father who had loved him dearly, and whom he had dearly loved. A father whose opportunities of showing his active love had been greater even than fall to the lot of most parents. A father gives naturally to his son, but the Squire had been almost unnatural in his desire to give. There had never been a more devoted father, one more intensely anxious for his son's welfare, and Ralph had known this and loved his father accordingly. Nevertheless, he could not keep himself from remembering that he had now lost more than a father. The estate as to which the Squire had been so full of interest, as to which he, Ralph, had so constantly endeavoured to protect himself from an interest that should be too absorbing, had in the last moment escaped him, and now in this sad and solemn hour he could not keep himself from thinking of that loss. As he had stood in the room in which the dead body of his father had been lying, he had cautioned himself against this feeling. But still he had known that it had been present to him. Let him do what he would with his own thoughts, he could not hinder them from running back to the fact that by his father's sudden death he had lost the possession of the Newton estate. He hated himself for remembering such a fact at such a time, but he could not keep himself from remembering it. His father had fought a lifelong battle to make him the heir of Newton, and had perished in the moment of his victory, but before his victory was achieved. Ralph had borne his success well while he had thought that his success was certain, but now he knew that all such subjects should be absent from his mind with such cause for grief as weighed upon him at that moment. But he could not drive away the reflection. That other Ralph Newton had won upon the post. He would endeavour to bear himself well, but he could not but remember that he had been beaten. And there was the father who had loved him so well, lying dead. When he reached the house, George Morris was still with him. Gregory, to whom he had spoken hardly a word, did not come beyond the parsonage. Ralph could not conceal from himself, could hardly conceal from his outward manner, the knowledge that Gregory must be aware that his cause had triumphed. And yet he hated himself for thinking of these things, and believed himself to be brutal in that he could not conceal his thoughts. "I'll send over for a few things and stay with you for a day or two," said George Morris. "It would be bad that you should be left here alone." But Ralph would not permit the visit. "My father's nephew will be here to morrow," he said, "and I would rather that he should find me alone." In thinking of it all, he remembered that he must withdraw his claims to the hand of Mary Bonner, now that he was nobody. He could have no pretension now to offer his hand to any such girl as Mary Bonner. Chapter 31. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 32 of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. This recording is in the public domain. Sir Thomas at home. Sir Thomas Underwood was welcomed home at the villa with a double amount of sympathy and glory, that due to him for his victory being added to that which came to him on the score of his broken arm. A hero is never so much a hero among women as when he has been wounded in the battle. The very weakness which throws him into female hands imparts a moiety of his greatness to the women who for the while possess him, and creates a partnership in heroism in which the feminine half delights to make the most of its own share. During the week at Percycross and throughout the journey, Patience had had this half all to herself, and there had arisen to her considerable enjoyment from it as soon as she found that her father would probably be none the worse for his accident after a few weeks. She saw more of him now than she had done for years, and was able, after a fashion, to work her quiet, loving, female will with him, exacting from him an obedience to feminine sway such as had not been exercised on him since his wife's death. He himself had been humbled, passive, and happy. He had taken his gruel, grumbled with modesty, and consoled himself with constantly reflecting that he was member of Parliament for the borough of Percycross. During their journey, although Patience was urgent in requiring from her father quiescence, lest he should injure himself by too much exertion, there were many words spoken both as to Clarissa and Mary Bonner. As to poor Clary, Sir Thomas was very decided that if there were any truth in the suspicion which had been now roused in his mind as to Ralph the heir, the thing must be put an end to at once. Ralph, who had been the heir, was now in possession of that mess of pottage for which he had sold his inheritance, so said Sir Thomas to his daughter, and would undoubtedly consume that as he had consumed the other mess which should have lasted him till the inheritance was his own. And he told to Patience the whole story as to Polly Neefit, the whole story at least as he had heard it. Ralph had declared to Sir Thomas, when discussing the expedience of his proposed marriage with the daughter of the breeches maker, that he was attached to Polly Neefit. Sir Thomas had done all he could to dissuade the young man from a marriage which, in his eyes, was disgraceful, but he could not bring himself to look with favour on affections transferred so quickly from the breeches maker's daughter to his own. There must be no question of a love affair between Clary and the foolish heir who had disinherited himself by his folly. All this was doubly painful to Patience. She suffered first for her sister, the violence of whose feelings were so well known to her, and so completely understood, and then on her own account she was obliged to endure the conviction that she was deceiving her father. Although she had allowed something of the truth to escape from her, she had not wilfully told her sister's secret. But looking at the matter from her father's point of view, and hearing all that her father now said, she was brought in guilty of hypocrisy in the court of her own conscience. In that other matter as to Mary Bonner there was much more of pleasantness. There could be no possible reason why that other man, to whom fortune was going to be so good, should not marry Mary Bonner, if Mary could bring herself to take him into her good graces. And of course she would. Such at least was Sir Thomas's opinion. How was it possible that a girl like Mary, who had nothing of her own, should fail to like a lover who had everything to recommend him? Good looks, good character, good temper, and good fortune. Patience did make some protest against this for the sake of her sex. She didn't think, she said, that Mary had ever thought of Mr. Newton in that light. There must be a beginning to such thoughts, of course, said Sir Thomas. Patience explained that she had nothing to say against Mr. Newton. It would all be very nice and proper, no doubt, only perhaps Mary might not care for Mr. Newton. Pshaw! said Sir Thomas. Sir Thomas seemed to think that the one girl was as much bound to fall in love as the other was to abstain from so doing. Patience continued her protest, but very mildly, because her father's arm was in a sling. Then there arose the question whether Mary should be told of the young man's letter. Patience thought that the young man should be allowed to come and speak for himself. Sir Thomas made no objection to the young man's coming. The young man might come when he pleased, but Sir Thomas thought it would be well that Mary should know what the young man had written. And so they reached home. To be glorified by one worshipping daughter had been pleasant to the wounded hero, but to be glorified by two daughters and a niece was almost wearisome. On the first evening nothing was said about the love troubles or love prospects of the girls. Sir Thomas permitted himself the enjoyment of his glory with some few signs of impatience when the admiration became too strong. He told the whole story of his election, lying back among his cushions on the sofa, although Patience with mild persistence cautioned him against exertion. "It is very bad that you should have your arm broken, papa," said Clarissa. "It is a bore, my dear." "Of course it is, a dreadful bore. But as it is doing so well, I am so glad you went down to Percycross.
It is such a very great thing that you should be in the house again. It does give so much colour to our lives here." "I hope they were not colourless before." "You know what I mean. It is so nice to feel that you are in Parliament." "It is quite on the cards that I may lose the seat by petition." "They can never be so cruel," said Mary. "Cruelty!" said Sir Thomas, laughing. "In politics men skin each other without the slightest feeling. I do not doubt that Mr. Westmacott would ruin me with the most perfect satisfaction if by doing so he could bring the seat within his own reach again, and yet I believe Mr. Westmacott to be a kind-hearted, good sort of man. There is a theory among Englishmen that in politics no man need spare another. To wish that your opponent should fall dead upon the hustings is not an uncharitable wish at an election." "Oh, papa!" exclaimed Patience. "At any rate you are elected," said Clary. "And threatened folk live long, uncle," said Mary Bonner. "So they say, my dear. Well, Patience, don't look at me with so much reprobation in your eyes, and I will go to bed at once. Being here instead of at the Percy Standard does make one inclined to take a liberty." "Oh, papa, it is such a delight to have you," said Clary, jumping up and kissing her father's forehead. All this was pleasant enough, and the first evening came to an end very happily. The next morning Patience, when she was alone with her father, made a request to him with some urgency. "Papa," she said, "do not say anything to Clary about Ralph." "Why not?" "If there is anything in it, let it die out of itself." "But is there?" "How am I to say? Think of it, papa. If I knew it, I could hardly tell, even you." "Why not? If I am not to hear the truth from you, who is to tell me?" "Dear papa, don't be angry. There may be a truth which had better not be told. What we both want is that Clary shouldn't suffer. If you question her she will suffer. You may be sure of this, that she will obey your wishes." "How can she obey them unless she knows them?" "She shall know them," said Patience. But Sir Thomas would give no promise. On that same day Sir Thomas sent for his niece into his room, and there read to her the letter which he had received from the Squire's son. It was now the last week of October, that short blessed morsel of time which to the poor Squire at Newton was the happiest of his life. He was now cutting down trees and building farmhouses, and looking after his stud in all the glory of his success. Ralph had written his letter and had received his answer, and he also was successful and glorious. That fatal day on which the fox would not break from Barford Woods had not yet arrived. Mary Bonner heard the letter read, and listened to Sir Thomas's speech without a word, without a blush, and without a sign. Sir Thomas began his speech very well, but became rather misty toward the end when he found himself unable to reduce Mary to a state of feminine confusion. "My dear," he began, "I have received a letter which I think it is my duty to read to you." "A letter, uncle?" "Yes, my dear. Sit down while I read it. I may as well tell you at once that it is a letter which has given me very great satisfaction. It is from a young gentleman." Upon hearing this announcement, Mary's face assumed a look of settled, collected strength, which never left it for a moment during the remainder of the interview. "Yes, from a young gentleman, and I may say that I never read a letter which I thought to be more honourable to the writer. It is from Mr. Ralph Newton, not the Ralph with whom you have found us to be so intimate, but from the other, who will some day be Mr. Newton of Newton Priory." Then Sir Thomas looked into his niece's face, hoping to see there something of the flutter of expectant triumph. But there was neither flutter nor triumph in Mary's countenance.
He read the letter, sitting up in his bed with his left arm in a sling, and then he handed it to her. "You had better look at it yourself, my dear." Mary took the letter, and sat as though she were reading it. It seemed to Sir Thomas that she was reading it with the cold accuracy of a cautious attorney. But in truth her eyes did not follow a single word of the letter. There was neither flutter nor triumph in her face, or in the movement of her limbs, or in the quiet, almost motionless carriage of her body. But nevertheless the pulses of her heart beat so strongly that, had all depended on it, she could not have read a word of the letter. "Well, my dear," said Sir Thomas, when he thought that ample time had been given for the perusal. Mary simply folded the paper together and returned it into his hands. "I have told him, as I was bound to do, my dear, that as far as I was concerned I should be happy to receive him, but that for any other answer I must refer him to you. Of course it will be for you to give him what answer your heart dictates. But I may say this, and it is my duty to say it as your guardian and nearest relative, the way in which he has put forward his request shows him to be a most honourable man. All that I have ever heard of him is in his favour. He is a gentleman, every inch of him, and as for his prospects in life, they are such that they entitle him to address almost any lady in the land. Of course you will follow the dictates of your own heart, as I said, but I cannot myself fancy any greater good fortune that could come in the way of a young woman than the honest affections of such a man as this Ralph Newton." Then Sir Thomas paused for some reply, but Mary had none ready for him. "Of course I have no questions to ask," he said, and then again paused. But still Mary did not speak. "I dare say he will be here before long, and I hope that he may meet with a happy reception. I at least shall be glad to see him, for I hold him in great honour. And as I look upon marriage as the happiest lot for all women, and as I think that this would be a happy marriage, I do hope. But, as I said before, all that must be left to yourself. Mary, have you nothing to say?" "I trust, uncle, you are not tired of me." "Tired of you? Certainly not. I have not been with you since you have been here as much as I should have wished, because, indeed, for various reasons. But we all like you, and nobody wants to get rid of you. But there is a way in which young ladies leave their own homes which is generally thought to be matter of congratulation. But, as I said before, nobody shall press you." "Dear uncle, I am so full of thanks to you for your kindness." "But it is of course my duty as your guardian to tell you that in my opinion this gentleman is entitled to your esteem." After that Mary left him without another word, and taking her hat and cloak as she passed through the hall, went at once out into the garden. It was a fine autumn morning, almost with a touch of summer in it. We do not know here that special season which across the Atlantic is called the Indian summer, that last glow of the year's warmth which always brings with it a half melancholy conviction of the year's decay, which in itself is so delightful, would be so full of delight, were it not for the consciousness which it seems to contain of being the immediate precursor of winter with all its horrors. There is no sufficient constancy with us of the recurrence of such a season to make any special name needful, but now and again there comes a day when the winds of the equinox have lulled themselves, and the chill of October rains have left the earth, and the sun gives a genial, luxurious warmth, with no power to scorch, with strength only to comfort. But here, as elsewhere, this luxury is laden with melancholy, because it tells us of decay and is the harbinger of death. This was such a day, and Mary Bonner, as she hurried into a shrubbery walk, whence she could wander unseen, felt both the sadness and the softness of the season. There was a path which ran from the front gate of the villa grounds, through shrubs and tall evergreens, down to the river, and was continued along the river bank up through the flower garden to windows opening from the drawing room. Here she walked alone for more than an hour, turning as she came to the river, in order that she might not be seen from the house. Mary Bonner, of whose character hitherto but little has been said, was at any rate an acute observer. Very soon after her first introduction to Ralph the Heir, Ralph who had for so many years been the intimate friend of the Underwood family, she perceived something in the manner of that very attractive young man which conveyed to her a feeling that, if she so pleased, she might count him as an admirer of her own. She had heard then, as was natural, much of the brilliance of his prospects, and but little, as was also natural, of what he had done to mar them. And she also perceived, or fancied that she perceived, that her cousin Clary gave many of her thoughts to the heir. Now Mary Bonner understood the importance to herself of a prosperous marriage, as well as any girl ever did understand its great significance. She was an orphan, living in fact on the charity of her uncle, and she was aware that, having come to her uncle's house when all the weakness and attractions of her childhood were past, she could have no hold on him or his such as would have been hers had she grown to be a woman beneath his roof. There was a thoughtfulness, too, about her, a thoughtfulness which some perhaps may call worldliness, which made it impossible for her not to have her own condition constantly in her mind. In her father's lifetime she had been driven by his thoughtlessness and her own sterner nature to think of these things, and in the few months that had passed between her father's death and her acceptance in her uncle's house, she had taught herself to regard the world as an arena in which she must fight a battle by her own strength, with such weapons as God had given to her. God had indeed given to her many weapons, but she knew but of one. She did know that God had made her very beautiful, but she regarded her beauty after an unfeminine fashion, as a thing of value, but as a chattel of which she could not bring herself to be proud. Might it be possible that she should win for herself by her beauty some position in the world less burdensome, more joyous than that of a governess, and less dependent than that of a daily recipient of her uncle's charity? She had had lovers in the West Indies, perhaps a score of them, but they had been nothing to her. Her father's house had been so constituted that it had been impossible for her to escape the very plainly spoken admiration of captains, lieutenants, and colonial secretaries. In the West Indies gentlemen do speak so very plainly, on or without the smallest encouragement, that ladies accept such speaking much as they do in England the attention of a handkerchief lifted or an offer for a dance. It had all meant nothing to Mary Bonner, who from her earliest years of girlhood had been accustomed to captains, lieutenants, and even to midshipmen. But through it all she had grown up with serious thoughts, and something of a conviction that love-making was but an ugly amusement. As far as it had been possible she had kept herself aloof from it, and though run after for her beauty, had been unpopular as being a proud, cold, meaningless minx. When her father died she would speak to no one, and then it had been settled among the captains, lieutenants, and colonial secretaries that she was a proud, cold, meaningless minx. And with this character she left the island. Now there came to her, naturally I may say, this question: what lovers might she find in England, and should she find lovers, how should she deal with them? There are among us many who tell us that no pure-minded girl should think of finding a lover, should only deal with him when he comes, as truth and circumstances and parental control may suggest to her. If there be girls so pure, It certainly seems that no human being expects to meet them." Such was not the purity of Mary Bonner, if pure she was. She did think of some coming lover, did hope that there might be for her some prosperity of life as the consequence of the love of some worthy man whom she in return might worship. And then there had come Ralph Newton the heir. Now to Mary Bonner, as also to Clarissa Underwood and to Patience, and to old Mrs. Brownlow, and a great many others, Ralph the heir did not appear in quite those colours which he probably will in the reader's eyes. These ladies, and a great many other ladies and gentlemen who reckoned him among their acquaintance, were not accurately acquainted with his transactions with Messrs. Neefit, Moggs, and Horsball, nor were they thoroughly acquainted with the easy nature of our hero's changing convictions. To Clarissa he certainly was heroic. To Patience he was very dear. To old Mrs. Brownlow he was almost a demigod. To Mr. Poojean he was an object of envy. To Mary Bonner, as she first saw him, he was infinitely more fascinating than the captains and lieutenants of West Indian regiments, or than colonial secretaries generally. It was during that evening at Mrs. Brownlow's that Mary Bonner resolutely made up her mind that she would be as stiff and cold to Ralph the heir as the nature of their acquaintance would allow. She had seen Clarissa without watching, and without thinking she had resolved. Mr. Newton was handsome, well to do, of good address, and clever. He was also attractive, but he should not be attractive for her. She would not, as her first episode in her English life, rob a cousin of a lover. And so her mind was made up, and no word was spoken to any one. She had no confidences. There was no one in whom she could confide. Indeed, there was no need for confidence. As she left Mrs. Brownlow's house on that evening, she slipped her arm through that of Patience, and the happy Clarissa was left to walk home with Ralph the heir, as the reader may perhaps remember. Then that other Ralph had come, and she learned in half pronounced ambiguous whispers what was the nature of his position in the world. She did not know, at that time her cousins did not know, how nearly successful were the efforts made to dispossess the heir of his inheritance in order that this other Newton might possess it. But she saw, or thought that she saw, that this was the gallanter man of the two. Then he came again, and then again, and she knew that her own beauty was of avail. She encouraged him not at all. It was not in her nature to give encouragement to a man's advances. It may, perhaps, be said of her that she had no power to do so. What was in her of the graciousness of feminine love, of the leaning, clinging, flattering softness of woman's nature, required some effort to extract, and had never hitherto been extracted. But within her own bosom she told herself that she thought that she could give it if the asking for it were duly done. Then came the first tidings of his heirship, of his father's success, and then, close upon the heels of those tidings, this heir's humbly expressed desire to be permitted to woo her. There was all the flutter of triumph in her bosom as that letter was read to her, and yet there was no sign of it in her voice or in her countenance. Nor could it have been seen had she been met walking in the shade of that shrubbery. And yet she was full of triumph. Here was the man to whom her heart had seemed to turn almost at first sight, as it had never turned to man before. She had deigned to think of him as of one she could love, and he loved her. As she paced the walk, it was also much to her that this man who was so generous in her eyes should have provided for him so noble a place in the world. She quite understood what it was to be the wife of such a one as the Squire of Newton. She had grieved for Clary's sake when she heard that the former heir should be heir no longer, suspecting Clary's secret. But she could not so grieve as to be insensible of her own joy. And then there was something in the very manner in which the man approached her which gratified her pride while it touched her heart. About that other Ralph there was a tone of sustained self-applause which seemed to declare that he had only to claim any woman and to receive her. This was an old-fashioned mode of wooing of which she had read and dreamed, that implied a homage which she knew that she desired. This homage her Ralph was prepared to pay. For an hour she paced the walk, not thinking, but enjoying what she knew. There was nothing in it requiring thought. He was to come, and till he should come there was nothing that she need either say or do. Till he should come she would do nothing and say nothing. Such was her determination when Clarissa's step was heard, and in a moment Clarissa's arm was round her waist. "Mary," she said, "you must come out with me. Come and walk with me. I am going to Mrs. Brownlow's. You must come." "To walk there and back?" said Mary, smiling. "We will return in an omnibus. But you must come. Oh, I have so much to say to you." Chapter 32. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 33 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tell me and I'll tell you. "Papa has told me all about it," were Clarissa's first words as soon as they were out of the gate on the road to Mrs. Brownlow's. "All about what, Clary?" "Oh, you know, or rather it was Patience told me, and then I asked papa. I am so glad." Mary had as yet hardly had time to think whether the coming of this letter to her uncle would or would not be communicated to her cousins. But had she thought, she would have been almost sure that Sir Thomas would be more discreet. The whole matter was to her so important, so secret, almost so solemn, that she could hardly imagine that it should be discussed among the whole household. And yet she felt a strong longing within herself to be able to talk of it to some one. Of the two cousins, Clary was certainly her favourite, and had she been forced to consult any one, she would have consulted Clary. But an absolute confidence in such a matter with a chosen friend, the more delightful it may appear, was on that very account the more difficult of attainment. It was an occasion for thought, for doubt, and almost for dismay. And now Clary rushed into it as though everything could be settled in a walk from Fulham to Parson's Green. "It is very good of you to be glad, Clary," said the other, hardly knowing why she said this, and yet meaning it. If in truth Clary was glad, it was good of her. For this man to whom Clary was alluding had won from her own lover all his inheritance. "I like him so much. You will let me talk about him, won't you?" "Oh, yes," said Mary. "Do, pray do. There are so many reasons why we should tell each other everything." This elicited no promise from Mary. "If I thought that you would care, I would tell you all." "I care about everything that concerns you, Clary." "But I didn't bring you out to talk about myself now. I want to tell you how much I like your Ralph Newton." "But he isn't mine." "Yes, he is. At any rate, if you like to have him. And of course you will like. Why should you not? He is everything that is nice and good. And now he is to be the owner of all the property. What I want to tell you is this. I do not begrudge it to you." Why should Clarissa begrudge or not begrudge the property? Mary understood it all, but nothing had been said entitling her to speak as though she understood it. "I don't think you would begrudge me anything that you thought good for me," said Mary. "And I think that Mr. Ralph Newton, this Mr. Ralph Newton, is very good for you. Nothing could be so good.
In the first place, would it not be very nice to have you mistress of Newton Priory? Only that shouldn't come properly first." "And what should come first, Clary?" "Oh, of course, that you should love him better than anything in the world. And you do, don't you?" "It is too sudden to say that yet, Clary." "But I am sure you will. Don't you feel that you will? Come, Mary, you should tell me something." "There is so little to tell." "Then you are afraid of me. I wanted to tell you everything." "I am not afraid of you. But remember, it is hardly more than an hour ago since I first heard of Mr. Newton's wishes, and up to that moment nothing was further from my dreams." "I was sure of it ever so long ago," said Clarissa. "Oh, Clary!" "I was. I told Patience how it was to be. I saw it in his eyes. One does see these things. I knew it would be so, and I told Patience that we three would be three Mrs. Newtons. But that, of course, was nonsense." "Nonsense, indeed." "I mean about Patience." "And what about yourself, Clary?" Clarissa made no answer, and yet she was burning to tell her own story. She was most anxious to tell her own story, but only on the condition of reciprocal confidence. The very nature of her story required that the confidence should be reciprocal. "You said that you wanted to tell me everything," said Mary. "And so I do." "You know how glad I shall be to hear." "That is all very well, but—" And then Clarissa paused. "But what, dear?" "You do mean to accept Mr. Newton?" Now it was time for Mary to pause. "If I were to tell you my whole heart," she said, "I should be ashamed of what I was saying. And yet I do not know that there is any cause for shame." "There can be none," said Clary. "I am sure of that." "My acquaintance with Mr. Newton is very, very slight. I liked him, oh, so much! I thought him to be high spirited, manly, and a fine gentleman. I never saw any man who so much impressed me." "Of course not," said Clarissa, making a gesture as though she would stop on the high road and clasp her hands together, in which, however, she was impeded by her parasol and her remembrance of her present position. "But it is so much to say that one will love a man better than all the world, and go to him, and belong to him, and be his wife." "Ah, but if one does love him!" "I can hardly believe that love can grow so quickly." "Tell the truth, Mary. Has it not grown?" "Indeed, I cannot say. There, you shall have the whole truth. When he comes to me, and I suppose he will come." "There isn't much doubt of that." "If he does come—" "Well?" "I hardly know what I shall say to him. I shall try to love him." "Of course you will love him, better than all the world." "I know that he is paying me the greatest compliment that a man can pay to a woman. And there is no earthly reason why I should not be proud to accept all that he offers me. I have nothing of my own to bestow in return." "But you are so beautiful." Mary would make no pretence of denying this. It was true that that one great feminine possession did belong to her. "After all," she said, "how little does beauty signify! It attracts, but it can make no man happy. He has everything to give to a wife, and he ought to have much in return for what he gives." "You don't mean that a girl should refuse a rich man because she has no fortune of her own?" "No, no; not quite that." "But she ought to think whether she can be of use to him." "Of course you will be of use, my dear; of the greatest use in the world. That's his affair, and he is the best judge of what will be of use. You will love him, and other men will envy him, and that will be everything. Oh dear, I do so hope he will come soon." And I almost hope he will not. I shall be so afraid to see him. The first meeting will be so awful. I shall not dare to look him in the face." "But it is all settled." "No, not settled, Clary." "Yes, it is settled. And now I will tell you what I mean when I say I do not begrudge him you. That is, I do not know whether you will care to be told." "I care very much, Clary. I should be very unhappy if you did begrudge me anything." "Of course you know that our Ralph Newton, as we call him, ought to have been the heir." "Oh, yes." "I needn't explain it all, only Only he is everything to you. Is that it, Clary?" "Yes, it is that. He is everything to me. I love him. Oh, yes, I do love him. But, Mary, I am not such a happy girl as you are. Sometimes I think he hardly cares for me." "But he has asked you to care for him." "Well, I don't know. I think he has. He has told me, I know, that he loved me dearly, better than any one." "And what answer did you make to him, Clary?" Clarissa had the whole scene on the lawn at Popham Villa so clearly impressed upon her memory that an eternity of years, as she thought, could obliterate not one of its incidents, and render doubtful no tone of his voice, no word that her lover had spoken. His conduct had at that time been so violent that she had answered him only with tears and protestations of undying anger. But her tears had been dried, and her anger had passed away, while the love remained. Ralph, her Ralph, of course knew well enough that the tears were dry and the anger gone. She could understand that he would understand that. But the love which he had protested, if it were real love, would remain. And why should she doubt him? The very fact that he was so dear to her made the doubts almost disgraceful. And yet there was so much cause for doubt. Patience doubted. She knew herself that she feared more than she hoped. She had resolved gallantly that she would be true to her own heart, even though by such truth she should be preparing for herself a life of disappointment. She had admitted the passion, and she would stand by it. In all her fears, too, she consoled herself by the reflection that her lover was hindered, not by want of earnestness or want of truth, but by the state of his affairs. While he was still in debt, striving to save his inheritance, but tormented by the growing certainty that it must pass away from him, how could he give himself up to love making and preparations for marriage? Clary made excuses for him which no one else would have made, and so managed to feed her hopes. "I made him no answer," she said at last. "And yet you knew you loved him." "Yes, I knew that. I can tell you, and I told Patience, but I could not tell him." She paused a moment, thinking whether she could describe the whole scene, but she found that she could not do that. "I shall tell him, perhaps, when he comes again; that is, if he does come." "If he loves you he will come." "I don't know. He has all these troubles on him, and he will be very poor. What will seem to him to be very poor. It would not be poor for me, but for him it would." "Would that hinder him?" "How can I say? There are so many things a girl cannot know. He may still be in debt, and then he has been brought up to want so much. But it will make no more difference in me. And now you will understand why I should tell you that I will never begrudge you your good fortune. If all should come right, you shall give us a little cottage near your grand house, and you will not despise us." Poor Clary! When she spoke of her possible future lord, and the little cottage on the Newton demesne, hardly understood the feelings with which a disinherited heir must regard the property which he has lost. "Dear, dearest Clary," said Mary Bonner, pressing her cousin's arm.
They had now reached Mrs. Brownlow's house, and the old lady was delighted to receive them. Of course she began to discuss at once the great news. Sir Thomas had had his arm broken, and was now again a member of Parliament. Mrs. Brownlow was a thorough-going Tory, and was in an ecstasy of delight that her old friend should have been successful. The success seemed to be so much the greater in that the hero had suffered a broken bone. And then there were many questions to be asked. Would Sir Thomas again be Solicitor General by right of his seat in Parliament? For on such matters Mrs. Brownlow was rather hazy in her conceptions as to the working of the British Constitution. And would he live at home? Clarissa would not say that she and Patience expected such a result. All that she could suggest of comfort on this matter was that there would be now something of a fair cause for excusing their father's residence at his London chambers. But there was a subject more enticing to the old lady even than Sir Thomas's triumphs, a subject as to which there could not be any triumph, only dismay, but not on that account the less interesting. Ralph Newton had sold his inheritance.
"I believe it is all settled," said Clarissa demurely.
"Dear, dear, dear, dear!" groaned the old lady. And while she groaned, Clarissa furtively cast a smile upon her cousin. "It is the saddest thing I ever knew," said Mrs. Brownlow. "And after all, for a young man who never can be anybody, you know."
"Oh yes," said Clarissa, "he can be somebody."
"You know what I mean, my dear. I think it very shocking, very wrong. Such a fine estate, too."
"We all like Mr. Newton very much indeed," said Clarissa. "Papa thinks he is a most charming young man. I never knew papa taken with any one so much. And so do we all, Patience and I and Mary."
"But, my dear," began Mrs. Brownlow. Mrs. Brownlow had always thought that Ralph the heir would ultimately marry Clarissa Underwood, and that it was a manifest duty on his part to do so. She had fancied that Clarissa had expected it herself, and had believed that all the Underwoods would be broken hearted at the transfer of the estate. "I don't think it can be right," said Mrs. Brownlow, "and I must say that it seems to me that old Mr. Newton ought to be ashamed of himself, just because this young man happens to be, in a sort of a way, his own son. He is going to destroy the whole family. I think that it is very wicked." But she had not a word of censure for the heir who had consumed his mess of pottage.
"Wasn't she grand?" said Clary, as soon as they were out again upon the road. "She is such a dear old woman, but she doesn't understand anything. I couldn't help giving you a look when she was abusing our friend. When she knows it all, she'll have to make you such an apology." "I hope she will not do that." "She will, if she does not forget all about it. She does forget things. There is one thing I don't agree with her in at all. I don't see any shame in your Ralph having the property. And as to his being nobody, that is all nonsense. He would be somebody wherever he went, if he had not an acre of property. He will be Mr. Newton of Newton Priory, just as much as anybody else could be. He has never done anything wrong."
To all which Mary Bonner had very little to say. She certainly was not prepared to blame the present squire for having so managed his affairs as to be able to leave the estate to his own son. The two girls were very energetic, and walked back the whole way to Popham Villa, regardless of a dozen omnibuses that passed them.
"I told her all about our Ralph, my Ralph," said Clary to her sister afterwards. "I could not help telling her now." "Dear Clary," said Patience, "I wish you could help thinking of it always." "That's quite impossible," said Clarissa, cheerily.
CHAPTER XXXIV. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 34 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Alone in the house. Young Newton at last found himself alone in the house at Newton Priory after his father's death. He had sent George Morris away, becoming very stern in his demand to be left to his solitude as long as opposition was made to him. Gregory had come down to him from the parsonage, and had also been dismissed. "Your brother will be here probably to-day," said Ralph, "and then I will send for you." "I am thinking more of you than of my brother just now," answered the parson. "Yes, I know, and though I cannot talk to you, I know how good you are. I want to see nobody but him. I shall be better alone." Then Gregory had returned to the parsonage. As soon as Ralph was alone, he crept up to the room in which his father's body was lying, and stood silently by the bedside for above an hour. He was struggling to remember the loss he had had in the man, and to forget the loss in wealth and station. No father had ever been better to a son than his father had been to him. In every affair of life his happiness, his prosperity, and his future condition had given motives to his father's conduct. No lover ever worshipped a mistress more thoroughly than his father had idolized him. There had never been love to beat it, never solicitude more perfect and devoted. And yet, as he had been driven home that day, he had allowed his mind to revert to the property, and his regrets to settle themselves on his lost position. It should not be so any longer. He could not keep his mind from dwelling on the thing, but he would think of it as a trifle, as of a thing which he could afford to lose without sorrow. Whereas he had also lost that which is of all things the most valuable and most impossible to replace, a friend whose love was perfect. But then there was another loss. He bitterly blamed himself for having written that letter to Sir Thomas Underwood before he was actually in a position to do as he had proposed. It must all be unwritten now. Every resolution hitherto taken as to his future life must be abandoned. He must begin again, and plan a new life for himself. It had all come upon him so suddenly that he was utterly at a loss to think what he would do with himself or with his days. There was nothing for him but to go away, and be utterly without occupation, altogether without friends. Friends indeed he had, dear, intimate, loving friends. Gregory Newton and George Morris were his friends. Every tenant on the Newton property was his friend. There was not a man riding with the hunt, worth having as a friend, who was not on friendly terms with him. But all these he must leave altogether. In whatever spot he might find for himself a future residence, that spot could not be at Peele Newton. After what had occurred he could not remain there, now that he was not the heir. And then again his thoughts came back from his lost father to his lost inheritance, and he was very wretched. Between 3 and 4 o'clock he took his hat and walked out. He sauntered down along a small stream, which, after running through the gardens, bordered one of the coverts which came up near to the house. He took this path because he knew that he would be alone there, unseen. It had occurred to him already that it would be well that he should give orders to stop the works which his father had commenced, and there had been a moment in which he had almost told one of the servants in the house to do so. But he had felt ashamed at seeming to remember so small a thing. The owner would be there soon, probably in an hour or two, and could stop or could continue what he pleased. Then, as he thought of the ownership of the estate, he reflected that, as the sale had been in truth effected by his namesake, the money promised by his father would be legally due, would not now be his money. As to the estate itself, that of course would go to his namesake as his father's heir. No will had been made leaving the estate to him, and his namesake would be the heir at law. Thus he would be utterly beggared. It was not that he actually believed that this would be the case, but his thoughts were morbid, and he took an unwholesome delight in picturing to himself circumstances in their blackest hue. Then he would strike the ground with his stick in his wrath because he thought of such things at all. How was it that he was base enough to think of them while the accident which had robbed him of his father was so recent? As the dusk grew on, he emerged out of the copse into the park, and crossing at the back of the home paddocks, came out upon the road near to Darvell's farm. He passed a few yards up the lane, till at a turn he could discern the dismantled house. As far as he could see through the gloom of the evening, there were no workmen near the place. Some one, he presumed, had given directions that nothing further should be done on a day so sad as this. He stood for a while looking and listening, and then turned around to enter the park again. It might be that the new squire was already at the house, and it would be thought that he ought not to be absent. The road from the station to the Priory was not that on which he was standing, and Ralph might have arrived without his knowledge. He wandered slowly back, but before he could turn in at the park gate he was met by a man on the road. It was Mr. Walker, the farmer of Brownriggs, an old man over 70, who had lived on the property all his life, succeeding his father in the same farm. Walker had known young Newton since he had first been brought to the Priory as a boy, and could speak to him with more freedom than perhaps any other tenant on the estate. "Oh, Mr. Ralph," he said, "this has been a dreary thing." Ralph, for the first time since the accident, burst out into a flood of tears. "No wonder you take on, Mr. Ralph. He was a good father to you, and a fine gentleman, and one we all respected." Ralph still sobbed, but put his hand on the old man's arm and leaned upon him. "I hope, Mr. Ralph, that things was pretty well settled about the property." Ralph shook his head, but did not speak. "A bargain is a bargain, Mr. Ralph, and I suppose that this bargain was made. The lawyers would know that it had been made." "It don't matter about that, Mr. Walker," said Ralph, "but the estate would go to my father's nephew as his heir." The farmer started as though he had been shot. "You will have another landlord, Mr. Walker. He can hardly be better than the one you have lost." "Then, Mr. Ralph, you must bear it manly." "I think that I can say that I will do that. It is not for the property that I am crying. I hope you don't think that of me, Mr. Walker." "No, no, no." "I can't bear that. Though it is hard the having to go away and live among strange people. I think I shall get a farm somewhere, and see if I can take a lesson from you. I don't know anything else that I can do." "You could have the Moordykes, Mr. Ralph," said Mr. Walker, naming a holding on the Newton property, as to which there were rumours that it would soon be vacant. "No, Mr. Walker, it mustn't be here. I couldn't stand that. I must go away from this, God knows where. I must go away from this, and I shall never see the old place again." "Bear it manly, Mr. Ralph," said the farmer. "I think I shall after a bit. Good evening, Mr. Walker. I expect my father's nephew every hour, and I ought to be up at the house when he comes. I shall see you again before I go." "Yes, yes, that's for certain," said the farmer. They were both thinking of the day on which they would follow the old Squire to his grave in Newton Peele churchyard. Ralph re-entered the park, and hurried across to the house as though he were afraid that he would be too late to receive the heir. But there had been no arrival, nor had there come any message from the other Ralph. Indeed, up to this hour the news had not reached the present owner of Newton Priory. The telegram had been duly delivered at the Moonbeam, where the fortunate youth was staying, but he was hunting on this day, riding the new horse which he had bought from Mr. Pepper, and up to this moment did not know anything of that which chance had done for him. Nor did he get back to the Moonbeam till late at night, having made some engagement for dinner after the day's sport. It was not till noon on the following day, the Friday, that a message was received from him at the Priory, saying that he would at once hurry down to Hampshire. Ralph sat down to dinner all alone. Let what will happen to break hearts and ruin fortunes, dinner comes as long as the means last for providing it. The old butler waited upon him in absolute silence, fearing to speak a word, lest the word at such a time should be ill spoken. No doubt the old man was thinking of the probable expedience of his retiring upon his savings, feeling, however, that it became him to show, till the last, every respect to all who bore the honoured name of Newton. When the meat had been eaten, the old servant did say a word. "Won't you come round to the fire, Mr. Ralph?" And he placed comfortably before the hearth one of the heavy arm-chairs with which the corners of the broad fireplace were flanked. But Ralph only shook his head and muttered some refusal. There he sat, square to the table, with the customary bottle of wine before him, leaning back with his hands in his pockets, thinking of his condition in life. The loneliness of the room, the loneliness of the house, were horrible to him. And yet he would not that his solitude should be interrupted. He had been so sitting, motionless, almost overcome by the gloom of the big dark room, for so long a period, that he hardly knew whether it was night or not, when a note was brought to him from Gregory. "Dear Ralph, shall I not come down to you for an hour? G.N." He read the note and sent back a verbal message. "Tell Mr. Gregory that I had rather not." And so he sat motionless till the night had really come, till the old butler brought him his candlestick and absolutely bade him betake himself to bed. He had watched during the whole of the previous night, and now had slumbered in his chair from time to time, but his sleeping had been that of painful, wakeful nature, which brings with it no refreshment. It had been full of dreams, in all of which there had been some grotesque reference to the property, but in none of them had there been any memory of the Squire's terrible death. And yet, as he woke, and woke, and woke again, it can hardly be said that the truth had come back upon him as a new blow. Through such dreams there seems to exist a double memory, and a second identity. The misery of his isolated position never for a moment left him, and yet there were repeated to him over and over again those bungling, ill-arranged, impossible pictures of trivial transactions about the place, which the slumber of a few seconds sufficed to create in his brain. "Mr. Ralph, you must go to bed. You must indeed, sir," said the old butler, standing over him with a candle during one of these fitful dreamings. "Yes, Grey, yes, I will directly. Put it down. Thank you. Don't mind sitting up," said Ralph, rousing himself in his chair. "It's past 12, Mr. Ralph." "You can go to bed, you know, Grey." "No, sir, no. I'll see you to bed first. It'll be better so. Why, Mr. Ralph, the fire's all out, and you're sitting here perished. You wasn't in bed last night, and you ought to be there now. Come, Mr. Ralph." Then Ralph rose from his chair and took the candlestick. It was true enough that he had better be in bed. As he shook himself he felt that he had never been so cold in his life. And then, as he moved, there came upon him that terrible feeling that everything was amiss with him, that there was no consolation on any side. "That'll do, Grey. Good night," he said, as the old man prepared to follow him upstairs. But Grey was not to be shaken off. "I'll just see you to your room, Mr. Ralph." He wanted to accompany his young master past the door of that chamber in which was lying all that remained of the old master, but Ralph would open the door. "Not to night, Mr. Ralph," said Grey. But Ralph persisted, and stood again by the bedside. "He would have given me his flesh and blood, his very life," said Ralph to the butler. "I think no father ever so loved a son. And yet what has it come to?" Then he stooped down and put his lips to the cold clay blue forehead. "It ain't come to much, surely," said old Grey to himself as he crept away to his own room. "And I don't suppose it do come to much mostly when folks go wrong." Ralph was out again before breakfast, wandering up and down the banks of the stream where the wood hid him, and then he made up his mind that he would at once write again to Sir Thomas Underwood. He must immediately make it understood that that suggestion which he had made in his ill-assumed pride of position must be abandoned. He had nothing now to offer to that queenly princess worthy of the acceptance of any woman. He was a base-born son, about to be turned out of his father's house because of the disgrace of his birth. In the eye of the law he was nobody. The law allowed to him not even a name, certainly allowed to him the possession of no relative, denied to him the possibility of any family tie. His father had succeeded within an ace of giving him that which would have created for him family ties, relatives, name, and all. The old Squire had understood well how to supersede the law, and to make the harshness of man's enactments of no avail. Had the Squire quite succeeded, the son would have stood his ground, would have called himself Newton of Newton, and nobody would have dared to tell him that he was a nameless bastard. But now he could not even wait to be told. He must tell it himself, and must vanish. He had failed to understand it all while his father was struggling and was yet alive, but he understood it well now. So he came in to his breakfast resolved that he would write that letter at once. And then there were orders to be given, hideous orders, and there was that hideous remembrance that legally he was entitled to give no orders. Gregory came down to him as he sat at breakfast, making his way into the parlour without excuse. "My brother cannot have been at home at either place," he said. "Perhaps not," said Ralph. "I suppose not." "The message will be sent after him, and you will hear to day, no doubt." "I suppose I shall," said Ralph. Then Gregory, in a low voice, made the suggestion in reference to which he had come across from the parsonage. "I think that perhaps I and Larkin had better go over to Basingstoke." Larkin was the steward. Ralph again burst out into tears, but he assented, and in this way those hideous orders were given. As soon as Gregory was gone he took himself to his desk and did write to Sir Thomas Underwood. His letter, which was perhaps somewhat too punctilious, ran as follows: Newton Priory, 4th November, 186 . My dear Sir, I do not know whether you will have heard before this of the accident which has made me fatherless. The day before yesterday my father was killed by a fall from his horse in the hunting field. I should not have ventured to trouble you with a letter on this subject, nor should I myself have been disposed to write about it at present, were it not that I feel it to be an imperative duty to refer without delay to my last letter to you, and to your very flattering reply. When I wrote to you it was true that my father had made arrangements for purchasing, on my behalf, the reversion to the property. That it was so you doubtless were aware from your own personal knowledge of the affairs of Mr. Ralph Newton. Whether that sale was or was not legally completed, I do not know. Probably not, and in regard to my own interests, it is to be hoped that it was not completed. But in any event the whole Newton property will pass to your late ward, as my father certainly made no such will as would convey it to me, even if the sale were complete. It is a sad time for explaining all this, when the body of my poor father is still lying unburied in the house, and when, as you may imagine, I am ill fitted to think of matters of business. But, after what has passed between us, I conceive myself bound to explain to you that I wrote my last letter under a false impression, and that I can make no such claim to Miss Bonner's favour as I then set up. I am houseless and nameless, and for aught I yet know to the contrary, absolutely penniless. The blow has hit me very hard. I have lost my fortune, which I can bear. I have lost whatever chance I had of gaining your niece's hand, which I must learn to bear, and I have lost the kindest father a man ever had, which is unbearable. Yours very faithfully, Ralph Newton, so called. If it be thought that there was something in the letter which should have been suppressed, the allusion, for instance, to the possible but most improbable loss of his father's private means, and his morbid denial of his own right to a name which he had always borne, a right which no one would deny him, it must be remembered that the circumstances of the hour bore very heavily on him, and that it was hardly possible that he should not nurse the grievance which afflicted him. Had he not been alone in these hours he might have carried himself more bravely. As it was, he struggled hard to carry himself well. If no one had ever been told how nearly successful the Squire had been in his struggle to gain the power of leaving the estate to his son, had there been nothing of the triumph of victory, he could have left the house in which he had lived and the position which he had filled almost without sorrow, certainly without lamentation. In the midst of calamities caused by the loss of fortune, it is the knowledge of what the world will say that breaks us down, not regret for those enjoyments which wealth can give, and which had long been anticipated. At 2 o'clock on this day he got a telegram. "I will be at the parsonage this evening, and will come down at once." Ralph the heir, on his return home late at night, had heard the news, and early on the following morning had communicated with his brother and with his namesake. In the afternoon, after his return from Basingstoke, Gregory again came down to the house, desiring to know whether Ralph would prefer that the meeting should be at the Priory or at the parsonage, and on this occasion his cousin bore with him. "Why should not your brother come to his own house?" asked Ralph. "I suppose he feels that he should not claim it as his own." "That is nonsense. It is his own, and he knows it. Does he think that I am likely to raise any question against his right?" "I do not suppose that my brother has ever looked at the matter in that light," said the parson. "He is the last man in the world to do so. For the present, at any rate, you are living here, and he is not. In such an emergency, perhaps, he feels that it would be better that he should come to his brother than intrude here." "It would be no intrusion. I should wish him to feel that I am prepared to yield to him instantly. Of course the house cannot be very pleasant for him as yet. He must suffer something of the misery of the occasion before he can enjoy his inheritance. But it will only be for a day or so." "Dear Ralph," said the parson, "I think you somewhat wrong my brother." "I endeavour not to do so. I think no ill of him because I presume he should look for enjoyment from what is certainly his own. He and my father were not friends, and this, which has been to me so terrible a calamity in every way, cannot affect him with serious sorrow. I shall meet him as a friend, but I would sooner meet him here than at the parsonage." It was at last settled that the two brothers should come down to the great house, both Ralph the heir and Gregory the parson, and that the three young men should remain there, at any rate till the funeral was over. And when this was arranged, the two, who had really been fast friends for so many years, were able to talk to each other in true friendship. The solitude which he had endured had been almost too much for the one who had been made so desolate, But at last, warmed by the comfort of companionship, he resumed his manhood, and was able to look his affairs in the face, free from the morbid feeling which had oppressed him. Gregory had his own things brought down from the parsonage, and in order that there might be no hesitation on his brother's part, sent a servant with a note to the station, desiring his brother to come at once to the Priory. They resolved to wait dinner for him till after the arrival of a train leaving London at 5 P.M. By that train the heir came, and between 7 and 8 he entered the house which he had not seen since he was a boy, and which was now his own. The receipt of the telegram at the Moonbeam had affected Ralph, who was now in truth the Squire, with absolute awe. He had returned late from a somewhat jovial dinner, in company with his friend Cox, who was indeed more jovial than was becoming. Ralph was not given to drinking more wine than he could carry decently, but his friend, who was determined to crowd as much enjoyment of life as was possible into the small time allowed him before his disappearance from the world that had known him, was noisy and rollicking. Perhaps it may be acknowledged in plain terms that he was tipsy. They both entered together the sitting room which Ralph used, and Cox was already calling for brandy and water, when the telegram was handed to Newton. He read it twice before he understood it. His uncle dead, suddenly dead, and the inheritance all his own! In doing him justice, however, we must admit that he did not at the time admit this to be the case. He did perceive that there must arise some question, but his first feeling as regarded the property was one of intense remorse that he should have sold his rights at a moment in which they would so soon have been realized in his own favour. But the awe which struck him was occasioned by the suddenness of the blow which had fallen upon his uncle. "What's up now, old fellow?" hiccupped Mr. Cox. I wonder whether any polite reader, into whose hands this story may fall, may ever have possessed a drunken friend, and have been struck by some solemn incident at the moment in which his friend is exercising the privileges of intoxication. The effect is not pleasant, nor conducive of good humour. Ralph turned away in disgust, and leaned upon the chimney piece, trying to think of what had occurred to him. "What is it, old chap? Somebody wants some tin? I'll stand up to you, old fellow." "Take him away," said Ralph. "He's drunk." Then, without waiting for further remonstrance from the good-natured but now indignant Cox, he went off to his own room. On the following morning he started for London by an early train, and by noon was with his lawyer. Up to that moment he believed that he had lost his inheritance. When he sent those 2 telegrams to his brother and to his namesake, he hardly doubted but that the entire property now belonged to his uncle's son. The idea had never occurred to him that, even were the sale complete, he might still inherit the property as his uncle's heir at law, and that he would do so unless his uncle had already bequeathed it to his son. But the attorney soon put him right. The sale had not been yet made. He, Ralph, had not signed a single legal document to that effect. He had done nothing which would have enabled his late uncle to make a will leaving the Newton estate to his son. "The letters which have been written are all waste paper," said the lawyer. "Even if they were to be taken as binding, as agreements for a covenant, they would operate against your cousin, not in his favour. In such case you would demand the specified price and still inherit." "That is out of the question," said the heir. "Quite out of the question," said the attorney. "No doubt Mr. Newton left a will, and under it his son will take whatever property the father had to leave." And so Ralph the heir found himself to be the owner of it all just at the moment in which he thought that he had lost all chance of the inheritance as the result of his own folly. When he walked out of the lawyer's office he was almost wild with amazement. This was the prize to which he had been taught to look forward through all his boyish days and all his early manhood. but to look forward to it as a thing that must be very distant, so distant as almost to be lost in the vagueness of the prospect. Probably his youth would have clean passed from him, and he would have entered upon the downhill course of what is called middle life before his inheritance would come to him. He had been unable to wait, and had wasted everything, nearly everything, had at any rate ruined all his hopes before he was 27, and yet now at 27 it was, as his lawyer assured him, all his own. How nearly had he lost it all! How nearly had he married the breeches maker's daughter! How close upon the rocks he had been! But now all was his own, and he was in truth Newton of Newton, with no embarrassments of any kind which could impose a feather's weight upon his back. Chapter 34. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 35 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. She'll accept you, of course. We will pass over the solemn sadness of the funeral at Newton, and the subsequent reading of the old squire's will. As to the latter, the will was as it had been made some 6 or 7 years ago. The squire had simply left all that he possessed to his illegitimate son, Ralph Newton. There was no difficulty about the will, nor was there any difficulty about the estate. The 2 lawyers came down to the funeral. Sir Thomas Underwood would have come, but that he was prevented by the state of his arm. A statement showing all that had been done in the matter was prepared for him, but it was agreed on all sides that the sale had not been made, and that the legitimate heir must succeed to the property. No one was disposed to dispute the decision. The squire's son had never for a moment supposed that he could claim the estate, nor did Ralph the heir suppose for a moment that he could surrender it after the explanation which he had received from the lawyer in London. The funeral was over, and the will had been read, and at the end of November the 3 young men were still living together in the great house at Newton. The heir had gone up to London once or twice, instigated by the necessity of the now not difficult task of raising a little ready money. He must at once pay off all his debts. He must specially pay that which he owed to Mr. Neefit, and he must do so with many expressions of his gratitude, perhaps with some expressions of polite regret at the hardness of Polly's heart towards him. But he must do so certainly without any further entreaty that Polly's heart might be softened. Ah, with what marvellous good fortune had he escaped from that pitfall! For how much had he not to be thankful to some favouring goddess, who must surely have watched over him from his birth! From what shipwrecks had he not escaped! And now he was squire of Newton, with wealth and all luxuries at command, hampered with no wife, oppressed by no debts, free from all cares. As he thought of his perfect freedom in these respects, he remembered his former resolution as to Mary Bonner. That resolution he would carry out. It would be well for him now to marry a wife, and of all the women he had ever seen, Mary Bonner was certainly the most beautiful. With Newton all his own, with such a string of horses as he would soon possess, and with such a wife at the head of his table, whom need he envy, and how many were there who would not envy him? Throughout November he allowed his horses to remain at the Moonbeam, being somewhat in doubt whether or no he would return to that fascinating hostelry. He received 1 or 2 most respectful letters from Mr. Horsball, in which glowing accounts were given of the sport of the season, and the health of his horses, and offers made of most disinterested services. Rooms should be ready for him at a moment's notice, if he liked at any time to run over for a week's hunting. It was quite evident that in the eyes of Mr. Horsball, Newton of Newton was a great man, and there came congratulations from Mr. Cox, in which no allusion whatever was made to the Squire's somewhat uncivil conduct at their last meeting. Mr. Cox trusted that his dearest friend would come over and have another spell at the Moonbeam before he settled down for life, and then hinted in language that was really delicate in the niceness of its expression, that if he, Cox, were but invited to spend a week or two at Newton Priory before he banished himself for life to Australia, he would be able to make his way over the briny deep with a light heart and an uncomplaining tongue. "You know, old fellow, how true I've always been to you," wrote Cox, in language of the purest friendship, "as true as steel." 2 sausages in the morning, and brandy and soda at night, said Ralph to himself as he read this. He behaved with thorough kindness to his cousin. The 3 men lived together for a month, and their intercourse was as pleasant as was possible under the circumstances. Of course there was no hunting during this month at Newton, nor indeed did the heir see a hound till December, although, as the reader is aware, he was not particularly bound to revere his uncle's memory. He made many overtures to his namesake. He would be only too happy if his cousin, he always called the Squire's son his cousin, would make Newton his home for the next 12-month. It was found that the Squire had left behind him something like £40,000, so that the son was by no means to be regarded as a poor man. It was his idea at present that he would purchase in some pleasant county as much land as he might farm himself, and there set up his staff for life. "And get about 2½ per cent. For your money," said the heir, who was beginning to consider himself learned in such matters, and could talk of land as a very serious thing in the way of a possession. "What else am I to do?" said the other. 2½ per cent. With an occupation is better than 5 per cent. With none. I should make out the remainder, too, by farming the land myself. There is nothing else in the world that I could do. As for remaining 12 months at Newton, that was, of course, out of the question. Nevertheless, when December came he was still living in the house, and had consented to remain there till Christmas should have passed. He had already heard of a farm in Norfolk. "The worst county for hunting in England," the heir had said. "Then I must try and live without hunting," said Ralph, who was not the heir. During all this time not a horse was sent to the meet from the Newton stables. The owner of Newton was contented to see the animals exercised in the park, and to amuse himself by schooling them over hurdles, and by high jumping at the bar. During the past month the young Squire had received various letters from Sir Thomas Underwood, and the other Ralph had received one. With Sir Thomas's caution, advice, and explanations to his former ward, the story has no immediate concern. But his letter to him who was to have been Mary Bonner's suitor may concern us more nearly. It was very short, and the reader shall have it entire. Popham Villa, 10th November, 186 . My dear Mr. Newton, I have delayed answering your letter for a day or two, in order that it may not disturb you till the last sad ceremony be over. I do not presume to offer you consolation in your great sorrow. Such tenders should only be made by the nearest and the dearest. Perhaps you will permit me to say that what little I have seen of you, and what further I have heard of you, assure to you my most perfect sympathy. On that other matter which gave occasion for your 2 letters to me, I shall best perhaps discharge my duty by telling you that I showed them both to my niece, and that she feels, as I do, that they are both honourable to you, and of a nature to confer honour upon her. The change in your position, which I acknowledge to be most severe, undoubtedly releases you, as it would have released her, had she been bound, and chose to accept such release. Whenever you may be in this neighbourhood, we shall be happy to see you. The state of my arm still prevents me from writing with ease. Yours very faithfully, Thomas Underwood. Newton, when he received this letter, struggled hard to give it its proper significance, but he could bring himself to no conclusion respecting it. Sir Thomas had acknowledged that he was released, and that Mary Bonner would also have been released had she placed herself under any obligation. But Sir Thomas did not say a word from which his correspondent might gather whether in his present circumstances he might still be regarded as an acceptable suitor. The letter was most civil, most courteous, almost cordial in its expression of sympathy, but yet it did not contain a word of encouragement. It may be said that the suitor had himself so written to the lady's uncle as to place himself out of the way of all further encouragement, as to have put it beyond the power of his correspondent to write a word to him that should have in it any comfort. Certainly he had done so. He had clearly shown in his second letter that he had abandoned all idea of making the match as to which he had shown so much urgent desire in his first letter. He had explained that the marriage would now be impossible, and had spoken of himself as a ruined, broken man, all whose hopes were shipwrecked. Sir Thomas could hardly have told him in reply that Mary Bonner would still be pleased to see him, and yet Mary Bonner had almost said so. She had been very silent when the letter was read to her. The news of Mr. Newton's death had already reached the family at Popham Villa, and had struck them all with awe. How it might affect the property, even Sir Thomas had not absolutely known at first, though he was not slow to make it understood that in all probability this terrible accident would be ruinous to the hopes which his niece had been justified in entertaining. At that hour Mary had spoken not a word, nor could she be induced to speak respecting it either by Patience or Clarissa. Even to them she could not bring herself to say that if the man really loved her he would still come to her and say so. There was a feeling of awe upon her which made her mute and stern and altogether unplastic in the hands of her friends. It seemed even to Patience that Mary was struck by a stunning sorrow at the ruin which had come upon her lover's prospects. But it was not so at all. The thought wronged her utterly. What stunned her was this, that she could not bring herself to express a passion for a man whom she had seen so seldom, with whom her conversation had been so slight, from whom personally she had received no overtures of attachment, even though he were ruined. She could not bring herself to express such a passion, but yet it was there. When Clarissa thought that she might obtain, if not a word, at least a tear, Mary appeared to be dead to all feeling, though crushed by what she had lost. She was thinking the while whether it might be possible for such a one as her to send to the man, and to tell him that that which had now occurred had of a sudden made him really dear to her. Thoughts of maiden boldness flitted across her mind, but she could not communicate them even to the girls who were her friends. Yet in silence and in solitude she resolved that the time should come in which she would be bold. Then young Newton's second letter reached the house, and that also had been read to her. "He is quite right," said Sir Thomas. "Of course it releases both of you." "There was nothing to release," said Mary, proudly. "I mean to say that, having made such a proposition as was contained in his first letter, he was bound to explain his altered position." "I suppose so," said Mary. "Of course he was. He had made his offer believing that he could make you mistress of Newton Priory. And he had made it thinking that he himself could marry in that position, and he would have been in that position had not this most unforeseen and terrible calamity have occurred." "I do not see that it makes any difference," said Mary in a whisper. "What do you mean, my dear?" "I hardly know, uncle." "Try to explain yourself, Mary." "If I had accepted any man when he was rich,
I should not go back when he was poor, unless he wanted it." This also she said in a whisper. "But you had not accepted him." "No," said Mary, still in a whisper. Sir Thomas, who was perhaps not very good at such things, did not understand the working of her mind; but had she dared, she would have asked her uncle to tell Mr. Newton to come and see her. Sir Thomas, having some dim inkling of what might perhaps be the case, did add a paragraph to his letter in which he notified to his correspondent that a personal visit would be taken in good part. By the end of the first week in December things were beginning to settle into shape at the Priory. The three young men were still living together at the great house, and the tenants on the estate had been taught to recognise the fact that Ralph, who had ever been the heir, was in truth the owner. Among the labourers and poorer classes there was no doubt much regret, and that regret was expressed. The tenants, though they all liked the Squire's son, were not upon the whole ill pleased. It was in proper conformity with English habits and English feelings that the real heir should reign. Among the gentry the poor Squire was made as welcome as the circumstances of the heir would admit. According to their way of thinking, personally popular as was the other man, it was clearly better that a legitimate descendant of the old family should be installed at Newton Priory. The old Squire's son rode well to hounds, and was loved by all, but nothing that all the world could do on his behalf would make him Newton of Newton. If only he would remain in the neighbourhood and take some place suited to his income, every house would be open to him. He would be received with no diminution of attachment or respect. Overtures of this nature were made to him. This house could be had for him, and that farm could be made comfortable. He might live among them as a general favourite, but he could not under any circumstances have been Newton of Newton. Nothing, however, was clearer to himself than this, that as he could not remain in the county as the master of Newton Priory, he would not remain in the county at all. As things settled down and took shape, he began to feel that even in his present condition he might possibly make himself acceptable to such a girl as Mary Bonner. In respect of fortune there could be no reason whatever why he should not offer her his hand. He was in truth a rich man, whereas she had nothing. By birth he was nobody, absolutely nobody. But then also would he have been nobody had all the lands of Newton belonged to him? When he had written that second letter, waiving all claim to Mary's hand because of the inferiority of his position, he was suffering from a morbid view which he had taken of his own affairs. He was telling himself then, so assuring himself, though he did not in truth believe the assurance, that he had lost not only the estate, but also his father's private fortune. At that moment he had been unstrung, demoralized, and unmanned, so weak that a feather would have knocked him over. The blow had been so sudden, the solitude and gloom of the house so depressing, and his sorrow so crushing, that he was ready to acknowledge that there could be no hope for him in any direction. He had fed himself upon his own grief, till the idea of any future success in life was almost unpalatable to him. But things had mended with him now, and he would see whether there might not yet be joys for him in the world. He would first see whether there might not be that one great joy which he had promised to himself. And then there came another blow. The young Squire had resolved that he would not hunt before Christmas in the Newton country. It was felt by him and by his brother that he should abstain from doing so out of respect to the memory of his uncle, and he had declared his purpose. Of course there was neither hunting nor shooting in these days for the other Ralph. But at the end of a month the young Squire began to feel that the days went rather slowly with him, and he remembered his stud at the Moonbeam. He consulted Gregory, and the parson, though he would fain have induced his brother to remain, could not say that there was any real objection to a trip to the B&B's.
Ralph would go there on the 10th of December, and be back at his own house before Christmas. When Christmas was over, the other Ralph was to leave Newton, perhaps for ever. The two Ralphs had become excellent friends, and when the one that was to go declared his intention of going with no intention of returning, the other pressed him warmly to think better of it, and to look upon the Priory at any rate as a second home. There were reasons why it could not be so, said the namesake, but in the close confidence of friendship which the giving and the declining of the offer generated came this further blow. They were standing together leaning upon a gate, and looking at the exhumation of certain vast roots as to which the trees once belonging to them had been made to fall in consequence of the improvements going on at Darvell's farm. "I don't mind telling you," said Ralph the heir, "that I hope soon to have a mistress here." "And who is she?" "That would be mere telling, would it not?" "Clarissa Underwood?" asked the unsuspecting Ralph. There did come some prick of conscience, some qualm of an injury done, upon the young Squire, as he made his answer. "No, not Clarissa, though she is the dearest, sweetest girl that ever lived, and would make a better wife perhaps than the girl I think of." "And who is the girl you think of?" "She is to be found in the same house." "You do not mean the elder sister?" said the unfortunate one. He had known well that his companion had not alluded to Patience Underwood, but in his agony he had suggested to himself that mode of escape. "No, not Patience Underwood, though let me tell you a man might do worse than marry Patience Underwood. I have always thought it a pity that Patience and Gregory would not make a match of it. He, however, would fall in love with Clary, and she has too much of the rake in her to give herself to a parson. I was thinking of Mary Bonner, who to my mind is the handsomest woman I ever saw in my life." "I think she is," said Ralph, turning away his face. "She hasn't a farthing, I fancy," continued the happy heir, "but I don't regard that now. A few months ago I had a mind to marry for money, but it isn't the sort of thing that any man should do. I have almost made up my mind to ask her. Indeed, when I tell you, I suppose I have quite made up my mind." "She'll accept you, of course." "I can say nothing about that, you know. A man must take his chance. I can offer her a fine position, and a girl, I think, should have some regard to money when she marries, though a man should not. If there's nobody before me, I should have a chance, I suppose." His words were not boastful, but there was a tone of triumph in his voice. And why should he not triumph, thought the other Ralph. Of course he would triumph. He had everything to recommend him. And as for himself, for him, the dispossessed one, any particle of a claim which he might have secured by means of that former correspondence had been withdrawn by his own subsequent words. "I dare say she'll take you," he said, with his face still averted. Ralph the heir did indeed think that he would be accepted, and he went on to discuss the circumstances of their future home, almost as though Mary Bonner were already employed in getting together her wedding garments. His companion said nothing further, and Ralph the heir did not discover that anything was amiss. On the following day Ralph the heir went across the country to the Moonbeam in Buckinghamshire. Chapter 35. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 36 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Neefit means to stick to it. There was some business to be done as a matter of course before the young Squire could have all his affairs properly settled. There were debts to be paid, among which Mr. Neefit stood certainly first. It was first in magnitude and first in obligation. But it gave Ralph no manner of uneasiness. He had really done his best to get Polly to marry him, and luckily for him, by the direct interposition of some divine providence, as it now seemed to Ralph, Polly had twice refused him. It seemed to him, indeed, that divine providence looked after him in a special way, breaking his uncle's neck in the very nick of time, and filling a breeches maker's daughter's mind with so sound a sense of the propriety of things as to induce her to decline the honour of being a millstone round his neck, when positively the offer was pressed upon her. As things stood, there could be no difficulty with Mr. Neefit. The money would be paid, of course, with all adjuncts of accruing interest, and Mr. Neefit should go on making breeches for him till the end of the chapter. And for raising this money he had still a remnant of the old property which he could sell, so that he need not begin by laying an ounce of encumbrance on his paternal estates. He was very clear in his mind at this period of his life that there should never be any such encumbrance in his days. That remnant of property should be sold, and Neefit, Horsball, and others should be paid. But it certainly did occur to him, in regard to Neefit, that there had been that between them which made it expedient that the matter should be settled with some greater courtesy than would be shown by a simple transaction through his man of business. Therefore he wrote a few lines to Mr. Neefit on the day before he left the Priory, a few lines which he thought to be very civil. Newton, 9th December, 186 . My dear Mr. Neefit, you have probably heard before this of the accident which has happened in my family. My uncle has been killed by a fall from his horse, and I have come into my property earlier than I expected. As soon as I could begin to attend to matters of business, I thought of my debt to you, and of all the obligation which I owe you. I think the debt is £1,000, but whatever it is, it can be paid now. The money will be ready early in the year, if that will do for you, and I am very much obliged to you. Would you mind letting Mr. Carey know how much it is, interest and all? He is our family lawyer. Remember me very kindly to Miss Polly. I hope she will always think of me as a friend. Would you tell Bawa to put 3 pairs of breeches in hand for me, leather? Yours very truly, Ralph Newton. The wrath of Mr. Neefit on receiving this letter at his shop in Conduit Street was almost divine. He had heard from Polly an account of that last interview at Ramsgate, and Polly had told her story as truly as she knew how to tell it. But the father had never for a moment allowed himself to conceive that therefore the thing was at an end, and had instructed Polly that she was not to look upon it in that light. He regarded his young customer as absolutely bound to him, and would not acknowledge to himself that such obligation could be annulled by Polly's girlish folly. And he did believe that young Newton intended to act, as he called it, on the square. So believing, he was ready to make almost any sacrifice of himself, but that Newton should now go back, after having received his hard money, was to him a thing quite out of the question. He scolded Polly with some violence, and asked whether she wanted to marry such a lout as Moggs. Polly replied with spirit that she wouldn't marry any man till she found that she could love him, and that the man loved her. "Ain't he told you as he loves you ever so often?" said Neefit. "I know what I'm doing of, father," said Polly, "and I'm not going to be drove." Nevertheless, Mr. Neefit had felt certain that if young Newton would still act upon the square, things would settle themselves rightly. There was the money due, and as Neefit constantly said to himself, money was a thing as was not to be got over. Then had come upon the tradesman the tidings of the old squire's death. They were read to him out of a newspaper by his shopman, Waddle.
"I'm blessed if he ain't been and tumbled all at once into his uncle's shoes," said Waddle. The paragraph in question was one which appeared in a weekly newspaper some 2 days after the Squire's death. Neefit, who at the moment was turning over the pages of his ledger, came down from his desk and stood for about 10 minutes in the middle of his shop, while the Heir ceased from his cutting, and Waddle read the paragraph over and over again. Neefit stood stock still, with his hands in his breeches pockets, and his great staring eyes fixed upon vacancy. "I'm blessed if it ain't true," said Waddle, convinced by the repetition of his own reading. News had previously reached the shop that the Squire had had a fall. Tidings as to troubles in the hunting field were quick in reaching Mr. Neefit's shop, but there had been no idea that the accident would prove to be fatal. Neefit, when he went home that night, told his wife and daughter. "That will be the last of young Newton," said Mrs. Neefit. "I'm damned if it will," said the breeches maker. Polly maintained a discreet silence as to the heir, merely remarking that it was very sad for the old gentleman. Polly at that time was very full of admiration for Moggs, in regard, that is, to the political character of her lover. Moggs had lost his election, but was about to petition. Neefit was never called upon in the way of his own trade to make funereal garments. Men, when they are bereaved of their friends, do not ride in black breeches. But he had all a tailor's respect for a customer with a dead relation. He felt that it would not become him to make an application to the young Squire on a subject connected with marriage till the tombstone over the old Squire should have been properly adjusted. He was a patient man, and could wait, and he was a man not good at writing letters. His customer and future son-in-law would turn up soon, or else the expectant father-in-law might drop down upon him at the Moonbeam or elsewhere. As for a final escape, Polly Neefit's father hardly feared that any such attempt would be made. The young man had acted on the square, and had made his offer in good faith. Such was Mr. Neefit's state of mind when he received the young Squire's letter. The letter almost knocked him down. There was a decision about it, a confidence that all was over between them, except the necessary payment of the money, an absence of all doubt as to Miss Polly, which he could not endure. And then that order for more breeches, included in the very same paragraph with Polly, was most injurious. It must be owned that the letter was a cruel, heart-rending, bad letter. For an hour or so it nearly broke Mr. Neefit's heart, but he resolved that he was not going to be done. The young Squire should marry his daughter, or the whole transaction should be published to the world. He would do such things and say such things that the young Squire should certainly not have a good time of it. He said not a word to Polly of the letter that night, but he did speak of the young Squire. "When that young man comes again, Miss Polly," he said, "I shall expect you to take him." "I don't know anything about that, father," said Polly. "He's had his answer, and I'm thinking he won't ask for another." Upon this the breeches maker looked at his daughter, but made no other reply. During the 2 or 3 following days Neefit made some inquiries, and found that his customer was at the Moonbeam. It was now necessary that he should go to work at once, and therefore with many misgivings he took Waddle into his confidence. He could not himself write such a letter as then must be written, but Waddle was perfect at the writing of letters. Waddle shrugged his shoulders, and clearly did not believe that Polly would ever get the young Squire. Waddle, indeed, went so far as to hint that his master would be lucky in obtaining payment of his money, but nevertheless he gave his mind to the writing of the letter. The letter was written as follows: Conduit Street, 14th December, 186 .
Dear Sir, yours of the 9th instant has come to hand, and I beg to say with compliments how shocked we were to hear of the Squire's accident. It was terribly sudden, and we all felt it very much, as in the way of our business we very often have to. As to the money, that can stand. Between friends such things needn't be mentioned. Any accommodation of that kind was and always will be ready when required. As to that other matter, a young gentleman like you won't think that a young lady is to be taken at her first word. A bargain is a bargain, and honourable is honourable, which nobody knows as well as you, who was always disposed to be upon the square. Our Polly hasn't forgotten you, and isn't going." It should be acknowledged on Mr. Waddle's behalf that this last assurance was inserted by the unassisted energy of Mr. Neefit himself. "We shall expect to see you without delay, here or at Hendon, as may best suit. But pray remember that things stand just as they was. Touching other matters, as needn't be named here, orders will be attended to as usual, if given separate. Yours very truly and obedient, Thomas Neefit." This letter duly reached the young Squire, and did not add to his happiness at the Moonbeam. That he should ever renew his offer to Polly Neefit was, as he well knew, out of the question. But he could see before him an infinity of trouble should the breeches maker be foolish enough to press him to do so. He had acted on the square, in compliance with the bargain undoubtedly made by him. He had twice proposed to Polly, and had Polly accepted his offer on either of these occasions, there would, he now acknowledged to himself, have been very great difficulty in escaping from the difficulty. Polly had thought fit to refuse him, and of course he was free. But nevertheless there might be trouble in store for him. He had hardly begun to ask himself in what way this trouble might next show itself, when Neefit was at the Moonbeam. 3 days after the receipt of his letter, when he rode into the Moonbeam yard on his return from hunting, there was Mr. Neefit waiting to receive him. He certainly had not answered Mr. Neefit's letter, having told himself that he might best do so by a personal visit in Conduit Street. But now that Neefit was there, the personal intercourse did not seem to him to be so easy. He greeted the breeches maker very warmly, while Pepper, Cox, and Mr. Horsball, with sundry grooms and helpers, stood by and admired. Something of Mr. Neefit's money and of Polly's charms, as connected with the young Squire, had already reached the Moonbeam by the tongue of rumour, and now Mr. Neefit had been waiting for the last 4 hours in the little parlour within the Moonbeam bar. He had eaten his mutton chop and drunk 3 or 4 glasses of gin and water, but had said nothing of his mission. Mrs. Horsball, however, had already whispered her suspicions to her husband's sister, a young lady of 40, who dispensed rum, gin, and brandy with very long ringlets in very small glasses. "You want to have a few words with me, old fellow," said Ralph to the breeches maker, with a cheery laugh. It was a happy idea, that of making them all around conceive that Neefit had come after his money. Only it was not successful. Men are not done so rigorously when they have just fallen into their fortunes. Neefit, hardly speaking above his breath, with that owlish stolid look which was always common to him, except when he was measuring a man for a pair of breeches, acknowledged that he did. "Come along, old fellow," said Ralph, taking him by the arm. "But what'll you take to drink first?" Neefit shook his head, and accompanied Ralph into the house. Ralph had a private sitting room of his own, so that there was no difficulty on that score. "What's all this about?" he said, standing with his back to the fire, and still holding Neefit by the arm. He did it very well, but he did not as yet know the depth of Neefit's obstinacy. "What's it all about?" asked Neefit, in disgust. "Well, yes. Have you talked to Polly herself about this, old fellow?" "No, I ain't, and I don't mean." "Twice I went to her, and twice she refused me. Come, Neefit, be reasonable. A man can't be running after a girl all his life when she won't have anything to say to him." "I did all that a man could do, and upon my honour I was very fond of her. But, God bless my soul, there must be an end to everything." "There ain't to be no end to this, Mr. Newton." "I'm to marry the girl whether she will or not?" "Nohow," said Mr. Neefit, oracularly. "But when a young gentleman asks a young lady as whether she'll have him, she's not a going to jump down his throat. You knows that, Mr. Newton. And as for money, did I ask for any settlement? I'd 'a been ashamed to mention money. When are you a coming to see our Polly? That's the question." "I shall come no more, Mr. Neefit." "You won't?" "Certainly not, Mr. Neefit. I've been twice rejected." "And that's the kind of man you are, is it? You're one of them sort, are you?" Then he looked out of his saucer eyes upon the young Squire with a fishy ferocity which was very unpleasant. It was quite evident that he meant war. "If that's your game, Mr. Newton, I'll be even with you." "Mr. Neefit, I'll pay you anything that you say I owe you." "Damn your money," said the breeches maker, walking out of the room. When he got down into the bar he told them all there that young Newton was engaged to his daughter, and that by God he should marry her. "Stick to that, Neefit," said Lieutenant Cox. "I mean to stick to it," said Mr. Neefit. He then ordered another glass of gin and water, and was driven back to the station. Chapter 36. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 37 of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He must marry her. On the day following that on which Mr. Neefit made his journey to the Moonbeam, Sir Thomas Underwood was at his chambers in London. It was now 8 weeks since his bone had been broken, and though he still carried his arm in a sling, he declared of himself that he was able to go about as usual, which assertion was taken at the villa as meaning that he was now able to live in Southampton Buildings without further assistance from women. When Patience reminded him, with tears in her eyes, that he could not as yet put on his own coat, he reminded her that Stemm was the most careful of men. Up to London he went, with a full understanding that he was not at any rate to be expected home on that night. He had business on hand of great importance, which, as he declared, made his presence in town imperative. Mr. Trigger from Percycross was to be up with reference to the pestilent petition which had been presented against the return of Griffenbottom and himself. Moggs had petitioned on his own behalf, and 2 of the Liberals of the borough had also petitioned in the interest of Mr. Westmacott. The 2 Liberal parties who had quarrelled during the contest had now again joined forces in reference to the petition, and there was no doubt that the matter would go on before the judge. Mr. Trigger was coming up to London with reference to the defence. Sir Thomas gave Stemm to understand that Mr. Trigger would call at 1 o'clock. Exactly at 1 o'clock the bell was rung at Sir Thomas's outside door, and Stemm was on the alert to give entrance to Mr. Trigger. When the door was opened, who should present himself but our unfortunate friend Neefit. He humbly asked whether Sir Thomas was within, and received a reply which, as coming from Stemm, was courteous in the extreme.
"Mr. Trigger, I suppose. Walk in, Mr. Trigger."
Neefit, not at all understanding why he was called Trigger, did walk in. Stemm, opening the door of his master's sanctum, announced Mr. Trigger. Neefit advanced into the middle of the room. Sir Thomas, with some solicitude as to the adjustment of his arm, rose to greet his agent from Percycross. "This isn't Mr. Trigger," said Sir Thomas.
"He told me he was, anyhow," said Stemm.
"I didn't tell you nothing of the kind," said Neefit.
"But you come from Percycross," said Sir Thomas.
"No, I don't. I comes from Conduit Street," said Neefit.
"You must go away," said Stemm, leaving the door open and advancing into the room as though to turn the enemy's flank.
But Neefit, having made good his point so far, did not intend to be dislodged without a struggle on his own part. "I've got something to say to Sir Thomas about Mr. Newton, as I wants to say very particular."
"You can't say it now," said Stemm.
"Oh, but I can," said Neefit, "and it won't take 3 minutes." "Wouldn't another day do for it, as I am particularly busy now?" pleaded Sir Thomas. "Well, Sir Thomas, to tell the truth, it wouldn't," said Mr. Neefit, standing his ground. Then there came another ring at the bell. "Ask Mr. Trigger to sit down in the other room for 2 minutes, Stemm," said Sir Thomas. And so Mr. Neefit had carried his point. "And now, sir," said Sir Thomas, "as I am particularly engaged, I will ask you to be as quick as possible." "My name is Neefit," began the breeches maker, and then paused. Sir Thomas, who had heard the name from Ralph, but had forgotten it altogether, merely bowed his head. "I am the breeches maker of Conduit Street," continued Mr. Neefit, with a proud conviction that he too had ascended so high in his calling as to be justified in presuming that he was known to mankind. Sir Thomas again bowed. Neefit went on with his story. "Mr. Newton is a going to behave to me very bad." "If he owes you money he can pay you now," said Sir Thomas. "He do owe me money. £1,000 he owe me."
£1,000 for breeches?
"No, Sir Thomas. It's most for money lent. But it's not along of that as I trouble you. I know how to get my money, or to put up with the loss of it if I don't. £1,000 ain't here nor there, not in what I've got to say. I wouldn't demean myself to ring at your bell, Sir Thomas, not in the way of looking for £1,000.
"In God's name, then, what is it? Pray be quick."
"He's going back from his word as he's promised to my daughter. That's what it is." As Neefit paused again, Sir Thomas remembered Ralph's proposition, made in his difficulties, as to marrying a tradesman's daughter for money, and at once fell to the conclusion that Mr. and Miss Neefit had been ill used. "Sir Thomas," continued the breeches maker, "I've been as good as a father to him. I gave him money when nobody else wouldn't."
"Do you mean that he has had money from you?"
"Yes, in course he has, ever so much. I paid for him a lot of money to Orsball, where he 'unts. Money! I should think so. Didn't I pay Moggs for him, the bootmaker? The very money as is rattling in his pocket now is my money."
"And he engaged himself to your daughter?"
"He engaged himself to me to marry her. He won't say no otherwise himself, and he asked her twice. Why, Sir Thomas, he was all on the square about it till the old gentleman broke his neck. He hadn't nowhere else to go for a shilling. But now the estates come in like, he's for behaving dishonourable. He don't know me yet, that's what he don't, but I'll make him know me, Sir Thomas." Then the door was opened, and Stemm's head appeared.
"Mr. Trigger says as he's in the greatest possible haste, Sir Thomas."
The reader, however, may as well be informed that this was pure invention on the part of Mr. Stemm. Sir Thomas tore his hair and rubbed his face. He couldn't bid Neefit to call again, as he certainly did not desire to have a second visit. "What can I do for you, Mr. Neefit? I have no doubt the money will be paid, if owing. I will guarantee that for you." "It ain't the money. I knows how to get my money." "Then what can I do for you?" "Make him go upon the square, Sir Thomas." "How can I make him? He's 26 years old, and he's nothing to me. I don't think he should marry the young lady. He's not in her rank of life. If he has done her an injury, he must pay for it." "Injury!" shouted Neefit, upon whose mind the word produced an unintended idea. "No, no, our Polly ain't like that. By God, I'd eat him if it was that way. There ain't a duchess in the land as 'd have given him his answer more ready than Polly, had he ever spoke to her in that way." "If he has given rise to hopes which through him will be disappointed," said Sir Thomas gravely, "he is bound to make what compensation may be in his power." "Compensation be d !" said Neefit. "He must marry her." "I don't think he will do that." "You didn't think he would take my money, I suppose, but he did. You didn't think he'd come and spend his Sundays out at my cottage, but he did. You didn't think as he'd come after our Polly down to Ramsgate, but he did. You didn't think as he'd give me his word to make her his wife, but he did." At every assertion that he made the breeches maker bobbed forward his bullet head, stretched open his eyes, and stuck out his under lip. During all this excited energy he was not a man pleasant to the eye. "And now how is it to be, Sir Thomas? That's what I'd want to know." "Mr. Newton is nothing to me, Mr. Neefit." "Oh, that's all. Nothing to you, ain't he? Wasn't he brought up by you just as a son like? And now he ain't nothing to you? Do you mean to say as he didn't ought to marry my girl?" "I think he ought not to marry her." "Not arter his promise?" Sir Thomas was driven very hard, whereas had the sly old breeches maker told all his story, there would have been no difficulty at all. "I think such a marriage would lead to the happiness of neither party. If an injury has been done, as I fear may be too probable, I will advise my young friend to make any reparation in his power, short of marriage. I can say nothing further, Mr. Neefit." "And that's your idea of being on the square, Sir Thomas?" "I can say nothing further, Mr. Neefit. As I have an appointment made, I must ask you to leave me." As Sir Thomas said this his hand was upon the bell. "Very well, very well. As sure as my name's Neefit, he shall hear of me, and so shall you, Sir Thomas. Don't you be a poking at me in that way, old fellow. I don't choose to be poked at." These last words were addressed to Stemm, who had entered the room and was holding the door open for Mr. Neefit's exit with something more than the energy customary in speeding a parting guest. Mr. Neefit, however, did take his departure, and Sir Thomas joined Mr. Trigger in the other room. We will not be present at that interview. Sir Thomas had been in a great hurry to get rid of Mr. Neefit, but it may be doubted whether he found Mr. Trigger much better company. Mr. Trigger's business chiefly consisted in asking Sir Thomas for a considerable sum of money, and explaining to him that the petition would certainly cost a large sum beyond this, unless the expenses could be saddled on Westmacott and Moggs, as to which result Mr. Trigger seemed to have considerable doubt. But perhaps the bitterest part of Mr. Trigger's communication consisted in the expression of his opinion that Mr. Griffenbottom should be held by Sir Thomas free from any expense as to the petition, on the ground that Griffenbottom, had he stood alone, would certainly have carried one of the seats, without any fear of a petition. "I don't think I can undertake that, Mr. Trigger," said Sir Thomas. Mr. Trigger simply shrugged his shoulders. Sir Thomas, when he was alone, was very uncomfortable. While at Percycross he had extracted from Patience an idea that Ralph the heir and Clarissa were attached to each other, and he had very strongly declared that he would not admit an engagement between them. At that time Ralph was supposed to have sold his inheritance, and did not stand well in Sir Thomas's eyes. Then had come the Squire's death, and the altered position of his late ward. Sir Thomas would be injured, would be made subject to unjust reproach, if it were thought of him that he would be willing to give his daughter to a young man, simply because that young man owned an estate. He had no such sordid feeling in regard to his girls, but he did feel that all that had occurred at Newton had made a great difference. Ralph would now live at the Priory, and there would be enough even for his extravagance. Should the Squire of Newton ask him for his girl's hand with that girl's consent, he thought that he could hardly refuse it. How could he ask Clarissa to abandon so much seeming happiness because the man had failed to keep out of debt upon a small income? He could not do so. And then it came to pass that he was prepared to admit Ralph as a suitor to his child, should Ralph renew his request to that effect. They had all loved the lad as a boy, and the property was wholly unencumbered. Of course he said nothing to Clarissa, but should Ralph come to him there could be but one answer. Such had been the state of his mind before Mr. Neefit's visit. But the breeches maker's tale had altered the aspect of things very greatly. Under no circumstances could Sir Thomas recommend the young Squire to marry the daughter of the man who had been with him. But if Ralph Newton had really engaged himself to this girl, and had done so with the purport of borrowing money from the father, that might be a reason why, notwithstanding the splendour of his prospects, he should not be admitted to further intimacy at the villa. To borrow money from one's tradesmen was, in the eyes of Sir Thomas, about as inexcusable an offence as a young man could commit. He was too much disturbed in mind to go home on the following day, but on the Thursday he returned to the villa. The following Sunday would be Christmas Day. End of chapter 37. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 38 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For 2 reasons. The young Squire, as soon as Neefit had left him in his own sitting room at the Moonbeam, sat himself down and began to think over his affairs seriously. One thing was certain to him. Nothing on earth should induce him to offer his hand again to Polly Neefit. He had had a most miraculous escape, and assuredly would run no further risk in that direction. But though he had escaped, he could perceive that there was considerable trouble before him, considerable trouble, and perhaps some disgrace. It certainly could not be proved against him that he had broken any promise, as there had been no engagement. But it could be made public that he had twice offered himself to Polly, and could also be made public that he had borrowed the breeches maker's money. He kept himself alone on that evening, and though he hunted on the following day, he was not found to be a lively companion either by Cox or Pepper. The lieutenant was talking about Neefit and Neefit's daughter all day, but Mr. Pepper, who was more discreet, declined to canvass the subject. "It's nothing to me who a man marries and who he doesn't," said Mr. Pepper. "What sort of horses he rides, that's what I look at." During this day and the next Ralph did consider the state of his affairs very closely, and the conclusion he came to was this, that the sooner he could engage himself to marry Mary Bonner the better. If he were once engaged, the engagement would not then be broken off because of any previous folly with Miss Neefit. And again, if he were once engaged to Mary Bonner, Neefit would see the absurdity of torturing him further in regard to Polly. On the Wednesday evening he went up to town, and on the Thursday morning he put himself into a cab and ordered the man to drive him to Popham Villa. It was about noon when he started from town, and though he never hesitated, did not pause for a moment after he had made up his mind as to the thing he would do, still he felt many misgivings as he was driven down to Fulham. How should he begin his story to Mary Bonner, and how should he look Clary Underwood in the face? And yet he had not an idea that he was in truth going to behave badly to Clarissa. There had no doubt been a sort of tenderness in the feeling that had existed between them, a something just a little warmer than brotherly regard. They had been thrown together and had liked each other, and as he was driven nearer to the villa, he remembered distinctly that he had kissed her on the lawn. But did any one suppose that a man was bound to marry the first girl he kissed? Or if not the first, then why the second, or the third? Clarissa could have no fair ground of complaint against him, and yet he was uneasy as he reflected that she too must know the purport of his present visit to the villa. And he was not quite easy about Mary. The good things which he carried in his hand were so many that he did not conceive that Mary would refuse him, but yet he wished that the offer had been made and had been accepted. Hitherto he had taken pleasure in his intercourse with young ladies, and had rather enjoyed the excitement of those moments which to some men are troublesome and even painful. When he had told Clarissa that she was dearer than any one else, he had been very happy while he was telling her. There had been nothing of embarrassment to him in the work of proposing to Polly Neefit. There may perhaps have been other passages in his life of the same nature, and he certainly had not feared them beforehand, or been ashamed of them afterwards. But now he found himself endeavouring to think what words he would use to Mary Bonner, and in what attitude he would stand or sit as he used them. The truth is, he said to himself, a man should do these kind of things without premeditation. But not the less was he resolved, and at the gate he jumped out of his cab with a determination to have it over as soon as possible. He desired the cabman to wait for him at the nearest stables, remarking that he might be there for a few minutes, or for a few hours, and then turned to the gate. As he did so he saw Sir Thomas walking from the direction of Fulham Bridge. Sir Thomas had come down by the railway on the other side of the river, and was now walking home. A sudden thought struck the young squire. He would begin his work by telling his tale to Sir Thomas. There could be nothing so fitting as that he should obtain the uncle's leave to address the niece. The two men greeted each other, and there were many things to be said. Sir Thomas had not seen his ward since the old squire's death, and Ralph had not seen Sir Thomas since the election at Percycross and the accident of the broken arm. Sir Thomas was by far too reticent, too timid, and too reflective a man to begin at once, whatever observations he might have to make ultimately in regard to Miss Polly Neefit. He was somewhat slow of speech, unless specially aroused, and had hardly received the congratulations of his young friend respecting the election, and expressed with some difficult decency his sorrow for the old squire's death, as combined with his satisfaction that the estate had not been sacrificed, when Ralph stopped him just as they had reached the front door, and with much solemnity of manner declared his wish to make a very particular private communication to Sir Thomas. "Certainly," said Sir Thomas, "certainly. Come into my room." But there was some delay before this privacy could be achieved, for in the hall they were met by the three girls, and of course there were many things to be said by them. Clarissa could hardly repress the flutter of her heart. When the reader last saw her flutter, and last heard her words as she spoke of her love to her cousin, she was taking an opportunity of declaring to Mary Bonner that she did not begrudge the brilliance of Mary's present prospects, though the grand estate which made them brilliant was in a measure taken from her own hopes. And she had owned at the same time that she did not dare to feel confidence in her own love, because her lover would now be too poor in his own esteem to indulge himself with the luxury of a wife. All this Mary had accepted from her, certainly with no expression of triumph, but certainly with some triumph in her heart. Now this was entirely changed, and here was her lover, with his fortune restored to him, once more beneath her father's roof. She gave him her hand, the first of the three. She could not repress herself. He took it with a smile and pressed it warmly. But he turned to Patience and took hers as rapidly as he was able. Then came Mary's turn. "I hope you also are glad to see me once again," he said. Clarissa's heart sank within her as she heard the words. The appreciation of a woman in such matters is as fine as the nose of a hound, and is all but unintelligible to a man. "Oh yes, Mr. Newton," said Mary, smiling. "But if he asks her, she'll take him." No such words as these were formed even in Clarissa's mind, but after some fashion such was the ejaculation of her heart. Mary's "Oh yes" had meant little enough, but could Mary withstand such chances if they were offered to her? Sir Thomas led the way into his private room, and Ralph followed him. "You won't be very long, papa?" said Patience. "I hope not," said Sir Thomas. "Remember, Ralph, you will be keeping lunch waiting," said Patience. Then the two men were alone. Sir Thomas's mind had recurred to Neefit at the first moment of Ralph's request. The young man was going to consult him as to the best mode of getting rid of that embarrassment. But in the hall another idea had come upon him. He was to be asked for his consent regarding Clarissa. As he seated himself in one chair and asked Ralph to take another, he had not quite made up his mind as to the answer he would give. There must at any rate be some delay. The reader will of course remember that Sir Thomas was persuaded that Ralph had engaged himself to marry Polly Neefit. Ralph rushed boldly at his subject at once. "Sir Thomas," he said, "I am going to make a proposition, and I wish to ask you for your consent. I have made up my mind that the sooner I marry in my present condition, the better." Sir Thomas smiled and assented. "And I want to know whether you will object to my asking Miss Bonner to be my wife." "Miss Bonner?" said Sir Thomas, throwing up both his hands. "Yes, sir. Is there any objection on your part?" Sir Thomas hardly knew how to say whether there was or was not an objection on his part. In the first place, he had made up his mind that the other Ralph was to marry Mary, that he would do so in spite of that disclaimer which had been made in the first moment of the young man's disinheritance. He, Sir Thomas, however, could have no right to object on that score. Nor could he raise any objection on the score of Clarissa. It did seem to him that all the young people were at cross purposes, that Patience must have been very stupid, and Clarissa most addlepated, or else that this Ralph was abominably false; but still he could say nothing respecting that. No tale had reached his ears which made it even possible for him to refer to Clarissa. But yet he was dissatisfied with the man, and was disposed to show it. "Perhaps I ought to tell you," said Sir Thomas, "that a man calling himself Neefit was with me yesterday." "Oh yes, the breeches maker." "I believe he said that such was his trade. He assured me that you had borrowed large sums of money from him." "I do owe him some money." £1,000, I think he said." "Certainly as much as that." "Not for breeches, which I suppose would be impossible, but for money advanced." "Part one and part the other," said Ralph. "And he went on to tell me that you were engaged to marry his daughter." "That is untrue." "Were you never engaged to her?" "I was never engaged to her, Sir Thomas." "And it was all a lie on the part of Mr. Neefit? Was there no foundation for it? You had told me yourself that you thought of such a marriage." "There is nothing to justify him in saying that I ever was engaged to the young lady. The truth is that I did ask her, and she refused me." "You did ask her?" "I did ask her," said Ralph. "In earnest?" "Well, yes; certainly in earnest. At that time I thought it the only way to save the property. I need not tell you how wretched I was at the time. You will remember what you yourself had said to me. It is true that I asked her, and that I did so by agreement with her father. She refused me twice. She was so good, so sensible, and so true, that she knew she had better not make herself a party to such a bargain. Whatever you may think of my own conduct, I shall not have behaved badly to Miss Neefit." Sir Thomas did think very ill of Ralph's conduct, but he believed him. After a while the whole truth came out as to the money lent and as to Neefit's schemes. It was of course understood by both of them that Ralph was required neither by honesty nor by honour to renew his offer. And then, under such circumstances, was he or was he not to be allowed to propose to Mary Bonner? At first Ralph had been much dismayed at having the Neefit mine sprung on him at such a moment; but he collected himself very quickly, and renewed his demand as to Mary. Sir Thomas could not mean to say that because he had been foolish in regard to Polly Neefit, that therefore he was to be debarred from marrying. Sir Thomas did not exactly say that, but nevertheless Sir Thomas showed his displeasure. "It seems," said he, "particularly easy for you to transfer your affections." "My affection for Miss Neefit was not strong," said Ralph. "I did and always shall regard her as a most excellent young woman." "She showed her sense in refusing you," said Sir Thomas. "I think she did," said Ralph. "And I doubt much whether my niece will not be equally sensible." "Ah, I can say nothing as to that." "Were she to hear this story of Miss Neefit, I am sure she would refuse you." "But you would not tell it her, as yet? If all goes well with me, I will tell it to her some day. Come, Sir Thomas, you don't mean to be hard upon me at last? It cannot be that you should really regret that I have got out of that trouble." "But I regret much that you should have borrowed a tradesman's money, and more that you should have offered to pay the debt by marrying his daughter." Through it all, however, there was a feeling present to Sir Thomas that he was in truth angry with the Squire of Newton, not so much for his misconduct in coming to propose to Mary so soon after the affair with Polly Neefit, but because he had not come to propose to Clarissa. And Sir Thomas knew that such a feeling, if it did really exist, must be overcome. Mary was entitled to her chance, and must make the best of it. He would not refuse his sanction to a marriage with his niece on account of Ralph's misconduct, when he would have sanctioned a marriage with his own daughter in spite of that misconduct. The conversation was ended by Sir Thomas leaving the room with a promise that Miss Bonner should be sent to fill his place. In 5 minutes Miss Bonner was there. She entered the room very slowly, with a countenance that was almost savage, and during the few minutes that she remained there she did not sit down. "Sir Thomas has told you why I am here?" he said, advancing toward her and taking her hand. "No. That is, no. He has not told me." "Mary?" "Mr. Newton, my name is Miss Bonner." "And must it between us be so cold as that?" He still had her by the hand, which she did not at the moment attempt to withdraw. "I have come to tell you at the first moment that was possible to me after my uncle's death, that of all women in the world I love you the best." Then she withdrew her hand. "Mr. Newton, I am sorry to hear you say so, very sorry." "Why should you be sorry? If you are unkind to me like this, there may be reason why I should be sorry. I shall indeed be very sorry. Since I first saw you I have hoped that you would be my wife." "I never can be your wife, Mr. Newton." "Why not? Have I done anything to offend you? Being here as one of the family, you must know enough of my affairs to feel sure that I have come to you the first moment that was possible. I did not dare to come when I thought that my position was one that was not worthy of you." "It would have been the same at any time," said Mary. "And why should you reject me, like this, without a moment's thought?" "For two reasons," said Mary, slowly. Then she paused, as though doubting whether she would continue her speech, or give the two reasons which now guided her. But he stood looking into her face, waiting for them. "In the first place," she said, "I think you are untrue to another person." Then she paused again, as though asking herself whether that reason would not suffice. But she resolved that she would be bold and give the other. "In the second place, my heart is not my own to give." "Is it so?" asked Ralph. "I have said as much as can be necessary, perhaps more, and I would rather go now." Then she left the room with the same slow, stately step, and he saw her no more on that day. Then in those short 5 minutes Sir Thomas had absolutely told her the whole story about Polly Neefit, and she had come to the conclusion that because in his trouble he had offered to marry a tradesman's daughter, therefore he was to be debarred for ever from receiving the hand of a lady. That was the light in which he looked upon Mary's first announcement. As to the second announcement he was absolutely at a loss. There must probably, he thought, have been some engagement before she left Jamaica. Not the less on that account was it an act of unpardonable ill nature on the part of Sir Thomas, that telling of Polly Neefit's story to Mary Bonner at such a moment. He was left alone for a few minutes after Mary's departure, and then Patience came to him. Would he stay for dinner? Even Patience was very cold to him. Sir Thomas was fatigued and was lying down, but would see him, of course, if he wished it. "And where is Clarissa?" asked Ralph. Patience said that Clarissa was not very well. She also was lying down. "I see what it is," said Ralph, turning upon her angrily. "You are all of you determined to quarrel with me because of my uncle's death." "I do not see why that should make us quarrel," said Patience. "I do not know that any one has quarrelled with you." Of course he would not wait for dinner, nor would he have any lunch. He walked out on to the lawn with something of a bluster in his step, and stood there for 3 or 4 minutes looking up at the house and speaking to Patience. A young man, when he has been rejected by one of the young ladies of a family, has rather a hard time of it till he gets away. "Well, Patience," he said at last, "make my farewells for me." And then he was gone. CHAPTER XXXIX. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter XXXIX. Of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. This recording is in the public domain. Horse-leeches. The honour of representing the borough of Percycross in Parliament was very great, and Sir Thomas no doubt did enjoy it after a fashion, but it was by no means an unalloyed pleasure. While he was still in bed with his broken arm at the Percy Standard, many applications for money had been made to him. This man wanted a sovereign, that man a £5 note, and some poor starving wretch half a crown, and they all came to him with notes from Trigger, or messages from Spicer or Spiveycomb, to the effect that as the election was now over, the money ought to be given. The landlord of the Percy Standard was on such occasions very hard upon him. "It really will do good, Sir Thomas. It is wanted, Sir Thomas. It will make a good feeling in the town, Sir Thomas, and we don't know how soon we may have to go to work again." Sir Thomas was too weak in health to refuse. He gave the sovereigns, the £half notes, and the half-crowns, and hurried back home as quickly as he was able. But things were almost worse with him at home than at Percycross. The real horse-leeches felt that they could hardly get a good hold of him while he was lying at the Percycross inn. Attacks by letter were, they well knew, more fatal than those made personally, and they waited. The first that came was from Mr. Pabsby. Mr. Pabsby had at last seen his way clear, and had voted for Underwood and Westmacott, absolutely throwing away his vote as far as the cause was concerned. But Mr. Pabsby had quarrelled with Griffenbottom, who once, when pressed hard for some favours, had answered the reverend gentleman somewhat roughly. "You may go and be damned," said Mr. Griffenbottom in his wrath, "and tell everybody in Percycross that I said so." Mr. Pabsby had smiled, had gone away, and had now voted for Mr. Westmacott. Mr. Pabsby was indeed a horseleech of the severest kind. There had been some outward show of reconciliation between Griffenbottom and Pabsby, but Pabsby had at last voted for Underwood and Westmacott. Sir Thomas had not been home 2 days before he received a letter from Mr. Pabsby. It had been with infinite satisfaction, so Mr. Pabsby now said, that he had at length seen his way clearly, and found himself able to support his friend Sir Thomas. And he believed that he might take upon himself to say, that when he once had seen his way clearly, he had put his shoulder to the wheel gallantly. In fact, it was to be inferred from the contents of Mr. Pabsby's letter that Sir Thomas's return had been due altogether to Mr. Pabsby's flock, who had, so said Mr. Pabsby, been guided in the matter altogether by his advice. Then he sent a list of his hearers, who had voted for Sir Thomas. From this the slight change of subject needed to bring him to the new chapel which he was building, and his desire that Sir Thomas should head the subscription list in so good a cause, was easy enough. It might be difficult to say in what Mr. Pabsby's strength lay, but it certainly was the case that the letter was so written as to defy neglect and almost to defy refusal. Such is the power of horseleeches. Sir Thomas sent Mr. Pabsby a cheque for £20, and received Mr. Pabsby's acknowledgment, thanking him for his first subscription. The thanks were not very cordial, and it was evident that Mr. Pabsby had expected a good deal more than £20 in return for all that he had done. Mr. Pabsby was simply the first. Before Christmas had come, it seemed to Sir Thomas that there was not a place of divine worship in the whole of Percycross that was not falling to the ground in ruins. He had not observed it when he was there, but now it appeared that funds were wanted for almost every such edifice in the borough, and the schools were in a most destitute condition. He was informed that the sitting member had always subscribed to all the schools, and that if he did not continue such subscription, the children would literally be robbed of their education. One gentleman, whose name he did not even remember to have heard, simply suggested to him that he would, as a matter of course, continue to give the £50 towards the general Christmas collection on behalf of the old women of the borough. The sitting members had given it time out of mind. Mr. Bootylands had a political project of his own, which in fact, if carried out, would amount to a prohibition on the import of French boots, and suggested that Sir Thomas should bring in a bill to that effect on the meeting of Parliament. If Sir Thomas would not object to the trouble of visiting Amiens, Lille, Beauvais, and 3 or 4 other French towns, which Mr. Bootylands mentioned, he would be able to ascertain how much injury had been done to Percycross by the Cobden treaty. Mr. Spiveycomb had his own ideas about Italian rags, Mr. Spiveycomb being in the paper line, and wrote a very long letter to Sir Thomas, praying the member to make himself master of a subject so vitally important to the borough which he represented. Mr. Spicer also communicated to him the astounding fact that some high official connected with the army was undoubtedly misbehaving himself in regard to mustard for the troops. The mustard contracts were not open as they should be open. The mustard was all supplied by a London house, and Mr. Spicer was very anxious that Sir Thomas should move for a committee to inquire of the members of the London firm as to the manner in which the contracts were obtained by them. Mr. Spicer was disposed to think that this was the most important matter that would be brought forward in the next session of Parliament. Mr. Pabsby had got his cheque before the other applications were received, but when they came in shoals, Sir Thomas thought that it might be well to refer them to Mr. Trigger for advice. Sir Thomas had not loved Griffenbottom during the election, and was not inclined to ask his colleague for counsel. Griffenbottom had obtained a name for liberality in Percycross, and had shown symptoms, so thought Sir Thomas, of an intention to use his reputation as a means of throwing off further burdens from his own shoulders. "I have spent a treasure in the borough. Let my colleague begin now." Words spoken by Mr. Griffenbottom in that strain had been repeated to Sir Thomas, and after many such words Sir Thomas could not go to Mr. Griffenbottom for advice as to what he should give or refuse to give. He doubted whether better reliance could be placed on Mr. Trigger, but to some one he must go for direction. Were he once to let it be known in Percycross that demands made would be satisfied, he might sign cheques to the extent of his whole fortune during his first session. He did write to Mr. Trigger, enclosing the various Percycross applications, and Mr. Trigger duly replied to him. Mr. Trigger regretted that money had been given to Mr. Pabsby. Mr. Pabsby had been of no use, and could be of no use. Mr. Griffenbottom, who knew the borough better than any one else, had understood this well when on one occasion he had been a little short with Mr. Pabsby. Sir Thomas ought not to have sent that cheque to Mr. Pabsby. The sending it would do infinite harm, and cause dissensions in the borough, which might require a considerable expenditure to set right. As to the other clerical demands, it seemed to Sir Thomas that Mr. Trigger was of opinion that they should all be gratified. He had, in fact, sent his money to the only person in Percycross who ought not to have received money. The £50 for the old women was a matter of course, and would not be begrudged, as it was the only payment which was absolutely annual. In regard to the schools, Sir Thomas could do what he pleased, but the sitting member had always been liberal to the schools. Schools were things to which sitting members were, no doubt, expected to subscribe. As to the question of French boots, Mr. Trigger thought that there was something in it, and said that if Sir Thomas could devote his Christmas holidays to getting up the subject in Lille and Amiens, it would have a good effect in the borough, and show that he was in earnest. This might be the more desirable, as there was no knowing as yet what might be done about the petition. There no doubt was a strong feeling in the borough as to the Cobden treaty, and Sir Thomas would probably feel it to be his duty to get the question up in regard to the mustard. Mr. Trigger suggested that, though there was probably nothing in it, it might be as well to ask the Secretary at War a question or two on the subject. Mr. Spicer was, no doubt, a moving man in Percycross. Sir Thomas could at any rate promise that he would ask such questions, as Mr. Spicer certainly had friends who might be conducive to the withdrawal of the petition. Sir Thomas could at any rate put himself into correspondence with the War Office. Mr. Trigger also thought that Sir Thomas might judiciously study the subject of Italian rags in reference to the great paper trade of the country. No doubt the manufacture of paper was a growing business at Percycross. Mr. Trigger returned all the applications, and ended his letter by hinting that the cheques might as well be sent at once. Mr. Trigger thought that a little money about the borough would do good at the present moment. It need hardly be said that this view of things was not pleasant to the sitting member, who was still confined to his house at Fulham by an arm broken in the cause. Sir Thomas had at once sent the £50 toward the Christmas festivities for the poor of the borough, and had declared his purpose of considering the other matters. Then had come a further letter from Mr. Trigger, announcing his journey to London, and Mr. Trigger and Sir Thomas had their first meeting after the election, immediately upon Mr. Neefit's departure from the chambers. "And is it to be?" asked Stemm, as soon as he had closed the door behind Mr. Trigger's back. "Is what to be?" "Them petitions, Sir Thomas. Petitions costs a deal of money, they tell me, Sir Thomas." Sir Thomas winced. "I suppose you must go on now, as your hand is in," continued Stemm. "I don't know that at all," said Sir Thomas. "You'll find as you must. There ain't no way out of it, not now as you are the sitting member." "I am not going to ruin myself, Stemm, for the sake of a seat in Parliament." "I don't know how that may be, Sir Thomas. I hope not, Sir Thomas. But I don't see how you're not to go on now, Sir Thomas. If it wasn't for petitions, one wouldn't mind." "There must be petitions, of course, and if there be good cause for them, they should succeed." "No doubt, Sir Thomas. They say the bribery at Percycross was tremenjous, but I suppose it was on the other side?" "If it was on our side, Stemm, it was not so with my knowledge. I did all I could to prevent it. I spoke against it whenever I opened my mouth. I would not have given a shilling for a single vote, though it would have got me the election." "But they were not all that way, Sir Thomas, was they?" "How can I tell? No, I know that they were not. I fear they were not. I cannot say that money was given, but I fear it." "You must go on now, Sir Thomas, any way," said Stemm, with a groan that was not reassuring. "I wish I had never heard the name of Percycross," said Sir Thomas. "I dare say," replied Stemm. "I went there determined to keep my hands clean." "When one puts one's hands into other people's business, they won't come out clean," said the judicious Stemm. "But you must go on with it now, anyway, Sir Thomas." "I don't know what I shall do," said the unhappy member. On the next morning there came another application from Percycross. The postmaster in that town had died suddenly, and the competitors for the situation, which was worth about £150 per annum, were very numerous. There was a certain Mr. O'Blather, only known in Percycross as cousin to one Mrs. Givantake, the wife of a Liberal solicitor in the borough. Of Mr. O'Blather the worst that could be said was that at the age of 40 he had no income on which to support himself. Mrs. Givantake was attached to her cousin, and Mr. Givantake had become sensible of a burden. That the vacant office was just the thing for him appeared at a glance to all his friends. Mrs. Givantake, in her energy on the subject, expressed an opinion that the whole Cabinet should be impeached if the just claims of Mr. O'Blather were not conceded. But it was felt that the justice of the claims would not prevail without personal interest. The Liberal party was in power, and application hot and instant was made to Mr. Westmacott. Mr. Westmacott was happy enough to have his answer ready. The Treasury had nothing to do with the matter. It was a Post Office concern, and he, simply as the late Liberal member and last Liberal candidate for the borough, was not entitled to intrude, even in a matter of patronage, upon the Postmaster General, with whom he was not acquainted. But Mr. Westmacott was malicious as well as secure. He added a postscript to his letter, in which he said that he believed the present sitting member, Sir Thomas Underwood, was intimately acquainted with the noble lord who presided at the Post Office. There were various interests at Percycross moved, brought together, weighed against each other, and balanced to a grain, and finally dovetailed. If Sir Thomas Underwood would prevail on Lord to appoint Mr. O'Blather to the vacant office, then all the Givantake influence at Percycross should be used towards the withdrawal of the petition. Such was the communication now made to Sir Thomas by a gentleman who signed his name as Peter Piper, and who professed himself authorised to act on behalf of Mr. Givantake. Sir Thomas's answer was as follows: Southampton Buildings, December 31st, 186 . Dear Sir, I can have nothing to do with Mr. O'Blather and the Post Office at Percycross. I am, your obedient servant, Thomas Underwood. Mr. Peter Piper, Post Office, Percycross. Christmas had passed, and had passed uncomfortably enough at Popham Villa, in which retreat neither of the three young ladies was at present very happy, when Sir Thomas was invited by Mr. Trigger to take further steps with reference to the petitions. It was thought necessary that there should be a meeting in the Conservative interest, and it was suggested that this meeting should take place in Sir Thomas's chambers. Mr. Trigger, in making the proposition, seemed to imply that a great favour was thereby conferred on Sir Thomas, as that country is supposed to be most honoured which is selected as the meeting ground for plenipotentiaries when some important international point requires to be settled. Sir Thomas could not see the arrangement in that light, and would have shuffled out of the honour had it been possible. But it was not possible. At this period of the year Mr. Griffenbottom had no house in town, and Mr. Trigger explained that it was inexpedient that such meetings should take place at hotels. There was no place as fitting as a lawyer's chambers. Sir Thomas, who regarded as a desecration the entrance of one such man as Mr. Trigger into his private room, and who was particularly anxious not to fall into any intimacy with Mr. Griffenbottom, was driven to consent, and at 1 o'clock on the 29th Stemm was forced to admit the deputation. The deputation from Percycross consisted of Mr. Trigger, Mr. Spicer, and Mr. Pile, but with them came also the senior sitting member. At first they were all very grave, and Sir Thomas asked them indiscreetly whether they would take a glass of sherry. Pile and Spicer immediately acceded to this proposition, and sherry was perhaps efficacious in bringing about speedy conversation. "Well, Underwood," said Mr. Griffenbottom, "it seems that after all we are to have these damned petitions." Sir Thomas lifted his left foot on his right knee and nursed his leg, but said nothing. On one point he was resolved. Nothing on earth should induce him to call his colleague Griffenbottom. "No doubt about that, Mr. Griffenbottom," said Mr. Pile. "That is, unless we can make Westmacott right. T'other chap wouldn't be of much account."
"Mr. Pile, you're going a little too fast," said Trigger. "No, I ain't," said Mr. Pile, but for the moment he allowed himself to be silenced. "We don't like the looks of it at Percycross," said Mr. Spicer. "And why don't we like the looks of it?" asked Sir Thomas. "I don't know what your idea of pleasure is," said Mr. Griffenbottom, "but I don't take delight in spending money for nothing. I have spent enough, I can tell you, and I don't mean to spend much more. My seat was as safe as the church." "But they have petitioned against that as well as mine," said Sir Thomas. "Yes, they have. And now what's to be done?" "I don't know whether Sir Thomas is willing to take the whole cost of the defence upon himself," said Mr. Trigger, pouring out for himself a second glass of sherry. "No, I am not," said Sir Thomas. Whereupon there was a pause, during which Pile and Spicer also took second glasses of sherry. "Why should I pay the cost of defending Mr. Griffenbottom's seat?" "Why should I pay it?" said Griffenbottom. "My seat was safe enough. The fact is, if money was paid, as to which I know nothing, it was paid to get the second seat. Everybody knows that. Why should any one have paid money for me? I was safe. I never have any difficulty. Everybody knows that. I could come in for Percycross 20 times running without buying a vote. Isn't that true, Trigger?" "I believe you could, Mr. Griffenbottom." "Of course I could. Look here, Underwood." "I beg your pardon for one moment, Mr. Griffenbottom," said Sir Thomas. "Will you tell me, Mr. Trigger, whether votes were bought on my behalf?" Mr. Trigger smiled and put his head on one side, but made no answer. "I wish I might be allowed to hear the truth," continued Sir Thomas. Whereupon Spicer grinned, and Mr. Pile looked as though he were about to be sick. How was it that a set of gentlemen who generally knew their business so well as did the political leaders at Percycross had got themselves into the same boat with a man silly enough to ask such a question as that? "I shan't spend money," said Griffenbottom. "It's out of the question. They can't touch me. I spent my money, and I got my article. If others want the article, they must spend theirs." Mr. Trigger thought it might be as well to change the subject for a moment, or at any rate to pass on to another clause of the same bill. "I was very sorry, Sir Thomas," said he, "that you wrote that letter to Mr. Givantake." "I wrote no letter to Mr. Givantake. A man named Piper addressed me." "Well, well, well; that's the same thing. It was Givantake, though of course he isn't going to sign his name to everything. If you could just have written a line to your friend the Postmaster General, I really think we could have squared it all." "I wouldn't have made a request so improper for all Percycross," said Sir Thomas. "Patronage is open to everybody," suggested Mr. Griffenbottom. "These sorts of favours are asked every day," said Trigger. "We live in a free country," said Spicer. "Givantake is a damned scoundrel all the same," said Mr. Pile. "And as to his wife's Irish cousin, I should be very sorry to leave my letters in his hands." "It wouldn't have come off, Mr. Pile," said Trigger, "but the request might have been made. If Sir Thomas will allow me to say as much, the request ought to have been made." "I will allow nothing of the kind, Mr. Trigger," said Sir Thomas, with an assumption of personal dignity which caused every one in the room to alter his position in his chair. "I understand these things are given by merit." Mr. Trigger smiled, and Mr. Griffenbottom laughed outright. "At any rate they ought to be, and in this office I believe they are." Mr. Griffenbottom, who had had the bestowal of some local patronage, laughed again. "The thing is over now, at any rate," said Mr. Trigger. "I saw Givantake yesterday," said Spicer. "He won't stir a finger now." "He never would have stirred a finger," said Mr. Pile. "And if he'd stirred both his fistses he wouldn't have done a ha'porth of good.
Give and take, indeed, he be blowed." There was a species of honesty about Mr. Pile which almost endeared him to Sir Thomas. "Something must be settled," said Trigger. "I thought you'd got a proposition to make," said Spicer. "Well, Sir Thomas," began Mr. Trigger, as it were girding his loins for the task before him, "we think that your seat wouldn't stand the brunt. We've been putting two and two together, and that's what we think." A very black cloud came over the brow of Sir Thomas Underwood, but at the moment he said nothing. "Of course it can be defended. If you choose to fight the battle, you can defend it. It will cost about £1,500, or perhaps a little more. That is, the two sides, for both will have to be paid." Mr. Trigger paused again, but still Sir Thomas said not a word. "Mr. Griffenbottom thinks that he should not be asked to take any part of this cost." "Not a shilling," said Mr. Griffenbottom. "Well," continued Mr. Trigger, "that being the case, of course we have got to see what will be our best plan of action. I suppose, Sir Thomas, you are not altogether indifferent about the money?" "By no means," said Sir Thomas. "I don't know who is. Money is money all the world over." "You may say that," put in Mr. Spicer. "Just let me go on for a moment, Mr. Spicer, till I make this thing clear to Sir Thomas. That's how we stand at present. It will cost us, that is to say, you, about £1,500, and we should do no good. I really don't think we should do any good. Here are these judges, and you know that new brooms sweep clean. I suppose we may allow that there was a little money spent somewhere. They do say now that a glass of beer would lose a seat." Sir Thomas could not but remember all that he had said to prevent there being even a glass of beer, and the way in which he had been treated by all the party in that matter because he had so endeavoured. But it was useless to refer to all that at the present moment. "It seems to me," he said, "that if one seat be vacated, both must be vacated." "It doesn't follow at all," said Mr. Griffenbottom. "Allow me just a moment longer," continued Trigger, who rose from his seat as he came to the real gist of his speech. "A proposition has been made to us, Sir Thomas, and I am able to say that it is one which may be trusted. Of course our chief anxiety is for the party. You feel that, Sir Thomas, of course?" Sir Thomas would not condescend to make any reply to this. "Now the Liberals will be content with one seat. If we go on it will lead to disfranchising the borough, and we none of us want that. It would be of no satisfaction to you, Sir Thomas, to be the means of robbing the borough of its privilege after all that the borough has done for you." "Go on, Mr. Trigger," said Sir Thomas. "The Liberals only want one seat. If you'll undertake to accept the hundreds, the petition will be withdrawn, and Mr. Westmacott will come forward again. In that case we shouldn't oppose. Now, Sir Thomas, you know what the borough thinks will be the best course for all of us to pursue." Sir Thomas did know. We may say that he had known for some minutes past. He had perceived what was coming, and various recollections had floated across his mind. He especially remembered that £50 for the poor old women which Mr. Trigger only a week since had recommended that he should give. And he remembered also that he had given it. He recollected the sum which he had already paid for his election expenses, as to which Mr. Trigger had been very careful to get the money before this new proposition was made. He remembered Mr. Pabsby and his cheque for £20. He remembered his broken arm, and that fortnight of labour and infinite vexation in the borough. He remembered all his hopes and his girl's triumph. But he remembered also that he had told himself a dozen times since his return that he wished that he might rid himself altogether of Percycross and the seat in Parliament. Now a proposition that would have this effect was made to him. "Well, Sir Thomas, what do you think of it?" asked Mr. Trigger. Sir Thomas required the passing of a few moments that he might think of it, and yet there was a feeling strong at his heart telling him that it behoved him not even to seem to doubt. He was a man not deficient in spirit when roused as he now was roused. He knew that he was being ill used. From the first moment of his entering Percycross he had felt that the place was not fit for him, that it required a method of canvassing of which he was not only ignorant, but desirous to remain ignorant, that at Percycross he would only be a catspaw in the hands of other men. He knew that he could not safely get into the same boat with Mr. Griffenbottom, or trust himself to the steering of such a coxswain as Mr. Trigger. He had found that there could be no sympathy between himself and any one of those who constituted his own party in the borough. And yet he had persevered. He had persevered because in such matters it is so difficult to choose the moment in which to recede. He had persevered, and had attained a measure of success. As far as had been possible for him to do so, he had fought his battle with clean hands, and now he was member of Parliament for Percycross. Let what end there might come to this petition, even though his seat should be taken from him, he could be subjected to no personal disgrace. He could himself give evidence, the truth of which no judge in the land would doubt, as to the purity of his own intentions, and as to the struggle to be pure which he had made. And now they asked him to give way in order that Mr. Griffenbottom might keep his seat. He felt that he and poor Moggs had been fools together. At this moment there came upon him a reflection that such men as he and Moggs were unable to open their mouths in such a borough as Percycross without having their teeth picked out of their jaws. He remembered well poor Moggs's legend, Moggs, purity, and the rights of labour, and he remembered thinking at the time that neither Moggs nor he should have come to Percycross. And now he was told of all that the borough had done for him, and was requested to show his gratitude by giving up his seat, in order that Griffenbottom might still be a member of Parliament, and that Percycross might not be disfranchised. Did he feel any gratitude to Percycross, or any love to Mr. Griffenbottom? In his heart he desired that Mr. Griffenbottom might be made to retire into private life, and he knew that it would be well that the borough should be disfranchised. These horrid men that sat around him, how he hated them! He could get rid of them now and for ever, by acceding to the proposition made to him. And he thought that in doing so he could speak a few words which would be very agreeable to him in the speaking. And then all that Mr. Trigger had said about the £1,500 had been doubtless true. If he defended his seat money must be spent, and he did not know how far he might be able to compel Mr. Griffenbottom to share the expense. He was not so rich but what he was bound to think of the money for his children's sake. And he did believe Mr. Trigger when Mr. Trigger told him that the seat could not be saved. Yet he could not bring himself to let these men have their way with him. To have to confess that he had been their tool went so much against the grain with him that anything seemed to him to be preferable to that. The passage across his brain of all these thoughts had not required many seconds, and his guests seemed to acknowledge by their silence that some little space of time should be allowed to him. Mr. Pile was leaning forward on his stick with his eyes fixed upon Sir Thomas's face. Mr. Spicer was amusing himself with a third glass of sherry. Mr. Griffenbottom had assumed a look of absolute indifference, and was sitting with his eyes fixed upon the ceiling. Mr. Trigger, with a pleasant smile on his face, was leaning back in his chair, with his hands in his trousers pockets. He had done his disagreeable job of work, and upon the whole he thought that he had done it well. "I shall do nothing of the kind," said Sir Thomas at last. "You'll be wrong, Sir Thomas," said Mr. Trigger. "He'll disfranchise the borough," said Mr. Spicer.
"You'll not be able to keep your seat," said Mr. Trigger. "And there'll be all the money to pay," said Mr. Spicer. "Sir Thomas don't mind that," said Mr. Griffenbottom. "As for paying the money, I do mind it very much," said Sir Thomas. "As for disfranchising the borough, I cannot say that I regard it in the least. As to your seat, Mr. Griffenbottom—" "My seat is quite safe," said the senior member. "As to your seat, which I am well aware must be jeopardized if mine be in jeopardy, it would have been matter of more regret to me had I experienced from you any similar sympathy for myself. As it is, it seems that each of us is to do the best he can for himself, and I shall do the best I can for myself. Good morning." "What, then, do you mean to do?" said Mr. Trigger. "On that matter I shall prefer to converse with my friends." "You mean," said Mr. Trigger, "that you will put it into other hands?" "You have made a proposition to me, Mr. Trigger, and I have given you my answer. I have nothing else to say. What steps I may take I do not even know at present." "You will let us hear from you," said Mr. Trigger. "I cannot say that I will." "This comes of bringing a gentleman learned in the law down into the borough," said Mr. Griffenbottom. "Gentlemen, I must ask you to leave me," said Sir Thomas, rising from his chair and ringing the bell. "Look here, Sir Thomas Underwood," said Mr. Griffenbottom, "this to me is a very important matter." "And to me also," said Sir Thomas. "I do not know anything about that. Like a good many others, you may like to have a seat in Parliament, and may like to get it without any trouble and without any money. I have sat for Percycross for many years, and have spent a treasure, and have worked myself off my legs. I don't know that I care much for anything except for keeping my place in the House. The House is everything to me, meat and drink, employment and recreation. And I can tell you I'm not going to lose my seat if I can help it. You came in for the second chance, Sir Thomas, and a very good second chance it was, if you'd just have allowed others who knew what they were about to manage matters for you. That chance is over now, and according to all rules that ever I heard of in such matters, you ought to surrender. Isn't that so, Mr. Trigger?" "Certainly, Mr. Griffenbottom, according to my ideas," said Mr. Trigger. "That's about it," said Mr. Spicer. Sir Thomas was still standing. Indeed, they were all standing now. "Mr. Griffenbottom," he said, "I have nothing further that I can say at the present moment. To the offer made to me by Mr. Trigger, I at present positively decline to accede. I look upon that offer as unfriendly, and can therefore only wish you a good morning." "Unfriendly!" said Mr. Griffenbottom with a sneer. "Good bye, Sir Thomas," said Mr. Pile, putting out his hand. Sir Thomas shook hands with Mr. Pile cordially. "It's my opinion that he's right," said Mr. Pile. "I don't like his notions, but I do like his pluck. Good bye, Sir Thomas." Then Mr. Pile led the way out of the room, and the others followed him. "Oh," said Stemm, as soon as he had shut the door behind their backs, "that's a deputation from Percycross, is it, Sir Thomas? You were saying as how you didn't quite approve of the Percycrossians." To this, however, Sir Thomas vouchsafed no reply. Chapter 39. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 40. Of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. What Sir Thomas thought about it. Sir Thomas Underwood had been engaged upon a very great piece of work ever since he had been called to the bar in the 25th year of his life. He had then devoted himself to the writing of a life of Lord Verulam, and had been at it ever since. But as yet he had not written a word.
In early life, that is, up to his 40th year, he had talked freely enough about his opus magnum to those of his compeers with whom he had been intimate, but of late Bacon's name had never been on his lips. Patience, at home, was aware of the name and nature of her father's occupation, but Clarissa had not yet learned to know that he who had been the great philosopher and little Lord Chancellor was not to be lightly mentioned. To Stemm the matter had become so serious that in speaking of books, papers, and documents, he would have recourse to any periphrasis rather than mention in his master's hearing the name of the fallen angel. And yet Sir Thomas was always talking to himself about Sir Francis Bacon, and was always writing his life. There are men who never dream of great work, who never realize to themselves the need of work so great as to demand a lifetime, but who themselves never fail in accomplishing those second-class tasks with which they satisfy their own energies. Men these are who to the world are very useful. Some few there are who, seeing the beauty of a great work, and believing in the accomplishment within the years allotted to man, are contented to struggle for success, and struggling, fail. Here and there comes one who struggles and succeeds. But the men are many who see the beauty, who adopt the task, who promise themselves the triumph, and then never struggle at all. The task is never abandoned, but days go by, and weeks, and then months and years, and nothing is done. The dream of youth becomes the doubt of middle life, and then the despair of age. In building a summer house it is so easy to plant the first stick, but one does not know where to touch the sod when one begins to erect a castle. So it had been with Sir Thomas Underwood and his Life of Bacon. It would not suffice to him to scrape together a few facts, to indulge in some fiction, to tell a few anecdotes, and then to call his book a biography. Here was a man who had risen higher, and was reported to have fallen lower, perhaps, than any other son of Adam. With the finest intellect ever given to a man, with the purest philanthropy, and the most enduring energy, he had become a byword for greed and injustice. Sir Thomas had resolved that he would tell the tale as it had never yet been told, that he would unravel facts that had never seen the light, that he would let the world know of what nature really had been this man, and that he would write a book that should live. He had never abandoned his purpose, and now at 60 years of age his purpose remained with him, but not one line of his book was written. And yet the task had divorced him in a measure from the world. He had not been an unsuccessful man in life. He had made money, and had risen nearly to the top of his profession. He had been in Parliament, and was even now a member. But yet he had been divorced from the world, and Bacon had done it. By Bacon he had justified to himself, or rather had failed to justify to himself, a seclusion from his family and from the world which had been intended for strenuous work, but had been devoted to dilettante idleness. And he had fallen into those mistakes which such habits and such pursuits are sure to engender. He thought much, but he thought nothing out, and was consequently at 60 still in doubt about almost everything. Whether Christ did or did not die to save sinners was a question with him so painfully obscure, that he had been driven to obtain what comfort he might from not thinking of it. The assurance of belief certainly was not his to enjoy, nor yet that absence from fear which may come from assured unbelief. And yet none who knew him could say that he was a bad man. He robbed no one. He never lied. He was not self-indulgent. He was affectionate. But he had spent his life in an intention to write the life of Lord Verulam, and not having done it, had missed the comfort of self-respect. He had intended to settle for himself a belief on subjects which are, of all, to all men the most important, and, having still postponed the work of inquiry, had never attained the security of a faith. He was for ever doubting, for ever intending, and for ever despising himself for his doubts and unaccomplished intentions. Now, at the age of 60, he had thought to lessen these inward disturbances by returning to public life, and his most unsatisfactory alliance with Mr. Griffenbottom had been the result. They who know the agonies of an ambitious, indolent, doubting, self-accusing man, of a man who has a skeleton in his cupboard as to which he can ask for sympathy from no one, will understand what feelings were at work within the bosom of Sir Thomas when his Percycross friends left him alone in his chamber. The moment that he knew that he was alone, he turned the lock of the door, and took from out of a standing desk a whole heap of loose papers. These were the latest of his notes on the great Bacon subject, for though no line of the book had ever been written, nor had his work even yet taken such form as to enable him to write a line, nevertheless he always had by him a large assemblage of documents, notes, queries, extracts innumerable, and references, which in the course of years had become almost unintelligible to himself, upon which from time to time he would set himself to work. Whenever he was most wretched he would fly at his papers. When the qualms of his conscience became very severe, he would copy some passage from a dusty book, hardly in the belief that it might prove to be useful, but with half a hope that he might cheat himself into so believing. Now, in his misery, he declared that he would bind himself to his work, and never leave it. There, if anywhere, might consolation be found. With rapid hands he moved about the papers, and tried to fix his eyes upon the words. But how was he to fix his thoughts? He could not even begin not to think of those scoundrels who had so misused him. It was not a week since they had taken £50 from him for the poor of Percycross, and now they came to him with a simple statement that he was absolutely to be thrown over. He had already paid £900 for his election, and was well aware that the account was not closed. And he was a man who could not bear to speak about money, or to make any complaint as to money. Even though he was being so abominably misused, still he must pay any further claim that might be made on him in respect of the election that was passed. Yes, he must pay for those very purchased votes, for that bribery as to which he had so loudly expressed his abhorrence, and by reason of which he was now to lose his seat with ignominy. But the money was not the worst of it. There was a heavier sorrow than that arising from the loss of his money. He alone had been just throughout the contest at Percycross. He alone had been truthful, and he alone straightforward, and yet he alone must suffer. He began to believe that Griffenbottom would keep his seat. That he would certainly lose his own, he was quite convinced. He might lose it by undergoing an adverse petition, and paying ever so much more money, or he might lose it in the manner that Mr. Trigger had so kindly suggested. In either way there would be disgrace and contumely, and hours of the agony of self-reproach in store for him. What excuse had he for placing himself in contact with such filth? Of what childishness had he not been the victim when he allowed himself to dream that he, a pure and scrupulous man, could go among such impurity as had been found at Percycross, and come out still clean and yet triumphant? Then he thought of Griffenbottom as a member of Parliament, and of that legislation and that constitution to which Griffenbottoms were thought to be essentially necessary. That there are always many such men in the House he had always known. He had sat there, and had seen them. He had stood shoulder to shoulder with them through many a division, and had thought about them, acknowledging their use. But now that he was brought into personal contact with such a one, his very soul was aghast. The Griffenbottoms never do anything in politics. They are men of whom, in the lump, it may be surmised that they take up this or that side in politics, not from any instructed conviction, not from faith in measures or even in men, nor from adherence either through reason or prejudice to this or that set of political theories, but simply because on this side or on that there is an opening. That gradually they do grow into some shape of conviction from the moulds in which they are made to live must be believed of them. But these convictions are convictions as to divisions, convictions as to patronage, convictions as to success, convictions as to parliamentary management, but not convictions as to the political needs of the people. So said Sir Thomas to himself as he sat thinking of the Griffenbottoms. In former days he had told himself that a pudding cannot be made without suet or dough, and that Griffenbottoms were necessary, if only for the due adherence of the plums. Whatever most health-bestowing drug the patient may take would bestow anything but health were it taken undiluted. It was thus in former days Sir Thomas had apologized to himself for the Griffenbottoms in the house, but no such apology satisfied him now. This log of a man, this lump of suet, this diluting quantity of most impure water, 'twas thus that Mr. Griffenbottom was spoken of by Sir Thomas to himself as he sat there with all the Bacon documents before him. This politician, whose only real political feeling consisted in a positive love of corruption for itself, had not only absolutely got the better of him, who regarded himself at any rate as a man of mind and thought, but had used him as a puppet, and had compelled him to do dirty work. Oh, that he should have been so lost to his own self-respect as to have allowed himself to be dragged through the dirt of Percycross! But he must do something. He must take some step. Mr. Griffenbottom had declared that he would put himself to no expense in defending the seat. Of course he, Sir Thomas, could do the same. He believed that it might be practicable for him to acknowledge the justice of the petition, to declare his own belief that his own agents had betrayed him, and to acknowledge that his seat was indefensible. But as he thought of it, he found that he was actually ignorant of the law in the matter. That he would make no such bargain as that suggested to him by Mr. Trigger, of so much he thought that he was sure. At any rate he would do nothing that he himself knew to be dishonourable. He must consult his own attorney. That was the end of his self-deliberation, that and a conviction that under no circumstances could he retain his seat. Then he struggled hard for an hour to keep his mind fixed on the subject of his great work. He had found an unknown memoir respecting Bacon, written by a German pen in the Latin language, published at Leipzig shortly after the date of Bacon's fall. He could translate that. It is always easiest for the mind to work in such emergencies on some matter as to which no creative struggles are demanded from it. End of chapter 40. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.